To the ATAX committee meeting. First thing I would like to do is ask the committee if we have a motion to adopt the agenda.
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? At the last meeting, there was an opportunity for public comment prior to getting through the applications. Is there anyone here who cannot stay, who wants to make a comment before we begin? Seeing none, we'll move on to new business and the hearing of the applicants. Michelle?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Christy Cohen. I'm the Managing Director of the Darius Rucker Intercollegiate and also the Membership Director at Long Cove Club. I thought I'd start with a little tournament, do not move, following the rules, with a little overview of the tournament for those who are new on the committee this year. So the Darius Rucker is our women's collegiate golf tournament that we host at Long Cove Club. We're in our 14th, we will be in our 14th year, and it will be the 5th year televised on Golf Channel. So this year's dates are March 1st through March 4th. We have a practice round. Darius does a concert at the Art Center for the players and the coaches, sponsors, Golf Channel, and some lucky Long Cove members who win a lottery. We have 17 schools competing from 5 conferences around the country. Right now, as it stands, as of yesterday, we have 10 of the top 20 women's collegiate teams coming. That, of course, will change as we get closer. But we pride ourselves on having a very, very strong field, and most of the teams consider it their favorite and certainly the most prestigious, except for the finals, of course, competition that they take part in every year. And the great news is that Golf Channel verifies that we are still the first and only women's collegiate, exclusively women's tournament that's televised on television in the United States. Here's a few sites from the tournament last year. LSU, the winners. We get great spectator tournament turnout. Golf Channel tells us that we have more spectators than any collegiate tournament they televise, including the NCAA finals. So Golf Channel televised the tournament live, and they do this every year for a total of 21 hours over the 3 days. So they promote it on NBC Sports highlights, news program, tune-in graphics, press releases, articles in Golf Monthly and Sports Illustrated. Every day of the tournament, they have a dedicated lead-in show called College Central. It's for the half an hour before the tournament starts. Tournament generally runs 2:30 to 5:30 every day of the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And certainly, we're the focus of the Golf Channel's social media that week. And they have millions of engagements on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and X. So it's also streamed on Peacock, their NBC streaming service, and all their digital platforms. This year, we reached 791,000 unique viewers. That's 62,000 average viewers per minute. Wednesday this year was our highest viewing day. It's not always that way, so it's interesting to see how that falls. And we are certainly the most watched telecast each day on Golf Channel because it's live coverage. So last year, this committee awarded Long Cove a $50,000 grant. We have asked for reimbursements for a little over $40,000. We will have our final reimbursement request come in soon for $7,500. So that remaining $2,200 we will not be using this year. So overview look at what we spent the $50,000 on. We focus on local magazine advertising, targeting golfers and people who are tourists to the island. We do newspaper advertising. We have a nice package of advertising that we do with the Art Center. So we do an on-center magazine ad in their winter months, an advertorial, e-blasts, et cetera. And then we do a lot of digital marketing, of course. So we focus on targeting golfers who may want to come watch a prestigious golf tournament in person. So here's some of the examples of our advertising. So we do ad notes, which are stickers that are on the front page of the paper. We do Hilton Head Sun. You know, there's an example on the middle left of the dedicated e-blast to the Carolinas Golf Association. We also do things with Georgia Golf Association. There's the Art Center ad. And then we also do banner ads, and we do targeted e-blasts. So last year, again, we collected zip codes from every single spectator who entered Long Cove Club. This does not include club members, of course, or their guests who are coming to their homes, but just anybody who was a spectator who was coming. So 60% of our spectators last year were tourists, 14% visitors, and 26% residents. As you can see, the last year numbers, 60 versus 64, 14 versus 13, and 26 versus 23. We do stay pretty consistent, even if the number of our overall tourists go down, and we did have some weather issues last year, unfortunately, so our overall spectators were down because, of course, we're so weather dependent, being a golf tournament. But even with the lower numbers in spectators, we did really keep our ratios pretty close to what we have done over time since we started collecting. And this was our 4th year of collecting spectator data. So this year we did our own survey. We did not partner with USCB. We formed a member committee who did a very similar survey that I designed, and we got 247 survey responses over the week. We felt that it was nice. USCB was fantastic and the kids were great, but we felt like Long Cove members would be even better ambassadors for spectators coming into the club and give them a better experience, be able to answer questions and things like that, in addition to ask them to take a survey. So in terms of results, 37% of respondents said the DRI was extremely or very influential when planning their trip. 34% said they visited Hilton Head only to attend the tournament, which is up from 32% last year. 17% extended their stay, and 5% of them more than 4 days just to attend the tournament. 75% of people were likely or extremely likely to return to Hilton Head when the DRI was not occurring. 88% said they were likely to return for next year's tournament. 93% would recommend the DRI to friends. And 49% of spectators surveyed said that they rented accommodations while on the island. So economic impact, I kind of put in 2 buckets. One is directly attributable. So Sonesta Resort is our official hotel. We have a discounted room block for DRI spectators, which we include the link to the Sonesta in all of our digital ads, even a QR code in our print ads. So we are driving heads directly into beds at the Sonesta. So we did 130 room nights associated with the room block. I also rent 16 rental homes for competing teams through local rental agencies, and we pay full price, and that last year was $58,000. We pay $45,000 really into the local economy to produce the Darius Rucker concert. That does not include what we pay. We don't pay Darius, but we do pay for the band and all the production. team, and that's very pricey, but between the art center and what we do with Surge, because they cater the events at the art center, that's another $45,000. Certainly players dine out. We do feed them breakfast and lunch, of course, and one dinner, but they're on their own for all the other meals. And Golf Channel stays usually at the Omni, and their room rates are, they have 400 room nights that Golf Channel books alone at the Omni. So, plus we spend, a little over $30,000 in local advertising with local businesses, local magazines and things here. So really indirectly attributed to the tournament really is those 49% of spectators who rent accommodations on the island that I mentioned on the last. So that's, dining in restaurants, potentially using Hilton Head Airport, shopping in local stores, engaging in other leisure activities while they're here too. So looking ahead to next year, this is our tournament field coming up. We have 3 new teams this year that we're very excited with, Florida State, Ole Miss, and University of Arizona. So now we'll have 2 teams as far west as Arizona joining us. But again, as we stand now, we have 10 of the top 20 teams. So our tournament budget for next year is looking at a little over $368,000. Our revenue really comes from 4 places. That's sponsorships, team entry fees, the ATAX grant that I'm asking for today, and then concert ticket sales for the very small number of Long Cove members who win the lottery to buy tickets. But our expenses certainly far outpace that, and we've got the concert. That's our number 1 expenditure, but really the concert is how we get most of our sponsors. So very necessary. Team volunteer meals, advertising and marketing, team housing. We do a sponsor appreciation party. We buy uniforms for all our volunteers and staff, and we have almost 200 volunteers, all Lone Cove members who really put the tournament on. We do the crowd survey, we pay for security, parking and shuttle, and of course, we pay for a professional scoring company to come in. So I just wanted to point out that Long Cove Club, the members, the club, don't subsidize the tournament in any way at all. So it's the money, the $368,000 that we raise for the tournament that we spend. So it's run completely separately. So my grant request this year is technically $67,250. $50,000 of it is for marketing and advertising to drive tourism to the island. The other $17,250 is the cost of 3 spectator trolleys to get spectators to and from the parking areas. And it's the rental of the parking lot across 278 at Central Church, which is $1,500 a year. So to go a little bit deeply into marketing, so really our plan is to continue building on what we've done in the past, because we do get a lot of spectators. We focus our print advertising on golfers within driving distance. We're going to spend a little more, of course, on digital marketing because you get such a good return for your money. And we certainly, our plan is to have good weather this year. So that makes all the difference, of course. But our objectives are to attract tourists who have come to the island to either extend or enhance their stay, and also to really reach out of area golf enthusiasts to have them make the trip to Hilton Head, whether they've come here before or want to experience for the first time. So in terms of the spectator shuttle, so under category 5, we requested $17,250, but we do understand, excuse me, that category 5 is only reimbursable by your tourist plus percentage rate. So I know that we won't receive the full $17,000 if you so agree, that it would be a little under $13,000 because our tourist plus visitor percentage rate this year was 74%. So I appreciate your time and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
I have question slash comment. You're still the only one of its kind. You're one of one, right?
Correct.
You're the only exclusively women's live telecast.
Yeah, women's, yep,
Okay.
yeah.
There are others that have men and women, but you're the only one in the country.
Correct. And actually just I verify every year with Golf Channel that is still the case. And they just told me the other day, they had been negotiating with another women's only collegiate tournament in Silicon Valley, but it didn't come to fruition. They're bringing on another collegiate tournament into their Golf Channel slate this coming spring, but it's again, men's and women's. So he said our streak continues.
My second question is the Long Cove members, while they don't subsidize, but they do make your golf course available for how many days?
They do. It's technically 3 days out of, even though the girls are playing 4 days because the course is normally closed on Monday. So they do give up their course for 3 days.
One practice round?
One practice round on Sunday, and then 18 holes for 3 days. Yeah, so
4 days,
correct, yeah.
at no charge.
The tournament does give a small fee to the golf center, revenue of a couple $1,000 just to offset some cart fees that they are losing for those days. So the tournament also pays retail for the food and beverage that we buy for the players and the volunteers and the sponsor party. So originally when this came up 14 years ago, it's very important for us to say to the members, we want to have this major collegiate tournament. It is a disruption to your club membership in a sense because you don't get to play golf, and really the clubhouse is not open for dinner or lunch any of those days. So what are we going to do? We're going to make it so that, the club is not subsidizing the tournament runs. But the members certainly love the tournament. As I mentioned, it's only Long Cove volunteers. I get calls. It'll be the start of our season. I've been getting calls all year from people in Hilton Head, out of the community that says, I'm a snowbird and I'd come before to the Darius. I'd love to volunteer. And I always thank them very much, but let them know that we pride ourselves in all of our volunteers being Long Cove members, and we'd love to have them as a spectator. So we do get a lot of excitement from the community for sure.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
I know that in the past, we've tried to speculate what 21 hours of national television coverage would potentially be worth.
Right.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
As they say in the MasterCard ads, priceless, I guess, right? I mean, certainly being the only other nationally televised event that occurs, aside from the Heritage, of course, on the island is, worth a lot. Even every time they put up a score card for the individual competition and the team competition, over those 6 hours, they put that up probably every 4 minutes. They all say Hilton Head Island on them.
Do the Golf Channel people come to you and ask who they could speak to within the town to help select some of the other coverage that they do? Obviously, they show the beaches and they show some other amenities at Hilton Head Island. Do they just do that on their own, or do they connect at all, with our town or marketing people?
I don't believe they do. I think that's something they just, do in every town where they go in and, have experience with. Certainly, I'm sure they send up drones, of course, for the coverage, and so I'm sure they get all that approved. But no, their team is, pretty top notch, and we give them some talking points about Long Cove and the island in general. We do, connect and verify all that information with the chamber, certainly.
Great.
Yeah.
And their production team is very familiar with the community because they're also
Right, partners in the Heritage,
in
right?
April, they're here an awful
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
And they also give an enormous amount of coverage to you via the Golf Central, which is
right.
off hours when you're not live telecast, which was a significant amount of time
Yes.
devoted to it, which was flattering.
Yeah, and they run promos, weeks in advance that talks about the tournament, and always mention, Hilton Head Island, Low Country. So I almost played, I'll bring it next year, we'll do it. The show opening is always a wonderful kind of overview of the island and Long Cove in general.
Question. So do you think there's any correlation between 3 more teams and more spectators? Do you have any idea of that?
I think, we did drop 3 teams, so we still have 17. If you're on the low end of the leaderboard, you are not guaranteed to come back for next year because we're always striving to make it the best competition in women's collegiate golf. That said, I think that some teams come with more supporters and boosters who will travel into town. So I, for example, I'm very excited about Florida State just because of the proximity of more people, even if it's parents and boosters of the team coming into town. And certainly Ole Miss is a whole nother animal in terms of sports boosters too. So yeah, for sure, it's.
Hi, great presentation.
Thank you.
Do you happen to track, most of the time when people come here for some kind of a golf event, they're golfers themselves. So do you have any data, economic impact data on them playing golf rounds anywhere else?
I don't, but that's an excellent question to add to the survey this year. I've talked about renting accommodations and do you dine out, do you extend your stay? But it's actually a very good question to say, did you play golf while you're on the island? And it asks a little more targeted.
I think that'll help you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that when they come here for 4 or 5 days, they're going to play somewhere.
Right,
Yeah.
right, for sure.
Good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's a great suggestion.
And the housing expense that you mentioned, that you said you mentioned, and you're paying kind of full retail value for the housing. Is that for the teams?
Yes, so
Okay.
part of what we're known for, most teams travel to a tournament and they stay in hotels. So they have to book, so many rooms, and then everybody's disjointed. They have no place where they can be together as a team. They're having team meetings in the lobby and things like that. So one of the special things that's really important to us is that we book them a home, 6-7 bedroom home, and there's beds for everybody. And then they have a common space. So the team really gets to bond. Also, part of our Long Cove volunteers is every team is assigned a hostess. So it's usually ladies, so we call them hostesses. So every team has a Long Cove member who is assigned to them. So not only do they make sure that they're getting into the rental house okay and all those things, if somebody needs a prescription, they're driving to the drugstore for them. So they're kind of like a local contact that they can call if they need anything. And then a lot of Long Cove members who are alumni of the various schools are the hostesses, and they often have parties even in the houses to welcome, bring dinner over for for one of the nights. So having them in houses is very, very important to us. And it's a fun experience. All the houses I book are ocean oriented. The USC gets an oceanfront house as the host of the tournament, and whatever last year's winner is, that's your one of your prizes for the next year is that you get an oceanfront house. So we do some fun things like that.
Does the University of South Carolina have any involvement, any financial obligations to the tournament? Or is it maybe because of Darius is a native of Columbia? Is that the connect?
Yeah, the connect was that because a USC graduate, and he's obviously a very avid golfer, I'm sure you know. So he, years ago was playing golf with the team. When he's in Columbia, he will play with either the men's or women's teams. So it just started organically as an idea when they were playing golf one day to host a tournament together.
They don't participate with any of the financials, the university?
They don't. They have helped before if we need help pulling in sponsors, because of course they have sponsors or boosters, companies that give money to the USC golf program. So they've been, if we've ever over the years been in a pinch for sponsors, that's my first call as the coach and say, hey, do you have anybody you think might want to be a sponsor? But generally, no, we raise all the money for the tournament. Yeah. And teams pay entry fees. So it doesn't totally cover our costs, but each team pays $5,000 entry fee, which covers the rental of the house, which, because of the level houses we're getting, we average $3,600 for 4 nights of a rental house. So, these are big, nice houses that can accommodate an entire team. And then it offsets a portion of their food and beverage.
One quick question. How are these teams chosen for the tournament?
So our tournament chair, who is a member, our director of golf, and mostly the coach of USC. So we are constantly evaluating every year. Do we need to drop? Do we need, who do we want to add? It's also a little political in the collegiate world, because if USC wants to compete in Ole Miss's tournament, well, then she's going to do her best to get Ole Miss into her tournament. So there's a lot of that in the collegiate sports world that I hadn't known about before that I know about now. So it's really, where your rankings are. We're probably not going to invite a 50th place team. We're going to be looking at the top 20 constantly to see who is available. Because there are conflicts, of course. We've been trying to get Stanford for years, but they always have because they're usually number 1, but they always have a conflict. So. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Arts Center, Jeff?
Good morning. Oh, there we are. I'm Jeffrey Reeves, President and CEO of the Arts Center of Coastal Carolina, and with me today is Andrea Gannon, our Vice President of Marketing. Thank you for this opportunity to present a summary overview of our ATAX grant application. A copy of our presentation is in the info package you received earlier today. We will provide our strategy and results of how we successfully program for our patrons and maximize our visitor attendees. We will also give an overview of how we approach our tourism marketing to achieve success in attracting visitors, and close with the final fiscal year 25 results and return on investment of our ATAX grant support. All this is in consideration of continued inflationary pressures and added expenses we incurred during 2025 and expect in 2026. The Arts Center opened in 1996 and is starting its 30th season. We are a nonprofit multi-arts organization which also owns a 45,000 square foot visual and performing arts facility sitting on 4.6 acres. Since opening, we've had over 1.8 million attendees to all of our programs and performances. This includes 346,000 education services, and the Arts Center is South Carolina's 3rd largest arts organization and largest professional theater. We operate 360 days a year, and our fiscal year is September 1st through August 31st. We've come from 88 performances during fiscal year 20 before the pandemic shut down, back to 161 in 2024 and 168 in 2025. This all comes back in line with our pre-pandemic schedule. We have planned 177 performances for 2026, essentially a performance event every other day. The return to normal has not been without a significant cost. In 2024, we incurred additional extraordinary expenses of $411,000, and that was related to, at that time, COVID variant surges, inflation, and general costs of goods and services. In 2025, the impact was $362,000, and our 2026 budget anticipates continued extraordinary expenses and inflationary pressures totaling $504,000. Now for our tourism programming strategy for 2026. Our schedule includes 5 theater productions with 150 performances, 8 presenting artists with 16 performances, and 3 free community outreach festivals, plus 1 month-long youth arts celebration. All of these are strategically placed during key tourism months. While not part of our grant request, but still an important programming area, we provide education programs including visual and performance arts workshops, lectures, student field trips, artist residencies, which create unique adult and learning experiences. During 2025, we provided over 10,000 education services. This does not count the global virtual services provided via our digital platforms, totaling 115,000 for 2025, and that brings us to a grand total of 1.4 million views since inception in 2020. Ultimately, overall, we have scheduled 243 performances and programs during 2026. For 2026, we again selected a broad spectrum of 4 musicals and a play in the theater series with over 150 performances, which are again being received with high praise and excitement. The major success of Come From Away on our stage now and closing this Sunday, and good luck getting a ticket this week, it has been an overwhelming start to our 30th season. We currently have succeeded in attracting 30% of visitors from beyond 50 miles and 30% from the mainland. And overall, we have broken a record for our fall production, where total attendance now stands well over 8,900 for the run. Notably, we've already had many inquiries from tourist patrons about our upcoming productions of Frozen, The Play That Goes Wrong, Hairspray, and Mean Girls. It's a very positive sign for next year's attendance. In presenting, we have 8 artists with 16 great performances. The contracted artists range from rock, comedy, R&B, Celtic, and jazz, to even a mentalist, which I hope he predicts my future. We plan for 4 free community festivals and programs again in 2026. The holiday kickoff with a holiday arts market is in partnership with the town of Hilton Head as part of an island-wide season-long celebration. February brings the second Voices of Gullah, featuring the 26th annual Taste of Gullah event. And March is now a Youth Arts month-long celebration. Plus, as a gift to say thank you to the community, our 30th anniversary birthday celebration will be on March 6th in our parking lot, and our 30th will culminate with a major event. It's our 30th anniversary benefit evening with Broadway legend Sutton Foster. As you can see, all our planned programming is wide in scope and appeal in attracting patrons, both residents and visitors alike. Work began September 1st, 2024 on a new strategic plan. We were led by 2 SCORE members, and we had 10 focus groups organized and moderated by a local consultant formerly from Gulfstream and Boeing. Patron and staff surveys were conducted with a total of 876 respondents. There were no surprises during this process. What came out of the survey and focus groups data, all analyzed with the help of AI and shortened the process by about 8 months, were new vision, mission, and core value statements. Also generated were extensive strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis, providing our final strategies, goals, and actions. All this brought about a new 3 to 5 year plan we call the Next Act. And there is a summary copy of the new strategic plan in the info package for your reference. Also important to the Arts Center are our wide range of community collaborations and partnerships. Here's a select list of 36. A more comprehensive list is in the package you received. Among these is our continued strong alliance with Lean Ensemble Theater, as well as NIPCA, and our long-term collaboration with the Art League located in our gallery since 2010. I do want to emphasize that the Hilton Head Arts and Culture community continues to be even more unified and collaborative thanks to the town's Office of Cultural Affairs and the Arts Council. Now, Andrea will review our tourism marketing strategy.
Thanks, Jeffrey. You got that?
You got it.
Okay. This slide, thank you all, by the way, for having us this morning, allowing us to present. This slide's so, good start, right? Okay.
One more time
Let's
with
do it
talent.
again. Okay, back to one. This slide shows some awards the Arts Center has continued to garner over the past few years, including being listed in Southern Living as one of the best things to do in Hilton Head. In fact, we're at the top of their list. Thank you, Southern Living. We were voted the best theater in Beaufort County and also appeared in the newly published book, 100 Things to Do on Hilton Head Before You Die. The accolades we receive are definitely wonderful, but the true measure of our success is what we provide to our community. We're thrilled to hear firsthand from our audiences, residents and visitors alike, that they love our current lineup and they're deeply moved by shows like Come From Away, which, as Jeffrey mentioned, is our smash hit, sold out season opener. I said a lot of S's in that and did okay.
You did really
I'm making
good.
up for it. Okay, good. Our marketing success is built on a multi-channel approach. We don't use a one-size-fits-all plan. Instead, we tailor each marketing strategy specifically to the theatrical production, presenting artist, or outreach event to ensure maximum impact. Every show or event is aggressively promoted beyond our 50-mile radius. We achieve this reach through a diverse mix of digital marketing, print, collateral materials, e-blasts, et cetera, while actively pursuing new partnerships to expand our message and brand. Our regional and national digital campaigns include placement in Garden and Gun, USA Today, Zillow, the Weather Channel, Better Homes and Gardens, Southern Living, and many others. Direct referrals. So beyond audience word of mouth, which we love, and social media buzz, we've built a system for direct intentional referrals in a multi-pronged approach. We invite a hospitality audience, one of the things, to invited dress rehearsals comprised of the media, concierges, and other service personnel to preview a production, and then they reach out to guests as they make their vacation plans. This strategy ensures that the people who directly influence visitor plans are our best and most knowledgeable advocates. Our other efforts for direct referrals are behind-the-scenes tours, real estate agent referrals, off-site presentations, event performances. For example, our Come From Away cast did a performance at the Crescendo kickoff party in the park recently. So that was a lot of fun. By the way, when we do things like that, because we're an equity theater, we have to pay those actors to do that. So while the festival might be free, having our talent there is not. But we're happy to do it for the community. And free annual festivals, like Jeffrey mentioned, which also encourage tourism. Our wonderful website, which saw approximately 500,000 visitors last year, includes mobile optimization and CMS control, allowing for in-house modifications. We do not have time to freelance that out. We are doing it real time. Since half of our website traffic comes from smartphones, the mobile responsiveness is definitely key. Further, we're able to geo-track these users. Our robust online presence includes a variety of show sneak peek videos, behind-the-scenes content, arts at home videos, and many more. Our significant catalog of online videos are promoted nationwide, which in turn promotes Hilton Head Island as a world-class arts destination, spotlighting not only the Arts Center, but the abundance of cultural offerings on our island. As shown on the slide, our YouTube videos have amassed over 1.4 million views. Our metrics across all social platforms continue to climb as well due to both organic and targeted promotions. Further, our email audience continues to grow. We now currently have over 25,000 contacts with approximately 18,000 deliverable addresses, 48% of which are highly engaged subscribers. At an average of $38 earned for each dollar spent, our email engagement marketing has the highest ROI of any other marketing strategy we employ. Average revenue per e-blast is close to $4,000, often well above that. We sent 1.6 million emails during FY25 with a 38% open rate. And then visitorship results, hit it. Thank you. You got enraptured, didn't you?
Again.
You're so interested in the data, I know.
I always pay attention to everything you say.
Since when? Okay. Our recently launched weekly digital newsletters are now our single most successful e-blast tool. well, second only to the day we launch a show, and then, whew, that's number one. But the newsletters are doing great, driving significant engagement. Further, we administer multivariate testing for our e-blast to increase the effectiveness of each campaign, allowing real-time optimization. Our social media growth is strong, with over 8,000 Facebook followers, 3,800 followers on Instagram, but the true success is our massive social reach. We have well over 2 million people interacting with our content annually. Excuse me, we're knocking that. Okay. So the ATAX-related attendance, a word about attendance. Our ticketing system requires addresses and zip codes. So we're tracking where our patrons come from, and it's automated. It just happens. And we receive daily reports on these percentages to keep a pulse on how well our programs are doing. The system's analytics also allow us to run a target marketing analysis that in turn improves our direct mail and digital email advertising's effectiveness. These results are actual for our fiscal year ending August 31st, 2025. For FY25, all ATAX eligible programs and events resulted in a total of 49,375 attendees. Broken down, that's 30% beyond 50 miles, 32% off island, so that's a total of 30,519. That's 62% beyond 50 miles and off island visitors, which keeps the Arts Center as a significant driver and enhancer for visitorship. And back to you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me flip the page. We developed this heat map of our North American 2025 ATAX attendance, showing the location, volume, and concentration of patron attendance. This is based on over 18,300 recorded individual transactions for tickets or program registrations. This not only demonstrates the reach and levels of our ATAX attendance, but also demonstrates the precision of our patron relations, marketing, fundraising, and analytics software platforms. Our visitor economic impact is calculated using the factors available from the Town of Hilton Head Office of Cultural Affairs 2017 Americans for the Arts Economic Impact Study. We realized $4.1 million in economic impact from our 50-plus mile tourism attendance. This is a 9.2 to 1 return on our 2025 ATAX grant through last August 31st. Our off-island attendees generated another $4.2 million, and when combined with our local audience impact of $6.3 million, it brings us to $14.7 million in total overall economic impact for 2025. I do want to note that the Arts Center's overall impact is 37.5% of the total island arts and cultural impact of $39.1 million, based on the Town of Hilton Head study. Our 2026 grant request is $447,000 for tourism programming and marketing. We are basing our request on 2025 actual past attendance and expenses, not a projected or estimated 2026 set of numbers. Our request is only 7.7% of our total 2026 operating budget, when it usually ran 10 to 11% a little over 5 years ago. With this in mind, our eligible programming and marketing expenses total $901,000. And if you add eligible facility and administrative overhead of $671,000, not included as part of our grant request, our total Turk eligible grant base would be nearly $1.6 million. Our 2026 request of $447,000 is flat to 2025's grant, while inflation is currently anticipated to average 2.8% in 2026, according to the International Monetary Fund. Keeping our request flat to last year is also based on the anticipated level of state aid tax that may be allocated to Hilton Head Island for distribution according to the law. This grant amount does not cover the rate of inflation, nor the $504,000 in inflated above normal expenses, but it will help offset some of the extraordinary increases in tourism programming and marketing in 2026. And I do want to point out on this chart that the large orange bar is our total operating budget for each of those years. And then the stack chart, which is also part of our operating budget, but those are the eligible ATAX expenses that we incurred each year. And then the green bar is the level of our ATAX grant in comparison to the rest. This has only been a summary presentation of our considerable endeavors and documented results this last year, as well as our plans for 2026 in support of our grant request. Our programming continues providing our community with a significant return on investment from ATAX grants, as well as economic return from all of our programs and performances. The Arts Center continues garnering national recognition for not only our programming, but also Hilton Head Island. An article in Smithsonian Magazine called the Arts Center the beating heart of the island's performance arts scene. We take great pride in being a vital part of what makes Hilton Head our home and the acclaimed part of the visitor and tourist experience. So thank you, and now if you have any questions.
I have a couple questions and a comment. One might be for Andrea. You said that your primary success in marketing comes from the email blast?
Well, what I was saying with the e-blast is that's the highest ROI, so yes, in that way, it definitely is, but it's not necessarily the best at reaching, because that's our existing audience. So success in terms of ATAX are other measures, but for us, that makes us the most money at the lowest amount, but it's not necessarily reaching the visitors like our other programs are, because that's just our internal stuff. Okay. And we do other contracted e-blasts though, beyond our own, as you know, because we trade a lot with the Jazz Corner. Yeah. So, does that make sense though?
Yes.
Okay.
And Jeffrey, how are you guys affected by national grants as far as that there's no stability in that area right now? Are you guys in that area as well?
Yes. Through the South Carolina Arts Commission, there are NEA funds that come to them. They have put a hold on about $1 million that would normally have already been in their budget this year, and they're waiting till February to see where that lands. Right now, in the immediate time, we're not directly affected, but next year could be a completely different story, because that's when all the effects of the cuts will start filtering down. So it remains to be seen. There's nothing direct for us from Washington, except the Kennedy Center, which we're an inaugural Kennedy Center partner in arts education site from early 90s. We then were one of the pilot group for a very special arts program. And this is where our Vice President of Education would place artists in the schools and do programming for special needs students. And they had to swap it out because they had given it to us so many years in a row, because Atlanta's programming pretty much modeled what they wanted, that they had to take a break. And now we're trying to get back to where they do start funding again. We've continued the program on our own, finding other funding, but we're hopeful the Kennedy Center will restore what they've been giving us as a grant.
Let me ask you a broad question too. Mm-hmm. Being that the Arts Center is such a large portion of the whole art scene and generates so much money for ATAX, mm-hmm. would any sort of cut in your ATAX funding, do you think that would affect ATAX funding in general for everybody? Would it lower our ATAX funds?
It's possible with our collaborations, especially in cross-marketing, like Jazz Corner, Lean, Longco, yep. And everything. Our reach is different from theirs, and it could affect their visitorship or attendance at the same time, and we would have to trim back. This is not like, here Arts Center, here's money, go spend it. It's planned, and it's needed for us to maintain and still keep this level of caliber that we have for our community. So it would be difficult.
Thank you.
I think the tourism data that you guys provide through your zip code tracking is excellent. I like the fact that you're trying to move your marketing efforts into those areas where you're seeing those returns. When you have someone local buy multiple tickets, 4, 6, that's counted as a local person, even if
Right.
there's no ability within the system to track, did you bring people from outside in, correct? So
Not really, no.
And it does happen, but I'd rather stick with pure data and the zip codes than try to parse out or guess at, oh, here's a party of 6, maybe 2 of them were from out
but we
of town.
appreciate the candor and the way you do it. It strikes me that there may be some underreporting of tourist or visitor,
Yes.
potentially, that's all.
I like
Yes.
your point. Your point is, we are being really conservative on our reporting to you guys, so, but thank you for bringing that up. We'll look into seeing if there are any ways to capture that.
Yeah, I'm a numbers wonk, as many of you know, and if it ain't there in black and white, I can't
Nope, nope.
I can't put it in a report. So that is a good question, though.
Yeah, it is.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
you, guys.
Next, we have the Hilton Head Island Airport.
Here to talk about bicycles today. We'll try. You can bike to the airport. We do have some bike racks there. Well, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Got everything keyed up here. First of all, I want to thank all of you for volunteering. I know you put a lot of hours into this. This might be the easiest part, reviewing the applications, are probably the drudgery, but thank you for doing this. I know it's a tough job. And a shout out to the Arts Council. We don't have them listed as a collaborator, but we do collaborate. They advertise in the terminal, and we try to send people their way. So we like to think too at the airport that we're part of the funnel that brings people in and then distributes folks to all the rest of your applicants. So with a healthy airport, you have healthy other businesses and activities going on. So this year's request is for $175,000, and we use all of that for airport destination marketing and destination marketing. And the only reason that we can advertise for the destination is because we have ATAX money. It's against federal law to use airport revenue to advertise the destination. But I'm sure you've seen our applications over the years and presentations, we do a lot of cooperative advertising with the VCB and help each other out to elevate each other's story, but we can't do that with airport revenue. So that's why we come before you, so that we can use ATAX money to leverage, our efforts and the VCB's efforts for both the airport and the destination. So just so you understand a little bit of the federal regulations that we get to play with at the airport. As I said, the airport drives a lot of economic growth. We drive a lot of the traffic to the other folks who will apply for the ATAX funds. And since we are the only commercial airport on the island, the only airport on the island, period, we are kind of the no-brainer to bring people in and really ease their arrival to the island. That's kind of the name of our game. And you'll see me, I mentioned this on a couple of slides, and I said it over the years, but a primary job of ours economically is to repatriate revenues to South Carolina. Okay, there's a lot of leakage of passengers across state lines, which is okay to some extent when it happens for convenience reasons, but we're here to try to bring some of that back and repatriate those revenues to the island, to the county, and to the state of South Carolina. So that's a big part of what we do as well. So in a nutshell, this is what we do with the grant. And we've used these funds for the last several years, really in a tech effort to go out there and work through the internet to be that stalking ad. So if your friends up north in the Midwest start to look for travel to a destination, resort, island, anything like that, even the mountains, I think we get people if they look for that. If you're looking for vacation travel, our ads are gonna pop up in front of you. So we are that pair of shoes that will stalk you. But that's how you do it now. So that's how we need to try to bring people to the island and decrease that leakage across state lines. This is our seasonal air service snapshot. So the only year-round service we have currently is to Charlotte, but all the summertime traffic really picks up. And we work every year to increase the number of cities that we serve or the number of flights or just fill the seats in the flights that we have. And that's really the primary aim. And you've got to market, if you look at those cities, Chicago, Boston, New York City, just to name a few, those are very, very expensive marketing venues. So I would tell you that we would love to ask for 3 times what we asked for, but I know there's not enough to go around and plenty of people to ask for that money, but we'll leverage it to the very best of our abilities. Again, just being the gateway and making sure people find it easy to get in here. We do have a nice growth this year. You'll see us a couple times, but 10 to 12% growth of folks getting on airplanes and leaving the island, so that's good. We have locals who are using the airport, but also about 11% increase in folks who are arriving at the island via air transportation. So that's a huge thing for us. And what that means too is if you take those dollars on down the line as you do an economic impact analysis, of course you have the direct impacts and then you have the indirect impacts and then of course that multiplier effect through the induced impacts. That's really important because every person who arrives directly to the island has the opportunity to rent the car on the island, has the opportunity to have that first meal on the island, maybe have that first and last hotel night on the island instead of somewhere else if they choose to fly to a different airport. That's a lot of ATAX revenue, a lot of local business that happens here just because you've got a local airport. And this is just showing you the passenger counts. Again, we love to see this. It's the key performance indicator for us is the number of people coming through that airport. So glad to see that climb. It had remained steady for a couple of years post-COVID and is beginning to climb again. And we think that with the new terminal coming online this coming spring, that will increase this as well because the comfort factor for customers will certainly increase. This is another one of our key performance indicators. Modest growth here, but the next one is probably going to explain why there is modest growth here, but we'd like to see that going in the positive direction. Rideshare was insanely high this year, and I think maybe that's because Uber and Lyft both woke up and realized that this was a good market. For a number of years, it was pretty tough to get a rideshare anywhere on the island, and so we had a lot of tourists who came in and said, well, why can't we get Uber and Lyft? I think folks realized that if they worked half a day driving Uber and Lyft, they could do pretty well. And so we've seen a tremendous increase at the airport there. This is a little busy, but it's just to show you what we do numbers-wise to analyze where we want to make that spend. And you can see that really the Northeast and the Midwest are the key areas. And these are, we analyze second home ownership, so we get to use the, free information out there through the county's tax rolls and find out what's going on and where people are coming from. So that's where we target the spend. And then this is last year, so just to report on how we did. You'll see that the numbers are great, going through the metrics, but again, just trying to decrease the reliance on our neighboring airports. It's great if people want to use that, like I said, but we'd like to pull more people directly to the island for that multiplier effect. And again, we're going to have very much the same program as we had in the past with those key, digital campaigns that we do. There's just a lot of bang for the buck there. We do buy ads in the vacation planners, the low country as well as the island, and just to bring people into the region, make sure they realize there's a local airport. You'll see this theme over and over, the skip the drive. The idea, again, just bring people directly to the island. These numbers are very high. They're well above average. I think our Google numbers, the conversions were about 9 times higher than national average. And then we had the Performance Max campaign was up as well. So the clicks are great, the conversions are great, all those numbers are fantastic. The top 5 segments that you see there up in that top box, that's exactly where you would predict people are coming from. You know, those are the states where we do the advertising, but that's kind of the low-hanging fruit. That's where people are making those long trips to come to Hilton Head Island. That's what they plan for all year long, is to come to this island and vacation. So that's where the money is spent, and the results are happening there too, which is great. So this shows you just some of those metrics there in those key cities. So again, the Google campaigns and the Performance Max were very, very strong performers this year, as you can see by the kind of the report there. 9 times higher on Google and 22% higher, or 22 times higher on the Performance Max metrics there. So again, click-throughs, just engaging people via those ads on the internet as they do their searches, and making sure that we're keeping people engaged and informed. I will tell you that even though it feels like we've had robust seasonal commercial service for a number of years, it's only been 7 seasons of strong network carrier presence at the island. So we're still very, very young in terms of commercial air service. And I'll tell you too, it's an interesting airport because you do have the smallest commercial airport in the United States. So we are, we're very much space constrained there, but there's actually one commercial airport that's smaller, but they don't have network carrier service. That's out in Friday Island, Washington. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but they do the little island hopping with small aircraft. So it qualifies as commercial, but they don't have network carrier service. But we are the smallest land-wise airport in the U.S. with commercial carrier service. So we do more with less, is what we like to say. Again, the impact here is it's big. The economic impact, when measured back in I think it was 2021, was over $400 million annually from the activities at the airport. Again, that's your direct, indirect, and your induced, that multiplier effect. So what that means on the ROI is that, on economic impact, it's kind of hard to measure that, but the cost of, if we apply the ATAX grant funds to the number of tourists who come in, you're spending between maybe $1.75 and $2 per tourist who's coming in. So it's a pretty good return on the investment when you look at what their spend is into the market, and the length of a flying traveler is, their length of stay is longer than a typical drive stay, and the spend is higher. Again, metrics there, just to show you those key markets that we spend the money in, and to show you that all those little green dots on the right is what you want to see with the upward percentages there. So we're excited to see that. It's happened year over year. And we're getting those click-throughs, we're getting those new faces. We continue to work with our air service development partners as well to look at other markets and make those connections as we see where people are reading the ads. Illinois has been very, very high over the last several years, so I think that we'll see some increases there. But that kind of opens up the western door a little bit for us as well. So that gives folks an easy, one stop from anywhere in the U.S. here, and a lot more direct flights during the summertime. Okay, again, like I said, we're going to do largely the same things with the digital, but we're going to add some more on the new initiatives there. You see the streaming, so we're going to do more streaming ads, both on TV, videos, a lot of the online videos. If the kids are sitting there streaming on their phones all day long, we want the adults who are streaming on their phones making those financial decisions for vacations. We're going to serve you up with those ads. And then also for those of you who listen to Spotify and things like that, we'll have ads on Spotify in some of those key markets. Not as much here as in those inbound markets, but that's where we will be spending some of the money this year to see how that does for us. And again, the key inbound markets outlined on the bottom should make sense to you. Key takeaways, like I said, we want to repatriate that revenue. We want to bring every visitor in here as quickly as we can so that the first opportunities to spend their vacation dollars are right here on our island, and keep that here. And like we say, every passenger who does not come here has the potential to spend that first night, that first meal, or to rent that car somewhere else, and those revenues stay somewhere else. Then when they go back and return that rental car, they're going to fill up the tank of gas in another state or another county, and you lose that as well. So we're trying to keep everything we can here, make sure everybody is served well. We really look forward to opening that new terminal to really boost that level of service as well. So I think you get to see that excitement happen this next season. And we couldn't do it without the ATAX funding. Like I said before, there are federal regulations that prohibit us from using airport revenue to do that. So we do rely very heavily on the ATAX funds to do that tourism marketing that's coupled with destination marketing. Federal, or not federal funds, but airport revenues can only be used to market the airport specifically or to assist airlines with some of their marketing if we're trying to attract airlines to either start service here or expand service here. So we're very constricted and constrained on how we can use airport revenue, and the feds are always watching us. So that's why we're here, to ask for your help. So we appreciate it. Again, thanks for your time in reviewing this, and I hope I can answer questions that you may have.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on how you're restricted as far as marketing from airport revenue? What kind of different marketing would you be doing with ATAX over the marketing that you can do with airport revenue?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's very complicated. There's a compliance manual. It's about that thick that we go by. But in a nutshell, what it means is we cannot use airport revenue to market the destination, period. So none of our revenue can go into that. We can use the ATAX money. So we do use some of our revenue to market for airline-specific or airport-specific purposes. But as soon as we couple that with the destination, when we do our cooperative advertising and things like that, we can't use the airport revenue. So that's where the ATAX money comes in. So anytime we work with the VCB or any of our other partners to tie that destination in with the airport, that's when we use the ATAX funds.
Gotcha.
Can you help me understand how you track tourists? In other words, do you look at the inbound flight first versus the departure second, so that we're getting people arriving here to stay versus residents leaving to go somewhere and come back? Do you segregate that data at all?
We don't do it that way. What we're some blessed and maybe cursed is to work with U.S. Department of Transportation on their statistics, and those lag a quarter. So we're just now getting second quarter statistics in from US DOT, but we can actually pull zip code information off of those, off of all ticket sales. So we get a ticket lift report through our air service development consultants, and they can drill down on what that percentage is. So we can look kind of month by month and see what the origination zip codes are for travelers.
And so with that, then you can correlate the efforts you put into advertising, marketing, and the increased tourism on Hilton Head Island to the increased traffic flow with the airport?
Correct.
Okay. Anyone else?
John, in expansion, what's the anticipated impact on pricing? I think probably everybody in this room has at one point decided on where they're going to fly from, either Hilton Head or Savannah, based on price. So if we were going to New York, for example, would we say, well, for an extra $50, or to save $50, I'll drive to Savannah? Or is it, what's the anticipated impact of the expanded?
I think that's a great question. I get that question a lot, so I'll do my best to answer that. The airport does not influence pricing, so we don't have any influence over the pricing that the airlines put on the tickets, other than the fact that we try to make the airport the best it can be for the airlines to operate in and to increase the kind of the attraction of the market to them. It's a business decision at the end of the day for them. They need to try to fill their seats, but they also need to have the highest dollar per available revenue mile for each airplane that operates here. So that's kind of their basic business formula. We certainly are hoping that the increased space of the terminal and the improved customer service is going to raise the enthusiasm to operate out of this airport for both the airlines and the consumers. But there's also something that's called the true cost of travel. And we're looking at maybe developing that and putting it on our website so folks can plug that in. And what that does is it pulls in all the different decisions you would make. So if you're on the island and you're searching for flights, it may allow you to compare HHH versus CHS versus SAV and say where you're going, and then it will calculate what your true cost of travel will be. That could be anticipated time sitting in traffic. It could be the cost of an Uber from one to another, rental car differentials, things like that. And then it will calculate what that actual cost is with some of the intangibles that you may experience. Because I tell people that, drives around here are remaining the same mileage-wise, but they're definitely becoming longer the more traffic we see. And you may have heard we have a bridge problem. So we're here to help. That's all I can say. We want people to fly in here, and that may help some traffic to the island as well.
When would you anticipate having that true cost service available?
We're working on that now, so I'm going to push my my marketing rep to have that up. I don't know, maybe in the next quarter or so. It's been something we've wanted. We've seen it in a few other airports, and one that they've got as a client as well. So I'd like to see that on ours.
Yeah, that would be a difference maker for a traveler like me. So
Good, excellent.
What's the capacity, off-season?
A couple of ways to measure capacity. We'll go with seat availability. It's probably the easiest way. During the season, and I don't have it off the top of my head, but we've got all three carriers operating daily. The busiest days are Saturday and Sunday, just because that's changeover days on the island. So those are the busiest days, but we're seeing on the weekends, probably 12 to 15 departures each day. And then during the week in the season, about 8 departures a day. So again, still a very, low amount of traffic at the airport, but a much increased amount of opportunity for travelers from, say, 10 years ago, when it was just the, 35 to 40 seat turboprops flying to Charlotte.
What about on the flights, the capacity? So are you filling up 90% at this point? Are the airlines doing 90%? Are they doing 80%, 50%?
No, it varies. It varies per airline and per destination. I would say that in general, they're probably in the mid-70s range, and we call that load factor. It's how many revenue passengers on an airplane. You do have some non-revenue passengers sometimes as well, airline employees and folks like that. So some routes do better than others, but we had ranges from probably a low of 59% to I think we had an 86 or 87%. We do have a little bit of limitations. Again, as I said, we're the smallest airport in the U.S., so that size, that runway length has a little bit of impact sometimes on whether they can fill all the seats they have in the airplane. So that's another thing we work on, is trying to improve the facility so that they can fill the airplanes they have now.
John, do you anticipate with the new terminal that these three current carriers will get some more competition that potentially may reduce prices?
I think that's a very
Tickets.
real possibility, the competition, because it will become a kind of a more appetizing place for the airlines to operate. I mean, it's a great market. We're 9 years running, it's the #1 island, and the airport cracked top 10 in the USA Today's best resort airports this year. So the marketing piece, I won't say it's easy. We're marketing a beautiful thing here. So it's a great situation to be in. And I think that as we improve the facilities, as we have more room to park aircraft out there, which we do with our new apron that's been out there for a few years now, but as we make that usable to the airlines, it becomes a more attractive business option for them.
Do you have a cap on the number of airlines that you could comfortably accommodate there? What, 3 now, right?
Yes, ma'am. I would say that will come from more of a practical space and operating basis and a scheduling basis. It's a little challenging now. Part of being a tourism destination means that we receive banks of aircraft from the hubs at given times. That's why on Saturdays you'll see chaos from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and then it's quiet. If we can get a little bit more spacing with arrivals and departures, then we have a lot more capacity, because the gates sit open for most of the day. So if we can work within it, we continue to try to work with the airlines on that, saying your opportunity is in the shoulder season. Your opportunity is to bring in new types of folks. We had a corporate rewards visit just about a month and a half ago with, I think it was Farmers Insurance. And they had a few aircraft come in with their folks, and it was great. But it was towards the tail end of tourist season, they were able to do that. There's a huge opportunity in the shoulder season to be able to take advantage of opportunities like that and help our resort partners as well with their available rooms.
Thank you, John.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Next, we have the Outside Foundation. Good morning.
I like that shot, though. That's good. It's our reefs.
Is that all you have to say, Gene?
So sorry. Please don't ask for my help with technology. That would be a nightmare. Good morning. My name is Jean Frew. I'm the Executive Director of the Outside Foundation. And of course, I'm pleased to be presenting to you all and thank you all for your service on this committee. I'm joined this morning by some members of my board. My board chair, Mr. Ron Mealy is here, Brian Keenard, and Michael Sorati.
Good morning. We had a break scheduled after this, so maybe let's take a 10-minute break now, if that's okay with people.
Sure.
So we can get this technology straightened out. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:30. Yes, sir.
You can have that.
And again, thank you all for having us here today and for your service. So we're the Outside Foundation, and we're pretty small. Our mission is to get kids outside and to preserve and protect our local environment. And I'm here today, this is what I'm going to be talking about, the preserve and protect part. And what are we preserving and protecting? Well, as you know, 9th year in a row, the Condé Nast magazine has listed Hilton Head Island as the #1 island in the nation, and so quite an honor. So we're working hard to deliver the experience that our visitors expect, what they're seeing in our chamber literature, which is filled with beautiful natural scenes of our beaches and our salt marshes and other natural areas. A vast majority of their marketing, a lot of the pictures that you see in these presentations highlight the absolute beauty that we should not take for granted. And so our work is directed solidly at preserving and protecting. Our areas of ask are actually 2. Michelle has reminded me to put everything into category 1. So there's 44,000 there, 28 in category 6, which is shoreline erosion and repair. We could actually add a third P to our protect and preserve, and that would be to prepare. We're working on a regular basis with the town of Hilton Head on resiliency, our shell recycling program and reef building. 34 Reef Inn is consistent with their strategic plan, and I'll talk about that. So our total funding request today is in our application, $72,000. One area in which we have spent a lot of time and consideration on is how do we get our message out? We're really small. We're a grassroots organization. We have 1 employee and some contractors. And we have found that social media for us is a particularly powerful way and a very good return on our investment. We also do print media in local magazines as well, and some other forms. So in order to get our word out in this category 1, it's actually 44,000. One of the bigger events we host each year is called Paddle Fest, sponsored by Alakai. And we have been able, through ATAX funding, to actually hire a live stream company called Fire Tower. They come down here and they live stream on YouTube this remarkable 4-day event hosted each September on our island. And what does that bring to us? That brings visibility to our island and awareness of this amazing top-level race. We hosted the national championship last year for stand-up paddleboarding. And so the ability to live stream this and to have this kind of scroll you see here on the screen, where you're seeing people from all over the United States responding and talking about their favorite paddlers and such. That's pretty cool. This is just day 1 on the left. If you take a look, we're already ticking up to 870 views for this, for the sprint races. So it is a 4-day event. Racers come in on Thursday. Friday, they're doing sprints. Friday night, we have a nice welcome for them, a pint night, and also handing out their race pack. Saturday are the big races, including our kids' race. Sunday, they head out to Sea Pines Resort for some technical races off on the beach. And then we also head over to Pinckney Island for a huge cleanup. So social media is where we have put a lot of our effort. And of course, not a whole lot of social media costs much, but the person, the professional who can put it out there for you and understand the best ways to advertise the programs and report your results is really important. Great example of that was a few years ago. The Pew Foundation found us. That's amazing. And they highlighted our program for shoreline restoration. And that ended up with getting some funding. Unfortunately, funding went to Bluffton to develop and expand our program into Bluffton and beyond. But nonetheless, it also put us on the radar to join this as the smallest organization in the South Atlantic Salt Marsh Initiative, which extends all the way from northern North Carolina down to the Gulf states. We're part of that coalition now. So it's pretty cool what social media can do for us. It also can highlight what's going on right now behind us in the Broad Creek. We're taking every seventh grader in the county of Beaufort, from St. Helena to over on the May River in Bluffton to here on Hilton Head today, Hilton Head Middle School. Right in the middle of 6 days of welcoming every single 7th grader to spend an entire school day exploring the salt marsh. How does that relate to ATAX? It relates again to protect and preserve. This is our next generation of environmental stewards. And although none of the funding goes to that, funding for social media and getting our word out is super important for us to receive more funding and support and awareness for our work in environmental stewardship. So where do we get kind of our results for social media? Well, kind of the statistics for social media year to year can be a little bit difficult, but we decided these were some of our best ways to measure. So when you look at views year to year and you combine our Facebook and our Instagram, you can see that when we just look at our increase of views year over year, we're looking at a 184% increase. When you look at reach year over year, we're looking at a 240% increase. And that's our combinedness of our Instagram posts along with Facebook. And then finally, our new followers year over year, we look at 2025, an 85% increase. And so social media has been a key area for us to get our message out. And the good thing about that is that we're getting our message out to not just our residents, but beyond that. Our reach is beyond that. So tourism-related events, again, we're kind of Xing that out, moving that into category 1 and just advertising and promotion. To summarize, 2024, we held 28 events. We had an attendance just under 8,000 at those. How do we track that? Well, we have a database as part of our CRM, basically our donor database, which is for our volunteers. So this Sunday, we'll be hosting an oyster bagging at the Coastal Discovery Museum. Volunteers who are interested are provided with a link. They click on the link and they register for the event. That registration gives us name, address, zip code. And so that gives us a way to track and count for all of the events in which our volunteers are basically coming to us. For a race, it would be the actual race registration gathering that. So 49% residents, 29% visitors, and 24% tourists, and we pulled that directly off of that Bloomerang database for our volunteers. However, we feel, and I can't emphasize enough, that our overall impact is in protecting our salt marshes and other natural spaces that are critical to our thriving tourism. It's the basis of why people come here. If you look at the chamber surveys, some of the top reasons why people consistently say they choose Hilton Head Island for their families, for their vacations, for their timeshare, is natural beauty and the opportunity to be able to get outside and to enjoy nature. This was this past September, Alakai Low Country Paddle Fest. Alakai only puts their name on 2 races. This is one of them. That's a pretty big company. And it's combined with the Pinckney Island Wildlife Cleanup event. Our racers were 170 in count, and this is where they came from. 78% came from more than 50 miles. And remember, this is a 4-day event. Canada, Switzerland, Florida, California, Illinois, those are just some of the locations. On the following day, that's one side of Skull Creek, which is quite beautiful. On the other side of Skull Creek, on the very next day, while some of the racers are headed out to Sea Pines, we gathered this year 150 volunteers. And those volunteers helped us to sweep Pinckney Island Wildlife Refuge. Pinckney Island has 500,000 visitors a year, and yet they have no way in which to organize a litter sweep. There's nobody really in charge of that. U.S. Fish and Wildlife oversees it, but there's no really anybody in charge of it. What's really cool is that through our social media and our previous litter sweeps and our ability to get that kind of results out there, we attracted a group from Savannah, Good Clean Fun, and they're pretty big, and they're doing some impactful work in Savannah. We got a bunch of students to participate. U.S. Fish and Wildlife, of course, was there, and volunteers were able to walk, jog, or ride bikes to go get. It's a pretty big area, so to ride bikes. We cleaned also on the Hague side as well. So we had about 150 volunteers, 3% were traveled from far away. Those were some of the people that came over from the race. And then 22% were from really kind of not too far away. 75% were from. A whole lot of trash was picked up, 566 pounds. So as part of our programming for environmental protection and preservation, our beach park and waterway cleanups provide a great way for basically the whole family whether you be residents, visitors, tourists. It's outdoors, it's community-based. People come to this island looking for these opportunities to give back. The results are immediately tangible. We work with South Carolina Aquarium. We record everything we pick up. So we do litter data. And the impact is really, really quite real. And again, we have registration so we can track who's coming to these events. 4 years ago, we came up with the idea, really 5 years ago, we came up with the idea that, we could celebrate Earth Day here in a much bigger way. And so our Earth Day, HHI, is a community call to action. And so each year, as the new year approaches, we begin this sort of every day is Earth Day. And we begin to mobilize our oceanfront hotels and other properties, our groups, service groups on the island and more, to commit to register for, and to participate in a island-wide litter sweep, targeting the beach, the waterways, our boat landings, and other natural spaces. So it's been a pretty cool and pretty successful event. The town has hopped in with us. Last year, we had a 2-hour sweep on Earth Day. The town joined us with some other groups. We had people just walking by that we handed bags to. At the end of the day, we had collected 235 straws in 2 hours. That's pretty depressing, but it's also pretty impactful to look at that. We've got a problem with straws. Since 2014, we've organized 131 litter sweeps with over 15 tons of litter removed from our environment, all done with volunteer power. We are grassroots. Everything we accomplish is through getting our message out, mobilizing our community, getting tourists who are here for perhaps a stay and want to bring the kids out for a give back. From our local environment. In 2025, these are actually old data because we're doing so many of these. We've already had, actually, I think 16 cleanups, over probably pushing 1,000 volunteers at this point, and well over 3,000 pounds of trash. Every summer, we host a water festival. And that water festival was created to celebrate the deep respect our locals and visitors alike have for our natural beauty here on Hilton Head, and our common desire for sustainability of our pristine waterways and beaches. We host that at Shelter Cove Community Park. We always have some sort of a cleanup, whether it be kayak-based or walking. Chamber was over there and gave us some good publicity for that. We partnered with Island Rec, and the nice part about that was that we got that overlapping crowd. We had earlier visitors for them to enjoy before they kicked in. Their events for the evening, including fireworks. And then for us, it was actually getting a little bit more of an extended, more than a 2-3 hour event. We actually got an extra hour. And so we invited 20 local and regionally kind of environmentally focused nonprofits. 500 attendees is a good guess. We launched the Quench Buggy, a 300-gallon portable hydration station. And then offered people refillable containers so that they can begin to understand that, plastic bottles, single-use plastic bottles are not the answer. At this year's festival, we actually sent some volunteers out to collect some trash. It's always hard to do that when it's about 95 degrees. And here's the Quench Buggy. So we were happy to kind of launch that. Sea Turtle Patrol helped us by kind of manning it, towing it, moving it, doing things like that. And as a nonprofit, we are well into our second year of no single-use plastics at any of our programs or events. Our final category of ask here is waterfront erosion control and repair. And that's $28,000. It's part of our oyster shell, community-based oyster shell recycling and bed restoration project. We wrote a Patagonia grant 8 years ago. This program is 7 years in its basically 7 years that we've been doing it. We have collected 200 tons of oyster shells over that period of time. That's 200 tons of shell not going to the landfill, but reused, captured, stored, thanks to the Coastal Discovery Museum in a quarantine area, and bagged by local volunteers, some visitors, and then also these reefs are built. We have built 34 reefs to date, all in and around Hilton Head Island. Here's an example of what those reefs look like on the left. That's about 300 bags. On the right, you can see our most recent kind of group of volunteers who gathered this summer to build what was, I think, our 5th or our 6th reef build along the beautiful Harbor Town golf course, the 18th fairway of that spectacular course. 500 bags this summer along that shoreline. Each one of those bags is going to recruit 450 live oysters. And as those live oysters grow, they get to about 3 inches. Each one of them can filter 2.5 gallons of water an hour. So when you start to extrapolate and do the math, that's pretty impressive. We also planted 1,500 more Spartina plants. Every time we have an oyster roast, a shell bagging, next month we'll be at the Hilton Head Island oyster roast. Page Island, we have an oyster roast. Every one of those oyster roasts for us is an opportunity to educate and engage our locals, visitors, tourists in understanding the importance of recycling shell as part of our overall sustainability of our salt marshes. Here are the shells that we collected at the Monty Jet Memorial. His family gathered, Monty loved these things. He was a beloved member of our community. Family bagged those. We built a reef in his honor. So it's a really wonderful way to celebrate community and to also educate. The basis of this program is not just environmental protection, it's also helping people within our community to understand that this is not trash. It's a valuable natural resource. And when they begin to understand that, they can value this process. And then you get a solid protection. We go to the Hilton Head Island Oyster Festival now, and we really don't have to scold people. They kind of get it. They're throwing their shells in the center and they're putting their trash on the ends. For every oyster that we eat or enjoy at that festival, if we recycle those 2 shells, we're going to get 20 oysters in return. Not for harvesting, primarily for ecological reasons. And boy, they are powerful filterers. The economic value of the salt marsh is incredible. It's a wonderful resource, and it's something that will protect us as we experience more of these king tides that we're having. If you just look at all of the things that were happening in the Broad Creek, the Calabogie Sound, outside Hilton Head reported that, and these are older numbers, so they're probably close to over 30,000 people have kayaked, gotten on fishing trips, dolphin tours, going up and down the Broad Creek. Sea Pines reported 37,000 rounds of golf that ended up coming down that 18th fairway of the really iconic Harbor Town Golf Course. And Charlie from Chamber reported to me that there were 5.36 million viewers on CBS watching that 18th fairway during that tournament, the Heritage Classic. That's impressive. And all of those experiences are framed by a healthy, sustainable salt marsh. Can you imagine losing the health of those salt marshes and what it would do to impact those particular areas? Each one of our oyster reefs helps to not only protect our shoreline, but it helps to build our shoreline. It helps to add to our shoreline. It helps Spartina grass to grow. For every acre of salt marsh that you preserve or grow, you will get 1.5 million gallons of floodwater absorbed. So for every acre of salt marsh, you get 1.5 million acres of floodwater absorbed. That's remarkable. There's 1,400 acres of salt marsh behind us in the Broad Creek. Last year, the state spent over $100,000 buying shell from Alabama, Florida, and North Carolina because we have a critical shortage. But we don't have that critical shortage on this island because of the investment that we have made in supporting this program and the ATAX dollars that have supported this program to allow pickups from all 15 restaurants here on this island and the oyster festivals, the seafood festival, and so on. Last year, we captured 41 tons of shell, built 7 new reefs, engaged 380 volunteers, and planted 3,000 new Spartina plants, and we did that for less than $50,000. We're running a very efficient sustainability. Here's an example of what they look like. So here's a reef. Here's the sediment grasses we've planted on the left here. You see the leading edge is actually a breakwater. The trail edge is collecting sediment as the tide goes out. Here's some of our volunteers. They've just put some grass in the ground. On the top right, that's an amazing view, right? That's what the drone is running up and down during the Harbor Town, or during the Heritage Golf Classic. In the distance, you can see the lighthouse and know that the quarterdeck restaurant is there. You can go to the quarterdeck, order a plate of amazing oysters. Your busser will take those shells and put them into a paint bucket, 5-gallon bucket in the kitchen. When that bucket's filled, it goes out back into a roll cart, 35-gallon roll carts, 133 pounds worth of shell. They'll fill several of those roll carts. Once a week, I2 Recycle, a local recycle company, comes around and does a loop all around Hilton Head, picking up shell. Sometimes just from special restaurant events. When he's done, he drives through Arbor Nature and tips the truck. So we know exactly how much shell we collect. It's pretty cool. Then the truck goes to Coastal Discovery Museum where he dumps it back. Our volunteers are then solicited in the fall, winter, and spring, and we fill mesh bags with shell. And then during the summer months, under the guidance of the SCDNR, we build reef. That's called a circular economy. That's a circular solution. And that has put us on the map for circular solutions. We're the first nonprofit in the nation to be brought into circular solutions with Coca-Cola, Heritage Classic Foundation. And so that's pretty cool. And so we hope to maintain and to grow this program and to continue to protect our shoreline. The work we do is solidly delivering within Hilton Head Islands, the Town of Hilton Head Islands strategic plan. If you look at number 2, investing in stormwater management. If we're helping to grow and protect that salt marsh, we're talking about 1.5 million gallons of floodwater being absorbed. If you go down to 6, reinforce island resilience. We're doing the work with volunteers to protect our shoreline along our salt marshes. And of course, number 9, protecting and enhancing environmental sustainability. So thank you very much for listening. And I'm absolutely happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Questions?
I just wanted to say that a year that we're doing beach renourishment as it is and seeing how expensive that is, and also realizing that in the future, funding for beach renourishment is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
What you do is a valuable service to this island, and it really kind of is one of those things that is probably going to need to be expanded in the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you, yeah.
Gene, do you get any resources from SCDNR or other agencies that clearly are in this same endeavor, but you're doing a lot more bang for the buck?
As I stand here as we speak, we're fighting the good fight. We have a new director of the SCDNR, and we're trying to get him down here to see this. Their funding obviously is state funding.
Right.
We did get some state funding, but that is all gone. Their funding no what they call pet projects anymore. I don't really consider this a pet project, but again, that is the wish of the governor, that evidently they had some difficulty in controlling a lot of the local money, but yeah, Representative Bradley did get us some money, and that was a remarkable growth of our program. But no, not really, no. We're working with Nature Conservancy. We're working with, again, still the Pew out of Charleston, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We're working through a lot of channels, but everybody's feeling a little bit of tightening. But yet, so the need for protection of our coast has never been greater.
As you hosted the National Paddleboard Championships, did the local businesses that rent these out as a business, did they see any increase, do you know, in their volumes?
That's a great question. Obviously they stay here, so there was obviously, some hotels, some bookings there for sure. They have to eat for sure. It's not a huge number, so it'd be kind of hard for me to track. One of the things that we did a couple years ago that we haven't done that I really need to revisit is a follow-up questionnaire. So we have the ability, since they're locked into the registration, to actually follow up, because they all walk away and they say, we serve them an authentic low country boil. We really do a great event. Dr. John Batson is the race administrator. They walk away saying, this is our favorite event. We can't wait to come back, so on and so forth. But we don't do a follow-up, and that would be a great question on a follow-up. Where did you stay? How did you find your accommodations? How did you travel here? Where did you land? Things like that. So that's on my radar.
I think that sort of information would be helpful to this committee, because what you do is critical to this island for sure. But as we try to look at organizations that help generate ATAX dollars so there are more fundings for next year, that's one of the measures we take a look at. So to the extent that you could take a look at the growth that you bring through a national event, that would be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, yeah, that's just something I should be doing.
Also, you might be able to look into, like, as far as budget spends that, you could qualify probably for more, well, you can qualify for more, category 6 spending.
Yeah.
And so if you could probably move money around and put more money towards that.
Yeah,
As
I
well.
certainly think I'll be working. with
Or 9,
Michelle
right?
and others, yeah.
Or number 9. What is it, how is that worded? Number 9,
About the, beach erosion.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, protect and enhance environmental sustainability is what I'm referring to. I resist the urge to applaud when you present to you and your board, because I think every organization, including the Arts Center and the airport, and all of us benefit from your work. And I think we all have a better stage to produce and present our respective organizations because of your work and the work of your volunteer group. So thank you for your example to us all.
We're small, but we're mighty.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, ATAX committee members. Thank you for your contribution of time and talent, for being part of this committee and listening to all these great organizations present why ATAX funding is important to them. I'm Russ Whiteford, and for the past 15 years, I've served on the Boys and Girls Clubs boards. I've served as the board chair for our entire Low Country organization, which has 10 Boys and Girls Clubs. I've also served as Petal HHI co-chair or chair for the last 9 years. Our Petal committee is comprised of 8 people, including co-chair Andrea Arbor, and each of these people have a love for our island and a passion for helping those kids who really need us the most. On Sunday, May 3rd, 2026, over 100 Hilton Head Island residents will volunteer and assist in making sure that Petal is a fun and safe event. Petal is not just a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club. Petal draws tourists and visitors to our wonderful island. For the past 5 years, you have awarded Petal ATAX grants. We thank you very much. We have been able to leverage the grants along with sponsorships, donations, and participant fees to have a positive economic impact on our island. So why is Petal important? It's a destination event. You can see here that almost 60% of our patrons are considered tourists, 25% visitors, and 15% Hilton Head residents. Petal Hilton Head Island is a key component for our island retaining its gold status and being considered as a platinum community by the League of American Bicyclists. Petal kicks off National Bike Month, which is May, and partners with the community to create a positive economic impact on our community. Petal attracts all levels of cycling abilities. We offer a 2, 10, 20, 30, 40, 62-mile route on our public pathways, roadways, and even in our gated communities. Petal Hilton Head Island is a collaboration of local businesses, hospitality partners, gated communities, law enforcement, Town of Hilton Head, and other local nonprofits working together on the event showcasing Hilton Head Island. Petal Hilton Head Island is the second largest fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club. Most important, Petal Hilton Head Island showcases the island and provides participants with an opportunity to experience our beautiful gated communities. In its 19th year, Petal is a premier destination cycling event and one of the largest cycling events in the Southeast. 2026, our goal is to attract 750 registered cyclists, produce a net profit of $160,000 to fund Boys and Girls Club programs which focus on academic success, healthy lifestyles, good character, and being good, productive citizens. In the last 9 years, Petal Hilton Head Island has produced a net income of over $846,000 to support local youth. A little bit about the Boys and Girls Club. Our mission is to enable all young people, especially those that need us the most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. Our Hilton Head Club currently serves 350 children, and our 10 clubs in the Low Country serve 1,400 kids. Ask a kid why they come to the club, they'll tell you it's fun and it's safe. 64% of our club kids are from families living below the poverty level, and 50% of them live in single-parent homes. Many of our club kids' parents work right here on our island in the hospitality and service businesses. Studies show that communities thrive where there are Boys and Girls Clubs. So some information regarding our ride. In 2025, 64% of our participants were male, 36% female, and you can see 83% were 50 years or older. You can see the top states where participants traveled from and the top cities. This is helpful information as it relates to our target marketing. The 2025 results, this past May, we had a total of 1,284 patrons. That equates to 55%, that's in 2024, I should say. That's 55% were tourists. If you go over to the other side of the slide, you will see that this past year in 2025, 707 were tourists, or 60%. The visitors stayed pretty much the same and the residents dropped off. There was a slight decrease in the total number of patrons that attended. The survey results, the post-event survey that our participants fill out, 89% of the respondents rated us a 4 out of 5 or a 5 out of 5 on the experience that they had. And most of them stayed here over the weekend. The cycling industry has flipped around a little bit. A number of cycling events in the Southeast saw decreases year over the years. And you can just see the numbers up there. These are all events located in the Southeast. Cycling was at a peak coming out of the pandemic. People purchasing bicycles and participating in events leveled off. We did not experience that decrease here on Hilton Head Island. We offer more than just a cycling event. We offer an island experience for the weekend. What are our goals? In addition to netting $160,000 for the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Low Country, our goals are to increase tourist participation with a greater focus on out-of-region markets by marketing to cycling clubs. We are targeting cycling clubs with large memberships. And here is a list of 12 clubs. The total members in those 12 clubs exceeds 5,000 members. So these are the kind of things we will do as far as direct target marketing. 95% of the ATAX grant that we are requesting will be used for outer region marketing efforts. In addition, we have continued partnerships with Moo Cycling Company in Clearwater, Living Up Promotions in Jacksonville, and Becca Mandel Marketing in Memphis. All of these are marketing partners that will allow us to reach into their areas and solicit participation in our event. Marketing reach. Our marketing efforts for Petal Hilton Head reach far and wide, and we showcase the beauty of our island to hundreds of thousands of people. In 2025, social media reached over 120,000 people through targeted advertising. And through our marketing to cycling clubs across the Southeast, Hilton Head Island is highlighted as a destination where these cyclists and their families can enjoy the natural beauty of our island. This is impressive. 2025, here's our community partners, our pedal partners, I should say. Our community partners, and just to mention a few, the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office, South Carolina Highway Patrol, Town of Hilton Head, business partners, Surge Group, Collins Realty, Bike Doctor, and then our neighbor partners. These are gated communities that on event day allow us entrance into their community. This says to us that the island enjoys having this event. And also it gives our participants and locals an opportunity to be behind gated communities where 70% of our real estate is and experience it when they normally cannot get into these gated communities. And many of these people that travel here are coming back as vacationers, and then they buy a wonderful home on Hilton Head. Our lead sponsors include Nick's Construction, May River Dermatology, Riley's, and others. This picture on the right, you see the United States Air Force Southeast Cycling Team. For the past 4 years, a group of cyclists from the United States Air Force have come to Hilton Head to participate in our event. In the center, those wonderful ladies smiling, Black Girls Do Bike. This was founded in 2013 and encourages women of color to embrace cycling for fun, fitness, and transportation. And there are 100 chapters. And these ladies, this was their 3rd year here. They're from the Atlanta chapter. In closing, I would like to comment on why Petal is asking for an increase in ATAX funding. Last year, you awarded us $40,000, and in 2026, we are requesting $45,000. 60 days prior to our May 4th, 2025 event, the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office informed us they were requiring $18,000 be put in escrow to cover anticipated continued safety support for our event. The good news is the actual amount of the safety services totaled just under $4,000. For 17 years, the Sheriff's Office partnered with Petal and did not charge us. That has changed. Please keep in mind our 2026 $45,000 grant request. $40,000 will be used for marketing towards attracting tourists and visitors. This is the same amount as last year. The additional $5,000 is to cover the new fees being charged by the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office and event-related charges. Any decrease in our request in our request would lead to a reduction of our marketing plans. On behalf of our kids, our staff, and our volunteers at the Boys and Girls Club, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? I think that it's important for us to recognize what you raised earlier, that the funds that flow to the Boys and Girls Club help provide the children of the service people on this island. So while there may be less of a direct correlation to the tourism, without these people, the tourists may not come here because there'll be nobody to serve them and do that work. So thank you for that.
And that's our team from the Boys and Girls Club. So I thank them for all they do.
Is this the largest fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club on the island?
I'm sorry?
Is this the largest fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club on the island? Is it the largest fundraising event for the Boys and Girls Club? No?
There's a gentleman on the island that has been involved with the Boys and Girls Club even longer than I. And we have an annual formal event that raises a substantial amount of money, and Stan Smith and his wife Margie do a wonderful job at that. So we've always taken second seat to that gala event.
Thank you.
Thank you, by the way. I'm an avid biker, so I support what you do. You have 3 county council people that live on Hilton Head Island that represent us. Have you contacted them about this move by Beaufort County Sheriff's Office?
2 of them, yes.
Okay, good, good.
I've talked to them directly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seal?
Good?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning.
Wrong person.
Nope, you're up.
There. Great. All right. Good morning, you guys. Wow. A lot to listen to. So many important projects that continue to make this island just the whole reason I moved here just 9 years ago. So thank you for all this consideration and time. My name is Bonnie Brill. I am currently the chair of the Rotary of Hilton Head Island Low Country Environmental Club. And I'm the chair for 25-26. And as you may or may not know, we are a companion group of the large Rotary Club on the island that meets Thursdays at noon. We have a specific focus. Rotary International has 7 focuses in their mission statements. And one of those focuses is the environment. So about 3 years ago, we started a club, as you well know, with the efforts from Amber Kuhn being our founding director and chair. And we have really become a pretty small but passionate and powerful group. We represent a group of nonprofit organizations that come together collaboratively so that we have a better impact and better opportunities for us to join with specific mission statements that make sense, that we can all be consistent with. We also have so many local residents that are concerned about protecting this island that you have made so important with your ecological commitments, and corporations. So together, all of these people, we can collaborate and make some big things happen. And I'd be crazy not to bring up the most important thing that you all had made happen this last year. We appreciate the fact that your huge donation from ATAX dollars last year allowed us to jumpstart the funding for the Quench Buggy on the island. We raised over $72,100 is what it cost to purchase this vehicle or quench buggy or mobile water station. And without your commitment, we couldn't have done that. So here we are, being a lead example in not only our community, but the surrounding state area, where we're already standing out as an ecological statement and commitment, showing that it is so important to reduce the use of single-use plastics. These are the latest shots of it, if you haven't seen it. And Philip Forward from the Chamber of Commerce of Hilton Head Bluffton will be a part of our metrics measuring. PSD is certifying our water and providing us scientific information. And as Jean has already mentioned, one of the biggest events that, after we just received this in July, was the Paddle Fest. And people from all over the state, of course, Georgia, and local southeast, but as far as you saw, into the west, attending. These athletes were thrilled, as you can see, to have this available to them for hydration. Even, of course, our local celebrities. Oh, and another celebrity. Wrong mayor, sorry. But the mayor was happy too, Bluffton. We just have to keep in mind that we need to continue, as the young people come onto our island, for them to feel good about the fact of where is the recycling, how can I refill this? I know better, because the kids know better than we know not to be using these single-use plastics. We will continue to be at events as this fall fills up with our calendar, and we can be, our commitment to all these athletes to stay hydrated is huge. One of the things that we noticed this year, recently on the beach for Memory Matters, is that providing the quench buggy right there eliminated this. We had, in this case, paper cups versus, in this case, plastic water bottles. We're asking about funding for $5,000 to support aluminum cups that can be branded with the town of Hilton Head, our local companies and support, versus having things fall into trash, with recycling being much more difficult to handle. This, not this, which is Burke's Beach. You could probably imagine these great water bottles with the Hilton Head footprint on it. Tourists taking home, reminding them of the beautiful time that they had here on the island, and why they come back every year, because we maintain our island and we are proud. At all these events, we have partnered with the other people that have asked us to be a part of, sponsors of events. We bring the quench buggy to them, and it's free. Sometimes we'll be asking for a nominal donation to help cover some of the costs. But with that, they share with us the metrics of the people that are attending, the zip codes. We'll also be taking care of that ourselves, as well as the Fill It Forward metrics, which is what you're seeing here on the bottle. When you scan the bottle, it will show the support to the reduction of single-use plastics. This is what we don't want. And we're all very much aware of what's been going on everywhere, because in the news here, we are concerned about our water, and all over America, we are realizing more and more the concerns of microplastics are ever present in everything that we drink. The drink, eat, microwave, so much. But we could start with providing potable water that has been provided by this quench buggy that holds 300 gallons of water that is cooled and filtered mostly by solar panels that you, as a town, supported. The events coming up are going to be great opportunities for us to continue to keep our waterways clean from trash and being really on the forefront of an ecotourism island as we are presenting ourselves. We want to help end this plastic soup. I took this photo in Supines. I was zooming in on the beloved spoonies that gets wild all over the internet. And lo and behold, what is sitting in the canal? A plastic water bottle. So once again, our ask, we're looking at $5,000 to continue supporting the initial huge amount of money that you donated and or awarded to us last year, supporting the quench buggy. And let's use that to continue to promote who Hilton Head is. These funds will be used 100% for marketing Hilton Head, our island, and our eco statement of keeping it clean and reducing the single-use plastics while bringing hydration, which is so important. Don't miss this next week. If you're wondering if it's going to, if you could see this in action, the 50th anniversary, if you've all seen of the regatta coming up, we will be there supporting those athletes right on the beach. And we will be at Pedals. But in between, many events in between, we actually need help in, what shall I say, committing, like we don't have enough volunteers right now to handle all the requests that we have. So I think what we've started here, and by the help and your commitment to this, is just amazing. Even Beaufort County has reached out and wanted to tour the quench buggy to see what it's like, because they're like, wow, we should probably do this. This is a good idea. So we just want to thank you again for your previous commitment and hope that this $5,000 grant could just continue to share the good message that we have on the island. I thank you.
Thank you.
Whoops. Yeah.
Have you had any success with finding advertisers for the vehicle itself or any of the other? I mean, it seems like might be other ATAX recipients that would be interested in marketing with this project as well.
Yes, I think the biggest thing that's happened now that we've got this going is what you're seeing on the sides of the buggy right now are our three major donors. And on the sides, we have sponsors for, which isn't in this photograph, but here, where like Outside Foundation, South Atlantic Bank, Mitchellville, as they make donations of $2,000 or more will go on the quench buggy. And then, sorry, Martin, you're asking other people to totally partner. Like at Mitchellville, what's happening is for the spring events coming up, they'll produce a commemorative cup So by us having some of those along the way, even at last minute at the Seafood Festival for Bluffton, they just miraculously got a couple thousand aluminum cups, which are so much easier to recycle and have a longer recycling life, just so you know. I mean, we talk about plastic water bottles being recycled, but there are lots of costs and toxins involved with that. But aluminum and stainless have an endless recycling circle. And so anyway, they said, yeah, what are we doing at our beer stations? We should just be refilling cups instead of all this stuff being thrown away. So the Quench Buggy has woken up a lot of community groups. Pedals, we talked about, they said all bikers use a recyclable, a reusable water bottle. So we're through this, we're really doing, there's a lot of education that I think that's what we as an island, we're leading in, is that we're showing an example and we're educating and reminding people that you can make a difference, just one bottle at a time.
Thank you. I mean, any way we can get rid of single use is a great idea, so.
Shoot, yeah. And we're all reading about what it's doing. The more we learn, we just have to. As I just came back from France, it was a total different thing there. So thank you so much. And again, thank you. I have a little present for you. Bribery. So if you don't use this, I'm sure you can find someone.
Oh.
Now, these are just, this you can imagine having the Hilton head footprint on it. Bring it home. These are some pretty.
Thank you very much.
Bottles. These are just a single walled aluminum, so they were about $11 a piece for just a small amount to buy. But hopefully.
Should give these to town council.
I already gave them bottles, and they're not bringing them to me.
Okay.
And if we don't want to see this next time.
Yeah, we know, we're hiding those,
I've been
hiding those.
fighting a bit of a cough, so I've been trying to keep this down because
Yeah,
everybody.
Yeah, Mark, yeah,
There's no question that the work you do matches so very well with the environmental sustainability of Hilton Island. We certainly appreciate that. Thank you.
I have a question as well. This just seems like a very small ask. I mean, $5,000 is not going to cover a lot of these.
No.
So, I mean, I would imagine that there are a lot of businesses on the island that are going to want to participate in this. So you have a plan for that, correct? Are you working on that?
It's a good question. I guess, to be honest, you guys made such a huge commitment to the Quench Buggy last year. I felt like, well, we'll continue to move forward and try to get more people participating in really supporting this, and more corporations. But $5,000, no. We just bought 1,800 aluminum cups and these 150 bottles, and that was $6,000. And so we've actually don't even have the money for it all right now. So we hope that we will start to encourage, like the Mitchellville or the different events, to really create their own bottle. But
Maybe you could even increase the cost of the buggy a little bit to incorporate some of this.
yes, right? Yeah, we could. And if you're not a sponsor, we could say, all right, $500 or $200 will bring the water buggy there. I mean, we really only have Amber Kuhn and Thomas Layer right now from the Marriott running this buggy around town. Huge, as if she has any more time. So, I mean, but we're committed because I think this, we all know this is great. We're going out to a race in a couple of weeks in Rose Hill.
Thank you.
Do you ask for donations or do you make it available to people who are taking advantage of the buggy?
Yeah, and we're gonna be a little bit more, we've learned a lot. When we did Memory Matters, for instance, I talked to Stacy Floyd and I said, all your vendors here, I'll have plastic bottles and you asked us to be here. And she said, aha. I said, we'll be here next year if we're right on the beach. We can't have more plastic bottles. And she was like, absolutely. I don't know why we didn't think about it. And it's not putting down someone. It's really just like, oh yeah, how stupid.
Well, I think that's part of the challenge is that you have people who bring drinks, including bottled water, to sell it to make money.
Right.
Competing with the Quench Buggy, which is trying to improve.
Well, and that was the
environment.
case with the Bluffton Seafood Festival, by the way. At first, when we started talking, they were like, oh, but we make money with these plastic water bottles. And then it's like, oh, but we could make a little less money and protect our environment. Because I said, you're having a cleanup on the May River, and then you're wanting to make money from plastic water bottles. Let's think about this, right? So.
Obviously, I think when you have athletes at an event, they may not be carrying a whole lot of cash with them, but maybe their family members are, so that you could get people who might have spent $2 or $3 on a bottle of water,
Right.
some of them at least, to contribute toward this.
Absolutely. And we'll have QR codes and things for funding and the town of Hilton Head, which I forgot, the Chamber of Commerce for Hilton Head Bluffton. They're supporting the Fill It Forward, but they also will be supporting the Quench Buggy on their chamber page, which will then allow people to sign up, or corporate companies or nonprofits to sign up to have it at their events. So it's great.
Great, thank you.
Great support. Thank you.
I'm making a commitment to never use a single-use thing on the DS again, so.
Amber?
So proud of that, what we're doing with that. It just is elevating that ecotourism draw. What are we doing? And not very many municipalities have this, Greenville and Charlotte. So Hilton Head is the second in the state to get the Quench Buggy. All right, so Sea Turtle Patrol, my name is Amber. I am the director, and thank you for considering us again this year. If you were on this committee about 5 years ago, you saw me ask in a very wrong way for a very little amount of money, and we've come so far since then. And this co-op that we've started is a huge collaboration with all of the environmental nonprofits that are moving and shaking on the island and making things happen. So I'm really proud of that. As you know, we monitor sea turtles. We have the permit from the state to monitor 20 miles of Hilton Head Beach, and we do that every year since the 80s. And this nonprofit began officially in 2018, which allows me to be here to ask you for funding, which is mostly marketing. So before that, there wasn't a whole lot of marketing going on with the sea turtles. Now it is everywhere, and our website focuses on it, and we focus on just sea turtles. As you can see, we keep a lot of data, and we are very focused on obviously conserving sea turtles and endangered species that nest on Hilton Head Island. People who come here know that they're in the nesting season or not. It's 6 months out of the year. So my event that I ask you for is actually 6 months out of the year and is becoming more and more 12 months out of the year. So May through October is sea turtle nesting season. Our nest numbers are fluctuating with the interval that sea turtles nest. I have a master's degree in this subject, which hasn't afforded me to be a very rich person, but I love it, and I really geek out on these numbers But what's even more impressive is that we can tell you since 2010 how many turtles we actually have. And that information I've been given permission to start to give to the public in a way that they can learn how many turtles have been to the beach, how many nests have they laid, what years did they visit Hilton Head, what other beaches in Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina that they have. So we're working on starting that, where we will be giving information about visitors to Hilton Head that aren't tourists and ways to get informed about sea turtles. Okay, so I know this has a lot on it. We have done so much this year that 10 minutes is not gonna be enough for me. And so I'm gonna just try to keep track of that. Y'all have to tell me. We started so many initiatives. Sea Turtle Friendly Certified Resort launched fully in 2025. The Southeast Regional Sea Turtle Network Conference came to Hilton Head in 2025 because of that designation. Over 400 participants with their spouses, so we had several hundred people on the island just for this 4-day conference at the Westin. The beachfront resorts have been very interested in figuring out ways to market ecotourism, and the Chamber, of course, has used us several times. As you can see, it was on the front of the vacation planner in 24. But I respond to all of their requests when it comes to speaking privately with influencers. We've had several of those. With that certified program, we've also had CSRs, so when corporate social responsibility programs are requested, we do turtle talk with them on the beach, we take them pick up trash, we talk about the nest nearby, if it's due to hatch, and all the information that we gather throughout the season. We have sculptures throughout, you've seen those. We collaborate with all of the festivals that we can, so Concours is coming up soon. It's hard to measure how many people we interact with because we do the whole beach every day in 6 months. I mean, there are millions, literally, of people that we interact with in the high season. So all of our partners, I mean, we've interacted with the public schools, which is not a tourist thing, but the curriculum that we've developed with the South Carolina district is something that Hilton Head can boast on and share to other districts. We will use those curriculums probably in a future facility that we can use for tourists that want to come by, just like the Sandbox does, and learn more about, with their kids, learn more about what we have to offer here on Hilton Head. And that is a very soon-to-be reality. Hilton Head Running Company, Palmetto, all the running companies support us. They do support a lot of things. The articles that are right for the local life in CH2, I know the tourists see that. And Sea Turtle Patrol is not just turtles, actually. All the marine life that needs assistance on the beach, I'm the first one they call. So whales, which was a national phenomenon, the sperm whale. I wrote articles on that. The hopeling that showed up right after that. There's so much that happened this year. I just can't even tell you. It was like everything came to fruition in 2025. This year was the launch. Next year when I'm standing here, it is going to be a completely different story. I will be having numbers that will blow you away. But we will continue to collaborate with the Park Plaza Cinemas. How many people go to the movies and see our videos before their movie? Outside Foundation, Audubon, all of the co-op that I've put together for this Rotary Club of Hilton Head Low Country Environmental Club, we have been intermingling to a point where we're sharing volunteers now, and it's become very interesting how it all just happened all of a sudden. Our league is a big supporter when we have our event with them every year. So we offer to the public free everything. We don't charge for our turtle talks. We have thousands and thousands of people where we collect their zip codes. All that information is provided. People are amazed with sea turtles, as, you know, why wouldn't you be? But offering these public activities for free gives a tourist draw. What can we do on Hilton Head? Oh, look, Hilton Head actually has ways that we can interact with the people who are on the beach every day, and they can tell us the details that we want to know about sea turtles. And when we're out there doing our thing, of course, it attracts a crowd. This happened, and none of those people knew it was going to happen. Nobody planned for it to happen. And it's just a slide I'd like to show you, because one turtle, I'm not that popular, but that is super popular, which makes it really easy for me to market it. And to get people to come here, I just have to find a way to share this turtle with people who are coming here, maybe even want to come to see sea turtles, and find a way to offer public inventories, where if you don't know what that is, that's when we go into the nest at 3 days after it's hatched, and usually there are hatchlings in there, and a lot of other beaches do that in a controlled environment that looks similar to this. We will have a triage for sea turtles in the near future, and we will be able to introduce it to the public and maybe create a destination with the opportunity to work with and see sea turtles. I can't tell you when they're gonna hatch, but I can definitely do an inventory. So the Today Show, the Chamber put us in a position where we could dedicate a nest to the Melvin family. And they mentioned us 3 times on national television. We have statistics from the Chamber of their social media contacts, and sea turtles are at the top of their business. So I have seen more sea turtle in their posts and videos than anything. We have the Fill It Forward program, which we also launched at the conference in February in support of the Chamber and single-use plastic elimination. So that program was invested, an app was invested in by the Chamber, and we were the first nonprofit. And of course, EcoYes, the Low Country Environmental Club, is the second nonprofit to do this. And it just, every time you scan it, you get a background information, you get a area code. So the Chamber knows who's interested in supporting that initiative. We continue to grow with our social media, and as you guys know, that's always the best way. Most of our monies that we get through the marketing, which is 100% from ATAX for that $70,000 ask, will go to things like videos, social media. We have, these public activities that we need to market, like the Beach House has supported us significantly with the access to do we call it put the beach to bed, and the Chamber has actually trademarked that phrase. And we put the beach to bed with the public, and we have microphones, and we take them with this initiative to clean up trash, look at the nest, just like we do with the CSRs. And those are with the Sea Turtle Friendly certified programs. So the programming is expanding exponentially. I know a lot of these presentations put numbers, but our social media reaches over 2 million for reaches. And the newsletter that we put out puts over 4,000 subscribers. Chamber, they've had over 7,000 sessions, 81% engagement. So they're seeing the success of including us in their marketing, and they have included us in quite a bit. The state noticed us this year for the Angel Award, which means that we qualified for, out of the 5,600 nonprofits in the state, there were 10 Angel Awards given for our 95.6% effectiveness with the funds that we gather. We've also had partnerships with the USCB lab, where we're testing for paternity in sea turtles with pervitin membrane with permission from the scientists at University of Georgia. We're putting sea turtle sperm into the category of who's out there father-wise, and that's gonna be interesting information because we're the only program in the state that's doing that. We have, let's see, also invested in a CRM, which is our database for donors and participants in anything that we do digitally. We've invested in virtual reality filming, which will be hosted at our facility where a mask goes on your face and you are standing next to the turtle that nested this past season and the nest that hatched this past season. So past funding from ATAX paid for those videos. It's a camera that has 2 eyeballs. So we had to find a turtle coming out of the water, make sure it didn't get scared off, do it properly with permission from the state, and you can watch a sea turtle nesting as if you were standing right next to it. And same with the hatching nest, and that was not easy to get, but we did capture it, and that'll be presented next year. It is just so much and so much to be proud of lately. So our ask is the same as we've asked for last year. We're gonna continue to do what we're doing and elevate it because all that I could handle was this year. It just seemed to, everything worked out. And everyone was interested, and the support was there, and the future plans are there, and the strategic plan is coming together. And once we have an offering for the public, we can market people to come down and do these activities. I could even envision hotels having a sea turtle package where they come and they have an itinerary of what's available for them to experience on sea turtle. We give an experience to those hotels as well, where we have passengers that come on Sea Turtle Patrol with us to experience what we do on a daily basis. So we are putting it out there, and with more availability and more resources, we're gonna expand it. And people will come here because not everybody has a sea turtle nesting beach. And Hilton Head's Beach is the largest territory for monitoring program. 20 miles when you capture Mitchellville and the Hilton Head Plantation beaches. And then the renourishment, oh my goodness. 2025, this is the year to go down in history for sea turtle everything, and it's only gonna get more elevated after this. So thank you for your support. I know the numbers are within that application, and if you have any questions, please ask.
I mean, it's invaluable marketing for the island, and I look forward to the day when you have a standing building to center what you do.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. I think that it will launch, the sea turtle is dynamic, and it will launch the ecotourism for this island. We could build on that shell. We could just start it there, and with all the collaborations with Outside Foundation and Audubon, we're going to just bring it to the next level for people to participate, and that's what they want. They want to do something that they can feel good about before they leave the island, and we've got a lot of opportunity for it. We just need the resources and the collaboration.
And every tourist that sees these events on the beach, you know, it's like that's something that just lives with them forever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah.
Do you think that the beach renourishment will have any impact on nesting?
Sea turtle nesting? No. So we are town affiliated. We have moved everything out of the way in preparation for that. We're town affiliated because in order to get a permit for beach renourishment, you have to have an annual monitoring program. Right. So we made sure that none of it would be affected. We have one nest left on the beach that hatched a day ago, so it'll be inventoried tomorrow. And then all my poles are off the beach. And 2 green sea turtle nests, which is significant. But the sand will be a little bit less compact, and that's the only thing that I see being an issue. Since this is my 3rd renourishment, I've seen when they dig the hole, it's just not as concise for the chamber. But they all hatched successfully. So I'm not worried about that, and the state, is also allows it. So it's not something that will hurt our population. And thankfully, it was only two months instead of the 4 that we had to deal with it.
I was curious as to whether, for example, on Hilton Head Plantation by Pine Island, you're covering 50, 60, 75 yards of pluff mud with sand. Does that create a better opportunity for the turtles to come or no?
It does, it gives more nesting habitat when you have more dry sand. Dry sand is what they want.
That's what I was headed. I was just curious.
No, we've had up to 40 nests on Mitchellville, actually 38. If you include Pine Island and Hilton Head's Plantations beaches, it's about 40. So there's a lot going on around the corner, and I'm not gonna say yay or nay whether I agree with pumping sand onto a mud flat, and you really don't see it until it starts to wash away, and then it gets a little dangerous after that. But sea turtles, I monitor Paris Island as well, and they will dig in some really crazy stuff to put nests in. So, they're pretty resilient. They've been on the planet for over 80 million years, and they make it happen. And we're gonna use them to make the ecotourism happen.
Do you feel like you've maxed out your relationships with the hotels as far as, or do they, because they should be jumping at every opportunity?
Well, I think they're starting to realize that they can market it. So that's the reason we produce the logo and the activities that are specific just to those 11 hotels. For example, the beach house asked us, they have 11 cabanas, and they themed them this year, and they asked Sea Turtle Patrol, the only nonprofit, to theme it's a permanent installation. So if you ever are at the Tiki Hut and you want to go see our cabana, it's pretty spectacular. It is definitely the best one out there. We put more effort into it than everybody else, but it's little things like that. People are really looking to push it in whatever direction they can use it in. And all of those hotels are also required to have some sort of refill station. So I understand where people won't want to fill their bottles up in a sink in a bathroom, but will they go to the lobby and fill their reusable bottle? Yes. And could we encourage the hotels to even provide that, maybe in the price point, where they would provide a bottle like Bonnie had? There's so many ways. They have a criteria they have to meet. If they meet that, that doesn't mean they have to stop there. There's a lot that they can get out of it. And we've limited it to beachfront at the moment, but we'd like to expand it into the other hotels that are nearby, at least the second tier, so that we can offer them probably a different criteria, because they don't have to do beachfront lighting. They don't have certain things like that. But we've worked very closely with code enforcement. We've got the pickup on the beach. The sharing shack is coming back next year. All the chairs that have been picked up, not by Turtle Patrol, but by me. I spend every day and night on the beach in the season, and it's making a difference, and I am so proud of that.
It would be helpful if we could get some understanding of what the value is to the Chamber and Hilton Head Island for all of the advertising they do that features.
Yeah, the money that they've used me for.
Yeah, I don't know how to make that translation, but I think that that's a big part of the draw for ATAX dollars, that you are a huge feature that people are well aware of when they're coming here. It's not simply what do you want to do today? Let's try this. I think people do begin to look forward to that. And as Martin said, it creates family memories for people, which are important.
Oh, yeah, and we have a page on their website. The Chamber's been very cooperative with all things environmental, and I think that's going to be the next step as attracting those eco-tourists, that looking for activities, and we just need to come up with more of them and relate them to the beach, because, like I said, I manage Sea Turtle Patrols. Are not my favorite animal. They're just the one I know the most about. But the way they are, you can protect everybody else using them. The sand dollars, the starfish, the dunes, the everything. So that's what I plan to do. I'm just starting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Gullah Traveling Theater. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Denise Bullitt. I'm the business manager for the Gullah Traveling Theater.
Oh, excuse me, she's asking for 1 second to bring up your presentation.
I was just introducing
Oh,
myself.
yes, ma'am, thank you.
I know how to follow the prompts. I have a head wrap on, you might not know how old I am, but yeah. Denise Bullitt, I'm the business manager for the Gullah Traveling Theater. This is our first time coming before you, and we are honored to do so. The Gullah Traveling Theater, have any of you ever seen a show? No, oh my goodness. Well, you have a lot to look forward to. Should I control it or do I get to control it? Use this? Yeah, there we go, okay. The Gullah Traveling Theater is a 501c3 multidisciplinary organization based in Beaufort. And it was started in August 2013 formally by Anita Singleton Prather, who is the founder, the creative director, and kind of the soul of the organization. We integrate art, education, social justice, cultural tourism, economic development, and equity into award-winning full-stage musical productions and community events, sharing the amazing, God bless you, history, culture, and arts of South Carolina's Low Country. Our mission is the advancement and promotion of the Gullah culture through nonprofit artistic productions and performances, promoting understanding, knowledge, and information regarding the unique role that the Gullah community has played and continues to play in these United States. Our impact, we could make a longer list, but I boiled them down to these three: community collaboration and empowerment. There is not a organization, business out there that Anita Singleton Prather would not find a way to partner with. She is the partner of partners. She believes in bringing everyone together. In fact, in the couple of years that I've been working with them, I really have an icon in my mind of her as kind of the mother goose with the big wings and just bringing all the chickadees under there. She loves Beaufort and the Low Country. It's in her soul. And she just wants all of us to be lived. She thinks this is the greatest story that has ever been told and ever lived. And she is a walking Low Country Gullah culture history ambassador. She has traveled all over the world, including places like Sierra Leone and Barbados, the Caribbean, East Coast, West Coast, you name it, she's been there. And these are through invitations of people who come and see the show, see what she has to share, and go back and tell somebody and say, we have to bring this story to our community. So she partners with everyone. We do extensive work with the schools. We do every production that we produce a school show as a parallel to it. We are now we're producing our first resource. So now the schools, when they call us in to do a school show or they come to see one of our shows, they get a resource packet that they can go back, and it aligns with South Carolina learning objectives, so that the teachers know how to prepare students to see a show and also how to debrief from it and use it for their learning. So that's a new thing that we have started this year. And so we're just finishing, we're waiting for our peer review to come back on our American Revolution play that was produced with the underwriting of South Carolina 250th Anniversary Committee. They paid a whole lot of money for us to produce a new play on South Carolina's Gullah American Revolution story. So we partner with everyone to do lots and lots, and always when we go out or when people come to see us and we don't just promote the Gullah Traveling Theater, we promote the Low Country. We promote all of the many different facets of things that go on here, and are always encouraging people to come back. And you came to see us this time, come back and see Mitchellville the next time. Come back and see the museum. Come back and see the sea turtles, what have you. So, but partnership and community empowerment is the driving force behind what the Gullah Traveling Theater does and what it stands for. We are very in tune with cultural enrichment and cultural tourism. We understand the economic impact of tourism and understand that part of empowerment also means economic empowerment. We want to be economic driver in this community, and that is what we are working towards. This is an organization that started with a teacher. Anita was a teacher for Beaufort County Schools. She often taught students who no one else wanted to teach. They would send them to Miss Anita. And she began developing skits and plays to help students learn. And that grew. They became so popular that they were standing room only in the classrooms. They moved them to the auditorium. And eventually, she said she was actually working on her PhD. She felt God called her to leave teaching and go out and teach the world. And so those little skits and plays and things like that she started, she was a part of the Hallelujah Singers founding and things like that, all came together under what is now GTTI. The Gullah Traveling Theater pays a minimum of 50 people for each production. Local people, performers, musicians, crew managers. We work and partner with vendors, organizations. Generally, when we have an event, we invite other small businesses or entrepreneurs or artisans to come and be a part, to share a part, to meet that same, our audience and greet them and continue to tell the many ways that the Gullah story can be told through the arts and crafts and history of it. When we were doing the American Revolution event, because it was a big world premiere this past summer, we did a whole artisans community village outside of the play where we had a rice farmer and basket weaver and a blacksmith and an indigo ink dyer. So we create not just these plays, but if the stars align and we can plan a larger event or connect ourselves to a larger event, we often do so. What we are hoping to do is to bring a theater showcase to Hilton Head, and we would begin with 2 shows in 2026. The 2 that are currently getting the most attention on our production table are our Decoration Day play, which is an award-winning play that tells the history of Memorial Day and the impact of South Carolina. I don't know if you all know this, but this is where Memorial Day started, here in South Carolina, actually in Beaufort. And they created a play, Manita created a play to celebrate that and to tell that story. And it has become world famous. People love it. And I saw it for the first time about 5 years ago. I knew about it for about 20 years before that. It took me that long to get down here and actually see a play. And I gotta tell you, I was maybe a little older than 40, maybe a little. And I learned so much. I laughed, I cried, you sing, you dance, you leave feeling like you're floating on air. It's just the most amazing thing. And so we generally try to do our productions in theater settings of 200 or more, which is probably our largest obstacle in doing productions as often as we like, is venue and getting venue access. On Hilton Head, we have done shows at the Hilton Head High School and at Christ Lutheran Church. We have tried to get into Shelter Cove a couple of times and have not been able to successfully get our dates aligned, but we continue to press on. Last year, we expanded into Bluffton. No, 2 years ago, we expanded into Bluffton. Typically, Anita has used Beaufort as the home base for our Low Country shows. And a few years ago, decided that she really wanted to swing all the way through the Low Country. So we began with Bluffton 2 years ago as an experiment. We started exactly the same way we are proposing here. We did 2 shows for them in 2024, and then we came back again in 2025. We actually selected Bluffton for the world premiere of our new American Revolution play. It was a very limited run. It was a two-show run that had been scheduled for months and months and months in advance. There was so much hype for the play that 5 days before, we were oversold. We always end up selling more tickets than people actually come. So we know we can oversell, like the airlines, we know we can oversell a certain amount. We were so oversold because there was a glitch on the website ticket app, and I looked at it after missing a day, and we were oversold for both shows by a significant amount. We actually had to move 55 people. We put a third show together in less than 3 days, because it took us 2 days to get our minds around what are we gonna do and how are we gonna solve this problem. And so in 3 days before the show, we announced it was Thursday before Sunday, we added a Sunday show, and that also nearly sold out. It didn't quite sell out because we had another computer little glitch there at the end, and the computer said the show is over. Why are you all still buying tickets? And so we got shut down a little bit early. Fortunately, most people who didn't get a ticket came to the theater, and we still only had like 15 seats that didn't sell, which those who were in there were glad to have a space here and there that they could stretch their feet a little bit further. Her shows are enormously popular. People, once they have had the experience or have had a firsthand account of it, they make plans to come and see our show, even over multiple years. These are the playbills from prior years that will hit our lineup for the 25-26 season. Our season begins in December with our Christmas Wish show, which is enormously popular. It's a wonderful holiday show. It just prepares your spirit to be about those things that we treasure so much in the holidays. We are, for the first time, planning to bring it to Hilton Head. This is the only time this show has ever been produced outside of Beaufort. We are planning to bring it to Hilton Head for 2026. So we're very, very excited about that. Our Decoration Day, our American Revolution, and one of our plays, The Dreamers, which is a play Anita wrote that focuses on the connection between Robert Smalls and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And that's also a very popular performance. Some of our Hilton Head partners that we have worked closely with thus far, these are organizations that have invited us in to help them do what they do and have been doing here on Hilton Head. NIPCA, Mitchellville, the Martin Luther King Committee, and the Gullah Museum, just among a few. Some of the funders that have been key to us, particularly over these last 5 years, the South Carolina 250th Anniversary Committee has invested close to $500,000 in the Gullah Traveling Theater, not only producing the new play, but also providing resources for for municipalities and students and schools to see the show. We'll be traveling over the next 6 to 9 months, taking the American Revolution play to various places throughout the state so that students and communities can also get close enough to see it. And they've also now asked us for a third proposal where we'll take it beyond South Carolina. So we're working on that now. Bluffton discovers South Carolina. The Mellon Foundation is investing in our infrastructure and helping us to figure out what the future holds for this organization 5 to 10 years down the road. And of course, Visit Beaufort. We are grateful also for the Dunley Foundation, who invests in arts in the Low Country and early on spotted Anita's work and actually have flown us out to their headquarters so that we can also perform for their boards of directors and their foundation funders. Our funding request is for $25,000, and we really just want it for advertising. That really is it. This past year, we have started trying digital advertising using Facebook and YouTube and Instagram. And we've cut back on the network TV. This year, we're doing a hybrid of both. We're really trying to gain more depth in looking at the data and comparing the results of the digital marketing to the network and traditional marketing venues. But that's probably where the bulk of the money would go. We don't forget our paper though, and fortunately most of, or all of the paper advertising that we invest in also has a digital marketplace as well. So we're headlining, we're doing banners on Charleston Magazine, on Savannah Magazine, and so forth. And of course, we never forget, you know, a good old flyer stuck in the public, you know, marketplace or the library or your hair salon or what have you. So we do a lot of the paper as well. And then we also don't forget the radio, particularly local radio at the end helps carry it over. And I know that ATAX dollars are much more in tune with the tourists and the out-of-state folks. But when out-of-state folks come to town, at least this is my habit, we turn on local radio to find out what's happening. It's one of the quick ways to do it if you haven't picked up a city paper, you know, locally, which are harder and harder to find. And so particularly the last 60 to 45 days leading up to an event, we also make sure that the radio is going because local people out on the beach are going to the beach and they say, you know, what's happening when the sun goes down? You know, we want to make sure that they know they can come and see a show. This is a sample of some ads that are running right now on Facebook. Hopefully now that you've seen them, maybe one will come across your feed. Or you'll see us on Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube. We work with also, I didn't put up there, South Carolina PRT is a funder for us. And as you were talking about the sea turtles presentation before us, Anita Singleton Prather, if you've ever seen a South Carolina PRT video that's about Gullah, Anita Singleton Prather was one of the key people that were interviewed or discussed. We do enormous PR for South Carolina PRT. We even travel on their behalf to tourism conferences where they bring Aunt Pearlie Sue in costume to the events where tour operators and so forth come to get her autograph, take a picture with her, and make a plan to bring a group of people down to this area. Rob Wells, who I would imagine you all know, the DMO for Beaufort County, I believe you all are under, do you have your own DMO or do you work with Rob?
No, we have chambers.
Oh, you use your chamber as your DMO, okay. So Rob Wells is over Visit Beaufort, Port Royal, Sea Islands, and Beaufort. And he's our DMO. He says the biggest challenge he has with the Gullah Traveling Theater is that we don't do enough shows. And he gave us that challenge about 4 or 5 years ago. And so since then, we created a strategic plan to gently and aggressively, in other words, not keeping our eye on the ball, to move and expand the number of shows we do and where and how we do them. And so moving local shows, not just keeping them in Beaufort, but expanding them into Bluffton and to Hilton Head is part of the way in which we are addressing that, so that there are more times of the year, especially during the shoulder season, that there are plays and offerings going on that give people something to do, particularly when they're not at the beach. Oh, and this year, if you know someone who can fix a good pot of rice, go to our website and register for the rice cook-off. There's a $3,000 prize for a great pot of rice. We now are starting a children's rice cook-off. We have our first celebrity chef coming in as the judge and host for it. And we had to separate the adults from the children because 2 years ago, a 16-year-old girl won a $2,000 prize for her pot of rice. And so, so last year, we got no professional chefs would come. So this year, we've separated the adults from the children. The children have their own cook-off, and the adults have the other. And Low Country chef BJ Dennis will be our featured celebrity host and chef for the event. So we're very much looking forward to it. Our marketing highlights, we are aggressive in our marketing and have been working towards really ramping up the marketing, as I hope you can already tell. Rob Wells, who again is our DMO over in Beaufort, he says that our events and our shows bring in somewhere, usually not less, usually it's closer to 45, but I was trying to be, humble. 40 to 85% of our audience is actually tourists. It's incredible. And this past Decoration Day play, which happens during the original Gullah Festival, the end of May, Memorial Day weekend, we actually drew 77% of our attendees were from out of state. Amazing numbers. We are leaning into digital and social media, and we believe that Hilton Head will give us accessibility to the southern parts of South Carolina that are south of Beaufort in a significant way. We are also using welcome centers now with PRT to tell the story of the Low Country. So I'll stop there and let you ask some questions. This is probably about 75% of the cast and crew. In this picture, you can see how many people work to make their productions happen. And that's Anita right there in the center with the walking stick.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Welcome to Hilton Head. I am so excited to see one of your productions. I have already been to your website. I know you have one in Beaufort right before Christmas, I think. So I've already looked at it. We have so many good Gullah organizations here already, and I see y'all as such a great complement to what we have. Some of these folks need a little extra push, I guess would be the word for it. And I just think y'all are a perfect fit.
We hope that you all will agree that. And I would love to introduce you to Anita, especially the first time I do a presentation, I try to bring her. But actually, she just landed in New York City. A New York producer has asked to see us. And I just sent last night a highlight reel of our shows. We are being considered for an off-Broadway setting of bringing the American Revolution play to Broadway. So we are over the moon, to say the least.
Well, don't let that kick Hilton Head off your list.
Oh, no. And let me tell you something. You can't get the Low Country out of Anita Singleton Pracer. I don't care where you take her. I don't care how many times. We've performed at the White House, or for the White House. It was at the Vice President's house, I believe, that the one down the street. But we've performed for White House. We've performed for dignitaries all over the world. I can tell you, you will not be disappointed. In fact, you will bring your family and friends. It's an amazing experience. And we have people from every walk of life. In fact, when Anita talks about when they first started, there were no African Americans in the audience. It took African Americans over 15 years to start coming to her show. So if you're thinking that it's only for Black folk, not even close. In fact, I should have brought, and forgive me, I did not think to do it, and I'm pretty sure Anita took it out of my papers yesterday. General Will Grimsley, who is the chair of the South Carolina 250, just wrote an amazing letter of support that'll be published in some of our literature that's coming out. He had seen one of Anita's play when we came before the committee to pitch, and he said, "Is this really Anita?" But I had her with me. I'm like, here she is. And he was like, you know, hands down, and he drove from Columbia to make sure he was in the audience for our world premiere. And he has already been in the audience of Governor McMaster's and has already told him, you are going with me to see that show. I'll let you know when. It is an amazing, especially that show telling the South Carolina story. It's incredible. It's incredible. She has a way of telling history as it really unfolded, but through a perspective of love. And it just embraces all of us, and it makes all of us want to be better people and better neighbors to each other.
Have you retained a venue for events next year in Hilton
For
Head?
Hilton Head, no. In fact, when I leave here, I actually have a meeting about Selter Cove when I leave here. We are working, we know the dates that we want, and we're trying to figure out the best option. We know that we have good options with the high school. So we have scouted out, and our worst case scenario is to do it at the high school. That's our worst case scenario. But we like the high school because we can see a lot of people there. Christ Lutheran is also a friend of us. We have performed in that venue numerous times. It's a smaller, it's on the smaller side for what we do, because we usually perform in Beaufort at USCB. And so that's a 500 seat theater. And so our sellout goal is always around 420, 425 for that venue. And sometimes it's standing room only. But we haven't yet because, one, we're talking to NIPCA about the possibility of being in their February showcase. They have now asked us to consider that. So one of the meetings we have coming up is with them. And a lot depends on, you know, kind of how you guys feel about it. To be perfectly honest, we can do the show, and we've done shows in partnerships with Hilton Head entities numerous times in the past. This really comes down to marketing for us. The marketing, if we can get the marketing dollars, then we can sponsor the show, sell the tickets, and make it happen, and then build with partnerships in terms of wrapping around us. And so we have not made formal commitments yet in terms of what venue. We know we can have the high school. We know we have dates we can synchronize with the high school. But Anita prefers a theater setting if we can get it. And so we are now trying to work with Hilton Head venues to see if we can get a step beyond that. And then our goal will be no later than our Christmas show, which is December 4th and 5th, to be able to have added Hilton Head for 2026 to the lineup so that we can go into it for the year ahead. We can start advertising it now. And the initial advertising is just adding you to what we already do. But before we put out dates, we need to make sure that we can deliver. And so the marketing is really our missing piece. Everything else we can do. We just need the marketing support.
This is a really unique idea, and I really love it. Can you, on our form, it says that the town might still need information from you guys for us to consider the applications. I just want to make sure that they have whatever they need.
They asked me for the 26 budget. We have not done our 26 budget. We are building it. I'm a CPA as well. Another bag, I had a trick in my bag. I can show you my marketing budget. It's built in pieces. We have a lot of moving parts. We run a workforce development program as well. We do community events. Our budget is 9 pages long. And so it's built in stages. I do have my marketing budget, if that's something you would like to see for 2026, with Hilton Head in it. But I don't have the entire budget. I told the administrators for the program, your program managers team, that as soon as we have it, we will provide it for you, but we just don't have it ready yet. And I could have lied, or I could have thrown some numbers on the pages, but I didn't want to do it. I did include our current budget for 2025, so you could see what it looks like. But almost every column on there has 3 sheets that lead up to the numbers on that top page. And there's really no way to fluff it. I either have to do it right and work within the template, or I'm just making up numbers and throwing them on the page.
I think what Martin's trying to say is that it is a requirement that we have a budget. So without the budget, we can't approve dollars. And I think that what we would ask you to consider is taking your 25 numbers and rather than giving us 9 pages of great detail, tell us that this is an extension of the 25 and a very, very, very rough draft of 26, which is still subject to change. We understand, we deal with a lot of folks who have a fiscal year end that's very close to now, so they have not, same thing, they haven't done the budget yet. So we asked them to give us a draft, not board approved, not final, but give us some sense of where those numbers lie, and then give us a few elements with respect to Hilton Head alone of where you anticipate this might be. Again, without knowing the venue, I get that that could change, but we need something to support the request.
Do you want this, or should I just wait and send that to them?
Well, I think that we need a budget, and we're making decisions within the next week and a half.
I mean, if you want me to take the 2025 and turn it into 2026, I can do that. It won't have the specificity that I'm used to. You know, it's really hard to get CPAs or professionals in any venue, no matter what you do, to kind of jerry-rig stuff, you know.
You have several 40, 45-year finance people on this committee, so we understand. The request is not to tell you what to do. The request is that we must have a budget, and we accept that you have not fully approved it, fully vetted it, and it's a rough estimate, but we need that quickly in order to consider this. I think that the group seems to feel this is an outstanding opportunity for the island, so we would very much like to support you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck in your meetings.
Thank you. I'm going to leave this.
All right, we are adjourned for lunch. Our schedule says we're back at 1:10, which I'd like to kind of keep to, which shortens lunch, but let's try to do that. just a little bit late. We'll try to keep ourselves on time. I'm going to remind people through the afternoon as best we can, if we can keep the presentations in the 10 to 12 minute range, give some time for comments so we can stay within the 20-minute time, that's very helpful. Sir, welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to share news about the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra. I'm Alan Jordan, President and CEO. I'm going to be frank here. Last season was not one of the best for the HHSO. Weather negatively impacted all 3 of our outdoor Symphony Under the Stars concerts. Does anyone remember the April Fool's Day thermal inversion? No? And half of our Jazz in the Park series concerts experienced poor weather conditions. We sustained a deficit of $182,000. This despite ticket sales exceeding fiscal year 24 levels by $36,000 and contributions increasing by $31,000. Private foundation support and South Carolina Arts Commission grants were reduced while expenses increased by more than 7%. Ever-rising inflation took its toll on us. We are implementing significant corrective measures to avoid a financial repeat this season. However, general uncertainty about the overall economic trends necessitates modest anticipated revenue increases while costs invariably go up. Hilton Head Island ATAX funds represent the single most important form of public support for the HHSO. Other than the declining or at best level grants received through the state, there are no other taxpayer-funded opportunities, either locally here or in Bluffton or at the county level. It's ATAX or nothing. And as you may know, those administering the Beaufort County 2% state ATAX funds are now using Hilton Head ATAX funding as a reason to reduce or eliminate funding to island organizations that have previously been eligible for grants. I raise this matter to underscore the critical and irreplaceable nature of support that this committee oversees. Our fellow applicants face the same challenges and limitations that the HHSO confronts. We recognize increasing pressures due to diminishing revenues from heads and beds taxes and appreciate your advocacy for and unique understanding of the current fragility of arts and cultural organizations on this very special island. This past weekend, the HHSO opened its 2025-2026 44th anniversary season of orchestral presentations at Martin Family Park in Bluffton and Low Country Celebration Park here with free outdoor pops concerts titled Cabaret Cafe. Last Sunday and Monday, we presented our first orchestra series concerts of the season with Sphinx competition winner Christine Lamprea performing Antonin Dvorak's cello concerto. This launched our traditional 9-program, 18-concert classical series that runs through late April. Season series highlights include the legendary Marcus Roberts Trio performing Rhapsody in Blue on an all-American program performed during American Music Month in November that is also part of our season-long celebration of America's 250th anniversary. An evening at Hogwarts featuring the music from the Harry Potter films, Peter Boyer's Ellis Island, The Dream of America, in collaboration with Lean Ensemble Theater, and also then music by Beethoven, Brahms, Mozart, Rachmaninoff, and many more. Tomorrow, I will be joining dozens of HHIPC fans traveling to New York for the triennial Mona Huff Carnegie Hall recital featuring 2025 competition winner Jonathan Mamora in recital. This is an opportunity for Hilton Head Island to shine on the world's biggest stage, and our publicist there is making sure many of New York's musical elite are in attendance. Our season started several months ago with the 5th annual free Jazz in the Park series of 6 concerts at Low Country Celebration Park. Despite the aforementioned weather challenges that forced one concert into sound waves and another where audience members joined us on stage for a concert in the round, We enjoyed an 8.5% increase in estimated attendance over 2024. Through our online contests, we estimated that 29% of the audiences were tourists and another 15% were visitors. This series was conceived with Coligny Plaza specifically to reach our tourists and visitors. Continuing partnerships with the Beach House, Charter One Realty, Coligny Plaza, the Jazz Corner, and the Junior Jazz Foundation make it possible for us to offer these performances free. Our survey this past summer of Jazz in the Park and Symphony Under the Stars series concert attendees revealed half visit Hilton Head multiple times a year. 63% stay in vacation rentals. 75% stay for at least a week. 42% are part of groups of 4 or more tourists. 58% visit in the summer, 25% in the fall, and 17% in the winter. 66% are between ages 50 and 69. 58% heard about us through social media, and most important to the HHSO, 100% said they would try to attend another performance when they come back. Last month, we kicked off the 5th season of our Sunday evening Coastal Home Supper Club at Soundwaves. This monthly dinner and cabaret offering features supper from a variety of Coligny area restaurants, followed by performances curated by Savannah Theater's Gretchen Christine Stelzer. Themes have included yacht rock, women of rock, piano men, think Elton John, Stevie Wonder, and Billy Joel, Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin, disco, Motown, and all George Gershwin, Cole Porter, and Burt Bacharach nights. All 54 shows to date have sold out. Next week, we will launch the 4th season of our Gullah Geechee cultural series at Soundwaves, in partnership now with the Gullah Museum, Historic Mitchellville Freedom Park, and the Native Island and Business and Community Affairs Association. The presentations are a reverse of the talk show format, with music, storytelling, and other performances and visual arts, interspersed with interviews and comments from our guest MC. 3 local businesses, the Gullah Heritage Trail Tours, the Gullah Museum, and Low Country Gullah, have recognized the value of this series and are now co-sponsoring it this season. Soundwaves is also expanding its offerings by curating 2 new series this season, Latin Charm and a chamber music series featuring HHSO musicians. Both will utilize the dinner performance format that has been so successful. Our 2026 International Piano Competition will feature the Young Artist Division, ages 13 through 17. While we remain concerned about travel complications for our competitors, applications greatly exceeded expectations, with 166 applicants from 20 different countries. 40% are from the US, 30% are from China, and 9% are from Canada. Other countries with strong representation are South Korea, Hong Kong, Japan, and Thailand, while only 9 are from a variety of European countries. The 66 Americans reside in 24 different states and Washington, D.C. Our Youth Concerto competition last July and all HHIPC events this year were live streamed and made available on demand. Since the events in January and March 2025, there have been 2,929 unique views and 39,513 impressions in the US, Puerto Rico, and 58 foreign countries. For the first time, we partnered with the Amadeus service that provided uncensored access to the Chinese market. Amadeus reported 200,000 households viewed our HHIPC. Last season, the HHSO and piano competition directly accounted for 226 room nights for our visiting artists and judges. Beyond that, families of participants in our Youth Concerto competition and Chamber Music Institutes and HHSO musicians coming from afar utilize area hotels for their accommodations while here. Add to that the many audience members who require accommodations, and you have a significant heads in beds driver. Between our 18 orchestra series performances, 3 Symphony Under the Stars outdoor pops concerts, the Hilton Head International Piano Competition, the Youth Concerto Competition, the Chamber Music Institute, our Supper Club, Gullah Geechee Cultural Institute, Latin Charm, and Chamber Music Series at Soundwaves, and Jazz in the Park. The HHSO anticipates that its 77 presentations during the 25-26 season will draw a total live audience in excess of 25,000. Using our ratios from last season, we estimate 5,350 of our patrons will be tourists and another 4,025 will be visitors. The less than 3% increase included in our 2026 request will continue our social media and electronic marketing expansion efforts and help in offsetting the inflation-driven increases in marketing, artistic, and production costs. The growth of the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra is a local success story composed of native and imported music lovers, businesses, and foundations, and a public support mechanism that is relatively unique in the orchestra industry. We hope that our contributions to the tourist and visitor industry mirrors the significant support provided to the HHSO through our annual accommodations tax grant administered through this committee. We thank you for your continued help and for your consideration of our proposal. Our Music for Everyone theme speaks to the universality of what we offer. And I hopefully will close with a little music from our 2025 HHIPC finale featuring Jonathan Mamora. Enjoy.
Extraordinary.
Sorry.
Extraordinary.
Thank you.
Questions, thoughts?
I just want to say, I think we are so lucky to have the Hilton Head Symphony here on this island. To have an orchestra of this caliber on an island of this size, offering the variety of programs that you do, is just, we are so fortunate. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'd say ditto to that, and the way you pivoted this year shows a lot of effort, and I know you had a tough season.
Thank you.
I think that your efforts to collaborate with other organizations is very important, because I think it helps enhance the arts and culture for Hilton Head Island, which is critical. On a personal note, 2 years ago when Jonathan first came back, my wife and I hosted him.
Right.
I think he came in 7th or 8th in that round. And I will tell you that I don't think anyone in this room could move their fingers as fast as Jonathan can play the piano. It's just extraordinary. When we look at the number of free events that you host, Alan, is there any way to create some fundraising opportunity for yourselves from that?
We have started doing that in our contest that we do. When people finish the contest and submit, it takes them to a page that said, click here to make a donation. And we have received some that way. We also make announcements during the concert. But we've actually talked a little bit this morning at a board meeting about maybe some geofencing so that we can actually capture everyone that is at Low Country Celebration Park and reach out to them afterwards for continued patronage and support.
I know that the scope and scale is dramatically different, but when you see live music in a venue, there's always a tip jar. I don't know if there's any way to, in concert with the class of your organization, create something like that from folks walking throughout the crowd, making that available as an option, as a no-pressure event. But
right.
I think a lot of people would be happy to throw money into Kitty.
Yeah.
And if it raised a few $1,000s each time, it's not a lot, I guess, but it might help.
Our league also does a 50-50 raffle, and I don't remember what the total, well, I guess the total brought in was about, well, the net for us was about $1,100, because the winner took away $1,100, which we realized a couple of years ago, we shouldn't announce what the take was, because that means some poor guy is leaving the park with $1,100 in his back pocket, and we don't want to draw that attention. But anyway, so yes, there are things, and we do continue to talk about ways that we can further monetize it. But we really pivoted from a few years ago when Symphony Under the Stars used to be under a tent in a certain place, and every ticket was $85 or $75. And now, this was a pandemic change that we made, and now we're offering them free. We still offer table tickets for people.
I've paid the table charge a few times,
yeah.
Yep.
So it's become kind of a hybrid, but I think that's how we get, I mean, last week, we got 1,750 people on a Friday night.
I like the idea of a more sophisticated tipping jar. I really do for you, because I think it would go a long way for you.
Right.
If some of your events that are well attended with people that have the means. And I think if they asked, they would, but if when it's free, that people say, all right, it's free, I guess they don't need our money.
Right. Yeah, no, it's a good point. We need to make every opportunity for them to open their wallet.
Never seen people walk away from one of your concerts not smiling. Not a bad time to say, if you feel interested.
How much did that make you feel good? Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you very much, Alan.
Thank you.
Pines Forest Preserve Foundation.
Good afternoon. Appreciate your attention and your consideration. I'm David Henderson, work for Sea Pines CSA, and I'm here to present on behalf of the Sea Pines Forest Preserve Foundation. The Forest Preserve, for those of you that may not know, is located in Sea Pines and is shown within the yellow box there. And while not as contrasting, thankfully, I do look at the Sea Pines Forest Preserve as Hilton Head Island Central Park. It was established by covenant by Charles Fraser in 1970. It's 605 acres. It is the largest tract of undeveloped land that remains on Hilton Head Island. We were designated an important bird area in 1998 by the Audubon Society, and we are consistently listed as one of the top things to do while on Hilton Head Island by TripAdvisor. And that is something that we're particularly proud of because it's completely organic. We do not have any type of campaign to plug us to get our ratings up higher. That is strictly people that on their own have felt the need consistently over many years to give us that prestigious ranking on TripAdvisor. Sea Pines Forest Preserve is also home to one of the most pristine shell rings that's known to exist. The Forest Preserve Foundation in 2022 was successfully received a grant in order to develop new signage for our shell ring that was based on recent archaeological work that had been done. And for those of you that are not aware, all the shell rings that were built along the southeast coast were built between 3,500 and 5,000 years ago. And the archaeological work at our ring showed that the foundation of that ring was established almost 4,800 years ago. So just to give you some context, that's about the time that the Great Pyramids were being built. A very interesting story that our signage that was made possible by the 2022 grant has made possible. The shell ring is also listed on the National Register of Historic Places, which is one of 2 places in Sea Pines that has that designation. We were last before you back in 2024, in which we successfully received a grant that was to produce 20 additional interpretive signs not related to the shell ring. That was going to include the research, the layout, the fabrication, and the installation. I put an asterisk by 20 because that's what we received monies for, but because we were able to realize some efficiencies in the design and fabrication process, we were actually able to produce 24 signs and to get it in just a little bit under what the award was for. Each of those signs was 18 by 24 inches in size and in color, and it described native flora, fauna, and the importance of the habitat in our programs. Here are just a few examples of the 24 signs to just give you a sense of what they look like. Again, we're talking about wildlife, we're talking about habitat, we're talking about specific features in the forest preserve. And they all have a QR code on it, as the shell ring signs do. The purpose of the QR code is that if you scan that, it takes you to the Forest Preserve website so that you could see any signs that you may have missed during your travels. So all 24 signs are there. The thing that we get from that is that we get the metadata so that when you scan that QR code, we know what zip code that phone is associated with, and that is in part what we use to calculate our tourists, our visitors, and our resident data that we present. For this cycle, what we are requesting is funds to help us purchase just over 1,000 tons of processed asphalt milling. So we're just looking to get some funds to help us with materials. Processed asphalt millings are millings that have been taken off-site and reprocessed. They come as a byproduct from roadwork. And so by getting them processed, basically it takes all the chunks out and makes the aggregate a uniform size, so it's suitable for use on a trail. I did want to point out that the Sea Pines Forest Preserve Foundation did already spend about $40,000 in 2023 preparing this area for this use. And it also will spend an additional $52,000 in addition to the grant to install the millings for new maps and signage, et cetera. This is a picture of one of the water views that I'll mention later that will be off of this proposed trail. It's 4,000 linear feet that will be improved to provide new access for bicyclists and other leisure trail users. Because one of the primary purposes of the foundation is education, we are planning on repurposing, because we were able to produce a few more than we thought we could, of the educational signs from 2024 to this new trail area. I have the trail in orange highlighted on the map. You'll notice that there is a bunch of other white trails, colored white, in the areas of the Forest Preserve. These were originally put in as part of our land management program, which was necessitated after Hurricane Matthew in 2016. And their primary purpose up to this point has been to serve not only for access, but to serve as fuel breaks for our prescribed burning program. So the footprint of the trail is already there. We are proposing to enhance that area that is identified by orange, which is 4,000 linear feet. But if you see you go in a straightaway, you go around a loop, and you come back out that same straightaway, the actual linear feet that somebody that would go on that loop would experience is right at a mile. The bicycling and leisure trail experience is woven into the Hilton Head experience. This proposed new trail is in a heavily wooded setting and will offer multiple water views along the way. It is a truly unique experience on Hilton Head Island and creates greater guest satisfaction and higher return rates. The new trail will be available to anyone that goes into the Forest Preserve, including abutting schools, organized groups, bicycle rental patrons, and race organizers. A couple months ago, the local school had a regional cross-country race in the Sea Pines Forest Preserve. They had about 400 runners that showed up for that. Coming up, we have the Hilton Head Half Marathon on November 2nd. Half of that for the half marathon component, about half of that route is going to be on the beach. The other half is going to be in the Sea Pines Forest Preserve. So with that, I'd be happy to address any questions you have to the best of my ability. And again, I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm not really familiar with it, so I was really intrigued to read your application. One thing that question came up in my mind, the vendors that use the facility, Lawton Stables and H2O Sports, do they contribute in any way?
They do. Yeah, so there is a previous agreement in place in which a percentage of the revenue that they get from their operation in the forest preserve does go to the foundation.
If I may follow up on that, it seemed to me, I may have read this wrong, there were some 12,000 visitors and about $12,000 in trail fees, which would imply we're not seeing a great deal of fee for usage.
So the 12,000 you're referring to, it was in one of the financials?
It was within the ATAX application.
Oh, so the Lawton Stables specifically, which is one of the larger providers, they have about 12,000 people a year that go on the trail ride that is done in the forest preserve. And then we use zip code data that they provided for us for the 5,000 people that actually paid for the trip. And that's how we were able to get a lot of our good zip code data, along with a couple of the other providers. But to answer your question, while I don't have the financials in front of me, the annual contribution for that specific operation to the forest preserve is typically around $20,000 a year from their activities in the preserve to the foundation.
Question? The material that you're going to be putting down, do you know what's the lifespan of that? How long do you expect that to?
I don't have a definitive answer other than that it's crushed up asphalt, so it's something that will be around for quite some time. We have used unprocessed millings to address low spots in the road, low spots in the trails over time. I've been with the organization 27 years, and so I can tell you what we've put in since then is still around. So I would say 27 is a minimum number of years. We just have to pay for this material versus it just being surplus and available, because it has to be taken off-site to be processed and then trucked back in so that it's suitable for a top coat on the leisure trail. We can't have big chunks and bicyclist meeting.
I was wondering how a bicycle would navigate that.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's why it has to be processed millings.
So that I remember where it is this in between Sea Pine School and the garden? The entrance there?
See if I can. All right, I'll try to get you oriented here. This is Hilton Head Prep in Sea Pines Montessori. This is the South Island PSD wastewater treatment plant. If you ever want to know what direction the wind's blowing, just go over there, figure it out pretty quickly. And then this is the back gate of Sea Pines is kind of over here. Heritage Lawton Stables, Heritage Farm. This is Greenwood Drive. This is Park Plaza, Greenwood Drive. So it's kind of behind the lakes. That's where those water views, that one that I showed you an example of, you can see where this portion of the loop is right along the edge of the lake. That's where those water views are going to come into play. And this is our wildflower field that's planted seasonally. This is Fish Island, which is kind of the hub of the forest preserve, where we have some picnic tables and some facilities there. And then the shell ring is also very close to just off to this trail as well.
All right, thanks.
Did that help?
Yeah, definitely.
How many lakes, David?
Well, in total, there's about 50 acres of freshwater lakes, which makes it the largest freshwater resources available on the island as well. And it depends on what you want to call a lake, but I'm going to call it 5. There are 4 that are kind of in the center that you can see, and then there is another smaller one, Lake Chapin, that's a little bit harder to see because it's in the woods. So 5 lakes. The largest is about 30 acres, and then the smallest is about 3.5.
And their uses are highly restricted by the covenants.
They are, yeah. So there is no what you would consider to be traditional development. That's why I always think of the forest preserve from Google as kind of like the Central Park, Hilton Head, right? So I could just describe to you in a few words what we are, and you could go find us, because that's where there aren't any golf courses, there aren't any homes.
I think to have 600 acres preserved like this is a wonderful thing for Hilton Head. Do you have the ability to do any advertising, marketing to bring people directly versus working through Lawton Stables or other organizations?
So we are redeveloping our website. We have just recently revamped our Facebook presence as well. And it is somewhat interesting in that we do have high confidence based on all the sources that we use that the vast majority of the people that come to the Forest Preserve are in fact tourists. Ironically, the greatest underutilization of the Forest Preserve is by property owners.
That's what I was just gonna say, because I frequently visit. And now that I've seen the numbers for the first time, I'm saying to myself, us locals really underutilize this beautiful asset that we have sitting right in our own backyard. So I'm wondering, is there a way you can capture more of that? And is there a financial benefit to it locally that you could?
Yeah, I do think that expanding our programming, including locally, is something that we need to look at. For example, we have Hilton Head Middle School through one of the captain of one of the alligator boats, which is one of the commercial providers in there, has for the last couple of years started bringing out some of the classes. And so we do have local schools in addition to those that directly abut the Forest Preserve that are starting to utilize it. And you hear across the board, whether it's a visitor or even a resident that may not be familiar with it, I didn't know it was here. It's so beautiful. Can't wait to bring my grandkids back. You know, it's just the kind of place where even in July you could be, while it would be warm out there, there would be areas where you could easily forget that you're on the south end of Hilton Head Island, which in some cases, particularly in my perspective, is a good thing.
The other thing, this is maybe just an idea from a marketing standpoint for you. There's several, say, Facebook pages that have hundreds of thousands of tourists on those pages. So even if you had someone going on there and just occasionally posting about it, you would probably pick up even more tourists than you're picking up now.
Right. And I mentioned just in the executive summary, just to give you a sense of scale of what the gate traffic is at Sea Ponds. And I do feel it's important to point out that all of that revenue from the gate access, none of that goes to the Forest Preserve. And so while we do attract a lot of people from a lot of different places, as far as the existing mechanisms where visitors are paying to get in, does not benefit the Forest Preserve. We do get the majority of our money through fundraising.
Let's just ask one last question. Where is the shell ring in relation to this?
The shell ring is right there. Can you see the cursor on the screen? That's where the shell ring is.
Do you do active tours of any of these?
Some of
aspects?
the commercial providers do some tours out there, although primarily they're via hay wagon right now. But that is part of the additional programming that we would like to be able to expand going forward, is interpretive tours. It's one of the key purposes of the foundation.
I think that those types of thoughts are good because you have an opportunity to expand your reach, but also to potentially monetize some part of that to help continue to treasure this resource. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi there, how are you?
It's good to see you again. How are you?
Great, thank you. Good to see you guys. I'm Karen Kazemchak. I'm the marketing director for Palmetto Dunes. What's that mean? Too many, too close? Too loud. Anyway, I'm the marketing director for Palmetto Dunes and Shelter Cove Harbor and Marina. And I'm gonna be presenting the golf tourism application for the Low Country golf course owners. Let me get this so I go. So just a little background, the mission of the Low Country Golf Course Owners Association is to provide effective business support to Hilton Head Island golf course operators, and also help facilitate growth for golf course operators through advocacy, marketing, research, and network opportunities. The International Association of Golf Tour Operators Award South Carolina was recognized with that award 2 years ago, and it's an international award from golf operators around the world, not just here in the United States. The economic impact that golf has brought to South Carolina is massive. Working with SCPRT to track a lot of this data, last year there was $1.2 billion was spent by golf vacationers in South Carolina off the course. Golf generated $21.2 million in ATAX, accounting for 40% of all the ATAX collections in 2024, and $3.6 billion in economic impact to the state last year. Why is golf so important to Hilton Head Island? The beach is the #1 attraction for this island. Golf is the #2 attraction for the island. Out-of-town golfers are it's a major financial need for local businesses here. And the big piece to this is that these are for off-season. The focus of this work and plan is to target off-season golf customers in the spring, in the fall, and in the winter, not during the summer. Golf tourism puts heads in beds and averages 4 nights per stay. Golf tourism generates ATAX every day, and it's important to the amount of jobs that are created here in Beaufort County. Specifically, 55.6% of all tourism-related jobs in Beaufort County are in the golf industry. Over 7,000 direct and indirect jobs are a result of the tourism on Hilton Head. Golf vacationers stay, play, and spend. Survey from this past August with a little over 1,000 responses. 98% of the golf vacationers traveled from outside 50 miles from Hilton Head. 78% of the golf vacationers stayed in hotels, rental homes, villas, generating ATAX revenue. 35% of the golf vacationers spent between $1,000 and $2,000 per person for their golf trip, with 8.5% spending more than $2,000. Additionally, 76% of golf vacationers preferred spring and fall golf trips. 97 of the golf vacationers surveyed say they are very likely to return, likely and very likely to return. 83% of golf vacationers stayed from 4 days to 2 weeks. 75% of them played 4 rounds or more. For 2025, funds were used and would be used going forward toward some specific targeted marketing efforts in streaming TV, in social media, influencer visits, and content creation, targeting some high-level golf writers. I talked about social media influencers, which is big now, which, you know, everything on social is big in a way. The 6 regional state golf associations that we work with up and down the East Coast are pretty critical to talking directly to golf influencers as well as golf people that travel. Let me go back one. In 2024, the bottom line, we had 369,164 total rounds played on the island, and this is from 13 of the 15 courses. 364,454 rounds were played in 2025. So we're down a little bit. And that could be a number of reasons. But, you know, our goal is to grow. So that's, you know, pretty critical going forward. I think one of the things that we are challenged with here on the island is competing markets that are not only just in the state of South Carolina, but are close to us, whether it's south or north specifically here in this case in Myrtle Beach, they spend over $9 million annually, which is a lot of money. It's like a large, big budget for golf marketing. We also compete, like I mentioned, with some other Southeast destinations that have million-dollar budgets. Our golf message, I mean, we try to target the key states and areas that are, you know, proven to be the strongest ones to have people drive here, and most of them come by car, so it's mostly drive markets out in the fall and the winter and the spring. And also you know, since the pandemic, there's been a big shift in the type of golfer, the golfers that are now picking up the game and are younger. They're more targeted to travel and take friends and extended family people. So it's a big opportunity. And I think shared some of this last year with the different state associations you see there from North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, Georgia, Florida. Those are the key target markets here. Other pieces of marketing target, like I said, our social media campaigns, PPC, other targeted golf publications, both digital and in print, and certainly with PR and social media influencers that we've had in the past. We've actually expanded a lot with that. And as I mentioned a minute ago, the new generation of golfers that has sort of emerged in the last 3, 4, 5 years have been the younger customer, people that are more focused and are reached through targeted social media efforts, geo-targeting, streaming activities, you know, whether it be an influencer group, whether it be something you're doing, you know, with a gang of friends, people from college, or, you know, the younger set that have taken up the game and they're just into it in a whole different way. State golf associations, online media that we put out there, as well as PR. This slide here shows a little bit of, this is just from our recent visit in August, this past year. The Instagram, we had a visit from, I think it was these three guys, and then they had a crew with them, but the 7 reels that these gentlemen put together and put out online generated over 7 million views on Instagram alone. YouTube, it resulted in 18,800 combined watched hours on YouTube. That's a lot. That's a lot of eyeballs viewing YouTube. And then even in TikTok, which I think you may or may not be familiar with TikTok. I don't have it on my phone yet, but anyway, it is a big platform that garners a lot of attention. And in this particular, this group here generated 1.1 million views on TikTok, and they played all around the island. They played here at other courses, all island courses though, it wasn't off island. So we have another influencer group coming here planned in early November, I believe. And it's with some young ladies, and I think, is that on there? There we go. So their handle is Golf Girl Games, and it's sort of a Ryder Cup type competition and stuff that they play and post, and a great amount of followers on them as well. What I have now is a little video that we updated from last year with a few more interviews talking about the golf business on the island. And I think it'll give you a little broader understanding of some of the tactics and direction that we think is important to keep the golf customer coming to Hilton Head.
There are a handful of places in America that just have that particular kind of vernacular to that environment, and golf course architects have.
Something's wrong.
Had a couple of technology glitches earlier
Have
today,
we?
so you're not unique.
Cindy, did you hit it to start, or? You want me to click through real quick? Because it clicks when I hit it.
There are a handful of places in America that just have that particular kind of vernacular to that environment, and golf course architects have interpreted golf to those spaces. And this is one of those
Are the
places.
mics on there?
The Low Country is a unique setting, and to be able to play golf in that setting is really wonderful. And if you're a fan of golf, and you're a fan of golf course architecture, and you're a fan of doing those things in beautiful places, this is somewhere you really have to come.
Over 20 years we've been doing this together. The group's been coming down since 1991. I've been coming down personally since 1982.
The quality of golf courses, the weather, the look and feel of the island.
We've been doing this since 1991. We've had as many as 44 guys travel.
We're playing two rounds a day, and then we're going nice dinners, each night, Yeah, it's a beautiful area.
It's like 3 vacations in one. We golf in the morning, we sit around the pool in the afternoon, and then come 5 o'clock, cocktails, go out to dinner. So it's a full week.
This was my first experience ever being in Hilton Head. And as I'm here, preparing to depart after a few days on the ground, playing golf, enjoying great cuisine and friendship and fellowship, I am eager for my return trip.
Yeah, we already have guys in here plotting to come back in March.
Almost all of us are in our 70s except for the next generation. And, in years to come, they'll think about us when you're still down here.
The Surge Restaurant Group celebrated 40 years in 2024. And honestly, our businesses wouldn't have been able to flourish without the golf consumer that we've seen down here those 40 years. Specifically in the fall, the winter, and the spring, we've been able to build our off-season business around that core clientele that spends a great amount of money within our restaurants, brings groups, not just single or two-person diner groups. So we look at it as an integral part of our success.
Back in 06, we had almost a defined golf season. It seemed like from the first week of October through the middle end of January, we saw these big groups of golfers come in, and they were a certain demographic. The thing that we defined them as is that they like to spend money.
There was a moment of panic there in 2020, followed by the busiest seasons we've seen down here on Hilton Head. It did seem to carry through to the off season, but now looking at 2023, we've returned to normalcy, almost more so than we'd like, because we're seeing pre-2019 numbers at this point. So we look at the fall and winter as a big risk for our businesses.
But I think the pandemic definitely changed a lot as far as the people that are actually going on these golf trips. I just never really have seen so many young, fit, 20-somethings, early 30-somethings, and man, it's exciting. And just investing in that seems super shrewd and super smart in the current climate.
People think of South Carolina and golf, they think of Myrtle Beach, because it's every magazine you pick up, it's Myrtle Beach golf here, golf there. And then the Charleston market's probably number 2 because of Kiowa. And then they've got Wild Dunes, but Kiowa with their 5 courses and the Ocean Course, they really spend a lot of money on their golf marketing just alone on golf.
I don't believe we can lose our core values around golf.
because, we are such a great destination for those groups that come in, whether they're renting a house or providing, some of the rooms that we have here at the Westin.
Here at the Hilton Beachfront Resort and Spa, the relationship that we have with golf is both direct and purposeful. We rely heavily on our group business to bring in some of the golf travelers in both our spring and fall, whereas we have more of our leisure groups coming in those winter months trying to escape the snow. So a huge chunk of what we do in our group business here at the resort does rely on our ability to provide championship golf courses, which we have 3 of here in Colorado Dunes. What we've found in more recent years that we've actually got returning group guests based off of that fact alone. I think anytime that you can put more money into an opportunity, you're going to find that if it's the right opportunity, people are going to follow it. So whether it be marketing dollars for the course itself or just the destination as a whole, I think that if you put the money in the right place, you will see people coming in. Golf is a very, very necessary spend. I mean, with the amount of courses that we have just in this area, people have become to know Hilton Head, Savannah Trough, and synonymous with group golf.
We all know about the summer. We all know about, families, and which is wonderful. But, this is when you get 12, 16 guys that are down here and they're playing golf. They're eating and partaking. They're staying places, let alone if they're renting facilities or homes or staying in hotels, and they're going to our grocery stores and shopping too. So there is a true snowball effect to it.
Golf's important to South Carolina, and while it's a niche market, it's by far the largest niche. It's about 25% of total tourism. It's about a $3.5 billion economic impact, employs thousands of people throughout the state, and quite frankly is what drives a lot of visitation that's not golf, because people expose or see us as a state and destination throughout golf and those things and want to be associated with that. Golf here in Hilton Head means every day. I mean, it's the home of the RBC Heritage presented by Boeing since 1969. It is what has helped elevate Hilton Head to where it is today, and that continues on and will continue to, particularly post-COVID here as golf has become sort of a rebirth and become very popular once again. It is what drives the economy in many respects. It is what one of the things that Hilton Head is known for, along with its wonderful beaches. It is a critical part of this economy.
If we don't advertise and spend money on bringing golfers here, they're going to go somewhere else. And I think that's a huge thing to remember when we have 28 golf courses or whatever it is on island. We need to do everything we can to keep us full, and that feeds the restaurants, and it feeds the hotels, and it feeds everything else. So I think it's a safe investment. I think it is a valuable investment, and I think it's something that there is plenty of market share to grab right now.
As a traveler, what I'm always looking for is where are those places that are worth coming back to, that are worth telling a story about to your family and friends and neighbors when you get back home. I've already had people sending me texts like, hey, what did you think about Hilton Head? And I've had really great things to say. And, one of the answers that I keep kind of pinging with some of my golf buddies in particular is, next time you'll have to come see it with me. And I just relish the opportunity to come back here with people, and maybe next time I'll get to play tour guide a little bit and show them some things that I learned the first go around, and discover some new things with them as we get around and explore America's Golf Island.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? So I do have a question, because it's not quite clear to me. So last year, yeah, it's on. Closer? Last year, the application was for $200,000. And I believe the increase was because the VCB had withdrawn some of their funding, if I'm not mistaken. The application was subsequently cut to 150. You are applying for 150 again, but in your application, it states that the VCB is once again giving you $200,000. So I'm not sure if I understand the dynamics. I believe before the VCB contributed more. I don't handle the financial side of that budget, but I think that there was more funding that they supported the LGCOA with before. So it's gone down, yeah. And I mean, I don't know that I have the total answer for that, why.
So I would think that the VCB plays a critical
They
role
do.
in promoting golf for Hilton Head.
Yeah,
So,
and I think our challenge has been that it's not the kind of thing we can just worry about, you know, in the spring. We have to do it year-round. And I think that why we've come to the ATAX committee to try to get some additional funds is because we've lost funding. I mean, they are putting some money in, but it's not been what it has been in the past. When they were getting supplemental funds, I believe,
does anybody on the committee know?
and we got a portion of those funds. And that's all changed now. Like, we're presenting here for this, and before they had gotten other supplemental funds. And I think there are things they support us in, but it's not it's, as you can see from what's in the application, it's not the lion's share of the budget.
Right, but in 4 years' time, we went from 50,000 to 150,000. Somehow I would like to see some of the history of the funding with regards to the involvement of the VCB and the role that they play.
Okay.
The only thing I can add to that is if you go back and look at the net profitability of the organization, they run small losses every year. So even though there's been variability in the VCB and or ATAX dollars, it hasn't led to profitability. So the dollars that are contributed are being spent, and those are largely, as I understand it, marketing dollars. I don't, Adrian, have the answer to your question of the VCB history, so maybe we can work on getting that, but at the same time, it's not that those dollars are getting banked anywhere. I would also just ask the question, we have about 14 golf courses who contribute, and I think the average is about $3,300 each, and they certainly gain great benefit from the rounds played there. I don't know if that's another potential resource. Before I ask you to comment on that, though, there's no question that the golf resorts and clubs and the draw of tourism to this island that everyone benefits from is largely due to what you folks do. Right. So I think that this is a good investment of dollars. But I just wonder if we're always looking, especially in a year when we are being asked to cut, the dollars this year, the applications total $577,000 more than the funds that we have available. So we're always trying to find ways for people to monetize other opportunities so they don't lose out.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, each one of the golf courses, obviously, some have varying degrees of funding available to them for, you know, individual marketing. And overall, this is the bigger messaging that goes out on, and it pushes golfers and visitors that, or tourists that want to come to Hilton Head to the golf website that is on the chamber website. So it's contributing to the traffic and bringing people in. I'd have to go back and look at that whole funding process, but the cost of maintaining and running golf courses is extraordinarily high. So in a lot of ways, some of the smaller golf courses, maybe just one course by itself or one or two. I mean, Sea Pines has 3 courses, Palmetto Dunes has 3, Heritage has, I think, 5 now, 5.5, or because they sold a couple. I mean, it is a lot of expense to having a golf course, no question. And I know with the budgets that I manage every year, it fluctuates because of, you know, what do we have to spend? What can we spend? What's the most I can spend versus the least? So it's an ongoing tug of war, you know. You guys play golf?
Yep.
Okay, good.
That was going to be my next comment. I play a decent amount of golf, and I love Hudson, so I like the video a lot. But I'm new here, and so I might have a couple of questions that maybe other members don't have. Because I have been trying to get my hands around or get a grip around exactly what this organization does, okay? So you have 14 golf courses that are members, I guess, correct? And
well, it's 15 and a half.
15 and a half.
Technically.
Okay.
But yeah.
And they're paid members, correct?
What do you mean paid members?
Well, they pay into
Yeah.
For the advertisement. So now when it goes, when someone clicks, it goes to the chamber golf site, correct?
Right, but they don't have a booking engine on there. I mean,
Right.
depends, like, there might be a series of digital ads that might specifically feature a Sea Pines course, a Palmetto Dunes course, Heritage. So that'll go to those course websites. So it gets shared, the traffic gets shared, but,
Is it I get a couple of questions. So bear with me, because I'm new, I'm trying to learn. Is it limited to the 14 courses? Or is it, if I'm not a member, if I own a golf course on Hilton Head and I'm not a member of this association, am I marketed at all? And if I'm not a member of the chamber?
if you're a public course, you are. If necessarily a private course that doesn't take public play,
Right.
they wouldn't be.
No, I mean, no, if I have a public course, but if I'm not a member of the chamber and I'm
No.
not a member of
I
this.
mean, if you're a member of the LGCOA and you're part of that whole entity, you are included.
So I guess why would the other courses not be members? If you only have, if you have 15, why are they not members?
If they're not involved in it and they don't want to support the process
It's a
and be
private club.
included in advertising, like the Island Events or the Golf Guide book, that's put together by the LGCOA to help promote, outside of the 50-mile visit or tourist, getting to those people to come here. I mean, there's a whole mailing effort that goes on with those. So, I mean, if they're not included in that, they're not in it.
Right.
That's their choice.
It's their choice, okay, all right,
Oh, yeah.
thank you.
Question. Don't y'all have a couple of courses though that are not on Hilton Head in your group as well? A Paris Island course maybe?
Well, there are some off-island courses that are involved in the LGCOA, but for this application, this is specific for courses on the island. So it's not that, courses that are out off-island aren't included in the messaging, marketing, any of the, distribution of digital ads and whatnot for off-island, because this is a Hilton Head, Town of Hilton Head application for island use.
Okay. My second question was, we were given a list of unused funds through the end of October, and the numbers for your group changed a little bit. Initially, the one paper said that y'all were allocated $150,000 for the year, but that nothing had been drawn, no receipts had been submitted. But then in your actual application, it looked like you had received some money. So I was a little confused by that.
I mean, they may have submitted, I don't, again, I'm sorry, I don't handle the processing of all their invoices and their financial ad spends and whatnot, but I know as they go through the year, like, I don't think the year started until June of this year for the reimbursement for.
Okay, so
they're on
maybe
a-
it's just
they're
not
on a-
submitted yet.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
No, definitely that is gonna happen. It's just some people do it all at once, some people do it quarterly submissions. So, thank you. Anything else?
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you. I get to stay here and do the next one. Okay. So, I'm here to present the presentation for Harbor Fest. I'm pretty familiar, I hope you guys are all pretty familiar with what Harbor Fest is. This past year, we had our 36th year of events. It's just been a full, every year it's a traditional event that families come from all over the country, and you'll see some of that stuff in what we share. just the activities, the people come for the entertainment, they come for dining, they come for fireworks. They, you know, one of the things Harborfest has grown over the years into being the largest multi-week event on Hilton Head. We do this over 12 weeks, so it's 3 months of summer, and we've experienced a lot of increase this year, as everybody else has around the island and the country. Sort of has allowed us to, you know, we maybe have, I know we've had some deficits in the process, but we're trying to, oops. This is one show, one night, that's from the barge. Nobody really gets that close, but that was from down on one of our docks. But anyway, July 4th this year was a pretty big event. Since the pandemic, only Shelter Cove, Harbor Marina, and Sea Pines produce a show on the island. We had super big crowds all around the basin of the water, not only on the Shelter Cove side, Town Center, on the other side of Broad Creek as well. From even some of the, you know, private communities around the island, people who come out. We had a pretty record number of boats out on the water every week. When the weather was uncooperative, we had our own challenges, but one of the things people ask a lot is, like, we have weather, when if the show is already loaded into the guns, to the cylinders, that are the racks that are on the barge, it has to be shot. So it's not something we can wait. And if the weather forecast, like, stuff changes in 20 minutes, if the weather forecast is gonna get worse, you know, we have shot them off early for safety reasons mostly. You can't wait. I mean, I'm not gonna put our team in harm's way out there, but they make the decision, we're gonna shoot this at 8 o'clock and not wait till 9:20. So some of those, if you guys have seen, some of them go 2 times this past year, we went off early because of the weather and how rough it was. This here is, you know, obviously there's a huge amount of sponsorship and support that comes in to us, the town, obviously, you guys, the hotels, other businesses on the island. I mean, the hotels play a big part of it. And it's, you know, this will be coming up our 37th year, so it's a big event. We get repeat visitors, and it's really an endearing thing to see when, I know some of us, maybe all of you, maybe not John so much, because you've been here forever, that you came here as a visitor and stayed now you're a resident. So there's a lot of that in here. We did our research a couple years back, and we'll be updating this research next year, next summer, so we'll have new data. We do it every 3 years, but in terms of our study, 78% of the attendees were from 50 miles away or more. 8% lived inside of the 50-mile area, and then 14% attendees were Hilton Head Island residents. This survey, we had over 600 people in it. We fielded it over 4 weeks in the month of 2 weeks in June, 2 weeks in July. 92% of the people stayed in lodging that generates accommodations tax. 74% said Harborfest was very influential when planning their trip. 52 were first-time attendees. 80% indicated they would return to the event. 90% said they would recommend the event to friends. 61% earn $100,000 annually. Some of the key takeaways in planning for next year. Obviously, you know, this is a signature event for the island. The Heritage Week is always fantastic and a big event for the island. There's like pods of different events that sort of become synonymous with the whole island's culture and all. So this, this event has earned its time over the years. It seems like our participants, people that come here, they spend money. It's multi-generational families that come here. People have been coming here for years. The family generation stuff, the parents, grandparents, little kids, 3-4 generations later, it's not unusual, but I have noticed in the last couple of years, more new visitors. When you'll see the video, but we interview people during the summer, and a lot of people who knew, so that's been actually interesting, really, since the pandemic. We target our digital efforts primarily to generate more first-time leaders. We have a lot of first-time attendees. We have a lot of people that, like, we know they come back, so they're pretty good. They're a pretty good bet. So we do go after more people that are more potential first-time visitors. Next year, we're going to have, as you've heard, maybe some other groups present, that next year is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. So we're planning some of the increase with the funding request that we have is to incorporate a little bit more bang for fireworks, the show. Obviously, we've been talking about this with some of our fireworks teams for a while, that, putting together a show that has more celebration toward the 250th anniversary will be what we're trying to plan for. I think we're at that. Yeah, this will hit the video next, if you're ready. Again?
We're the Danilo family, and we've been coming for 25 years now.
I'm from Waterbury, Connecticut.
California.
We're from Cleveland, Ohio. Denver, Colorado.
Orange County, and she's from New Mexico.
I'm from Asheville, North Carolina.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We're from Pennsylvania, and we've been coming since around 95, 96, so 30 plus years.
My family's been coming here for over 20 years.
7 for them, 36. I've been coming to Hilton Head Island for about 10 years now.
My whole life, and then we've been bringing our family since they were born, so my oldest son is 7.
A little over 30, so we've been coming down. I'm originally from Pennsylvania, so we've been coming down, and this is our family vacation. It feels great to watch my parents so happy, seeing my kids here enjoying it, their grandchildren, my sister's kids and my brother's kids. It's really exciting.
My husband's been coming down for 39 years since he's been born. I've been coming down for about 20 years.
Since I was 12 years old, so that's almost about 30 years we've been coming here.
I think the first time we came here, Hilton Head might have had 3 stoplights.
Been coming down here to Shelter Cove for 4th of July for years now, so we wanted to keep the tradition going. Now I'm here with my 3-year-old.
My favorite thing is definitely the atmosphere, the experience with all the families, the kids. I have a daughter myself, she's 5 years old. Being able to see the fireworks is the best thing. When she sees it, she goes crazy.
We love the fireworks. We actually booked a boating trip. We're gonna go out crabbing and then see fireworks on the boat, so we're very excited.
Come on firework night so that we go see the fireworks. It's always fun to watch them.
We always stay for the fireworks, yes, definitely.
We have to watch the fireworks every Tuesday, no matter what.
Yeah, date night.
I really like to get the second floor reservation at Ella's and watch the fireworks right outside the window.
What's your favorite part of tonight?
I get to see fireworks.
Fireworks are great. We stay every year. We come every Tuesday when we're down.
I just like coming here and like I'll hang out with my family. Like the best part is seeing him again and getting out ahead of time again.
The fireworks. These guys love fireworks, so.
We have such special memories. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions?
Well, I have been enjoying the fireworks for many, many years. My office is located in Shelter Cove, and I actually try to get out of there before the fireworks start every week, but that's okay. But no, it does. I mean, I'm also a rental agent, and I know the impact that this has on the visitors that are coming. A lot of people don't know about it, and it will make a sale for you instantly. So it's a great program. Y'all have expanded it a lot. And you've done a good job with that. You know, it's manageable. It's once a week. We can all get through it and enjoy it. And the people do love it. They really do. So good job.
Thank you very much.
I think it's certainly a signature event for the summer for all the tourists that visit Hilton Head, and it's wonderful. I do make the observation that since 2023, the request this year would represent a 72% increase over that period of time. And I think that it's important to try to find other resources than ATAX dollars as we continue to struggle with where those ATAX dollars are headed. So, but again, I think it's a wonderful resource for the tourism of the island. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Hilton Head Dance Theater. Welcome.
There we are. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Lori Finger, and I'm here this afternoon on behalf of the board of the Hilton Head Dance Theater. I'd like to start by saying just how grateful the entire board of the Dance Theater is for the support that we always get from the town and from this committee. So there are many organizations in our community celebrating significant milestones this year. The Choral Society is celebrating 50 years. The Arts Center is celebrating 30 years. Lean Ensemble Theater is celebrating 10 years, and we are celebrating 40 years. It just doesn't seem possible. But how lucky are we to live in a community with these organizations and the longevity that they all represent? The mission of the Dance Theater is simple. It was adopted 40 years ago. We strive to foster an appreciation of dance as an art form among Lowcountry residents and visitors alike. And next, I'd like to share a short clip with all of you of an event that occurred in December of last year. For the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra's holiday concert, they played excerpts from Tchaikovsky's score for the Nutcracker. Our company dancers joined them, with the result being a standing ovation and a truly memorable event. To rehearse and to perform with the musicians, to receive direction and support from John Morris Russell, and to appear at the First Presbyterian Church was such a gratifying experience for all of us. Let's see if this works. Yes. Gives me goosebumps. I hope you all recognize that music. Be back. Do I click? Okay, thank you. So I see several new faces on the committee. So for those of you who are not familiar with our story, the Hilton Head Dance School opened in 1985 with just 17 students. Shortly thereafter, the Hilton Head Dance Theater was formed as a 501c3 organization. And then these two organizations have worked hand in hand for all these years to enhance the beauty of the island with the beauty of dance. The owners of the Hilton Head Dance School and the artistic directors of the Hilton Head Dance Theater are, since the very beginning, are Karina Brock Carlisle and her husband, John. And Karina danced with the American Ballet Theater, considered one of the greatest ballet companies in the world during its golden era, and shared the stage with such luminaries as Mikhail Baryshnikov, Rudolf Nureyev, and Cynthia Gregory. She traveled the world with ABT and danced at the White House for 2 presidents. And there she is, like the third from the left, with Lyndon Johnson and his wife and Hubert Humphrey and other dignitaries after a performance at the White House. It is certainly fortuitous that community leaders Mary Coleman and Margaret Jones convinced Karina and her husband to come to Hilton Head and start a school all the way back in 1985. And we as an organization and we as a community are so fortunate to have them among us, people among us with that level of experience. The school has grown and the reach of the dance theater has grown as well. In our efforts to pursue the mission, we have brought professional companies to the island. We hire accomplished guest artists from around the country. We strive to stage productions of the highest quality. Our repertoire includes all of the ballet classics such as The Nutcracker, Swan Lake, Giselle, Coppelia, The Sleeping Beauty, and Don Quixote. We also offer excellent jazz numbers, original choreography, contemporary ballet, and a mixed rep program that we refer to as terpsichore. So for 2025, the Hilton Head Dance Theater was awarded $23,000 to spend on advertising and marketing for the productions of Terpsichore and The Nutcracker, and to promote our 40th anniversary season. And this slide shows some of the outlets that we work with in order to get the word out about our productions. And these are some examples of the photos and designs that we've used in our advertising. And we're always proud, I think we're going on over 10 years now, we're always proud to be featured on the cover of the November issue of Island Events. And this is an ad that we placed to announce our 40th anniversary season. And this slide shows how we collected our visitor and tourist information and the results from late 2024 and mid-2025. We want to continue to expand our audiences always, and we set a goal of ticket sales in excess of 3,000 for this year's production of The Nutcracker. We've sold almost 700 tickets already, and opening night is more than 3 weeks away. And as we review the tourist data each year, it's always gratifying to see that our patrons include individuals from all around the Southeast, as well as patrons from all over the US, including Texas, South Dakota, and Minnesota, 18 different states in all for this past year. So our 2026 request, we are asking for $20,000 to support marketing and advertising efforts to promote our 2026 productions of Terpsichore and The Nutcracker. So collaboration and cooperation with like organizations over our long history has been instrumental to our success and our growth. We have had a representative serve with the Arts and Cultural Council of Southern Beaufort County, the Arts and Cultural Council of Hilton Head, and now we have 2 representatives on the town's Arts and Culture Council, and we work closely with the director of the Office of Cultural Affairs. This is a photo of our dancers at the recent opening of the month-long celebration of art, culture, and history, Crescendo. We have a mutual agreement with both the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra and the Art Center of Coastal Carolina, by which we run complimentary ads in one another's programs. So this is an ad that appears in the Symphony Orchestra's season-long program book. And this ad for the Nutcracker is in On Center magazine currently, and it's being distributed at their production of Come From Away. And so this means that every patron that attends a performance of the orchestra, the art center, or the ballet is aware of what the other organizations are planning. And we're proud to be an important part of Crescendo. And we'd like to emphasize that we feel that the performance schedule of the dance theater is a unique component of the annual arts calendar, and we thereby play a part in both attracting visitors to our area and then offering them options for entertainment once they arrive. Coming up for us in just over 3 weeks is the Nutcracker, opening on Friday, November 14th. And as I mentioned earlier, we've already sold almost 700 tickets. And then in the spring of 2026, we will present Terpsichore. So I'd like to point out that our organization is, and always has been, run entirely by volunteers. The only exception would be the 2 artistic directors. The board of directors and the Friends of the Ballet take care of everything: fundraising, accounting, selling tickets, creating handmade costumes and headpieces, publicity, marketing, building maintenance, etc. This has made it possible for us to pour every dollar that we earn through ticket sales, memberships, and fundraisers into the next production and the next season. We continue to be grateful to the families that had the vision 40 years ago to bring Karina and John to the island, to open a school and start an organization with the simple mission of fostering an appreciation of dance as an art form. We're proud to reflect on all that we have been able to accomplish, and we simply could not do any of it without the support of local businesses, our members, and the town and this committee. It's clear to us that we would not have the number of ticket buyers from neighboring communities, from throughout the Southeast and beyond, and even from our own community, without the support that we receive from this committee. And it is in this way that we feel successful in the pursuit of our mission. We feel that the performance schedule of the Hilton Head Dance Theater is important and unique component of the annual arts calendar, and we look forward to many more years of providing quality experiences to residents and visitors alike. And we thank you.
Thank you very much. Thoughts?
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. This one, you know, I love the dance theater. I love it. I mean, it doesn't bring in the numbers of tourists that sometimes we would like to see, but I feel like it's such a fabric of who we are that I respect that, and I love that. Can you tell me, do you have any idea how many kids and how many dancers you've worked with over 40 years? Just
over 40 years?
Yeah, any estimation? How many do you have any given year?
Oh, we have about 150 this year. The highest number we had, we were somewhere in the low 300s. I think I mentioned we started out with 17. It's got to be, and what contributes to that calculation is a lot of the dancers start with us when they're 3 years old and they stay until they're 18. So, and then we have a lot that come and go. They might be in the Nutcracker 1 or 2 or 3 years kind of thing, and then they move on to another activity. So it would be hard to calculate, but it's got to be in the maybe 10,000. I mean, it's a lot.
So you've worked with a lot of local residents and over the years. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You probably have generations of people now coming
We
back.
we do. We're on our 3rd generation. I myself, my 14-year-old granddaughter is in the Nutcracker this year, and my daughter started at Hilton Head Dance School in 1987, so the school was only 2 years old at that point, danced in the Nutcracker through high school, now she's a teacher there, and now her daughter is in the Nutcracker. And I'm not the only one. We have multiple grandparents coming after having watched their daughters. Now they're watching their granddaughters. It's pretty
Thank you.
great.
I was
Thank
just
you.
Curious about that.
Thank you.
Else? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate everybody's attention. Thank you.
So we're going to take a short break. Just going to ask the committee, rather than 20, can we hold this to 10 and come back at right about 3? That's fine. Would you like to, rather than sit, would you like to come and present? Thank you, John.
Ready? Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I'm Rob Bender. I'm the president of the Harbortown Merchants Association, which represents the various businesses, water sports, restaurants, retail stores in the Harbortown area. The association promotes the various businesses in Harbortown through social media, print media, digital marketing, website, and events. And I'm here to respectfully request consideration for a $50,000 grant in accommodations funds for our Harbortown July 4th event next year. Our request has not changed since 2022. We greatly appreciate the committee's support and the town's investment in this event, and we've hosted this event for decades, and we're one of only 2 events held on the island for 4th of July, as Karen mentioned earlier. Just a little quick synopsis of our event. We start the day with a bicycle parade in Harbortown with 100+ families that march around Harbortown, led by bagpipes and all kinds of great festivities, followed by the carnival with games and festivities. And then in the evening, we have Greg Russell. He will be starting his 49th year in Harbortown next summer. We're proud of that and thankful for him. And then we follow the evening up with a DJ performance and our fireworks show over Calabogie Sound, held on a barge. Just some economic data, which I know data is really important to you, and who and where and why people are coming. Based on our different metrics, the attendance is 91% tourists, 6% residents, and 3% visitors. Our top markets are Ohio, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. From a demographic standpoint, the attendees are in the higher income bracket, 100, 200,000 plus. Many of them have children, so again, the multifamily, multi-generational. Many of these are highly educated with college degrees, so it's a demographic that works well for a high spend on our island. From our resort partner, the Sea Pines Resort, paid occupancy for the week was 85%, and on 4th of July was 95% in the homes and villas. The average length of stay is a 7-day stay. The average rate was up this year, 3.7% to $573, and nearly $1.5 million in lodging revenue was generated for the week. As a side note, accommodations taxes collected by our resort partner, the Sea Pines Resort, for 2024 was a little over $1 million, and for the first 2 quarters through June was $550,000. So you can see the economic impact of this event. Here's our projected budget for the 2026 event, which includes our parking, our buses, our restrooms, and security. And there's a new line item at the bottom there. It was mentioned earlier in the previous fireworks presentation about the 250th anniversary. And so we have a line item. We feel it's going to be important to recognize that, and I'll expand on that here in a little bit. Regarding our attendance, we estimated 9,200 people were in attendance this past year's event. That's based on transportation with the buses that we contract with, vehicles parked in Harbortown, the trolleys that run through Sea Pines. This event is a collaborative effort between the Merchants Association, Community Services Associates, also known as CSA, which manages the community of Sea Pines, the Sea Pines Resort, and with support from South Beach Marina. Most importantly, and with great gratitude, the Accommodations tax grant that is awarded. As I mentioned, next year we'll be celebrating our 250th anniversary as a country. This is a consequential event. People are going to be looking for unique events and activities to do, and so we've been starting that planning process already. We feel that these will help add or drive tourism to Hilton Head and Harbor Town. Some of the things that we've looked at and just started the conversations, enhance our fireworks show. We've been in conversation with a conservancy group out of Tennessee about doing a bald eagle flyover and a meet and greet, various art-related events, musical performances, historical reenactments. We're looking at potentially doing some decor on the lighthouse. We already have red and white. Why not add a little bit of blue to add to the festivities? So that's something under consideration as well. We've already started some of the collaborative effort. We've had conversations with both the town and the Heritage Library also. Just kind of in summary, why does this event matter? Again, as I mentioned, 91% of the attendees are tourists, so it drives heads and beds. The lodging revenue that's generated. The merchants in Harbor Town generate about $55 million in annual revenues. That does not include golf, that doesn't include accommodations. That's the businesses within Harbor Town. So it's very important to continue to support that area. Credit to our operations in Harbor Town. Retail sales are up the past 2 years, even with occupancy down on the island. Celebrating the 250th anniversary next year. It's a long-standing family tradition, generation after generation, creates lasting memories. Data is very important. As I presented here, we've started also using Placer AI. If you're not familiar with that, I'd be happy to answer questions, but it targets who is coming to an event, how long they've been there, where they're coming from, the demographic information. It's a really valuable tool to us, and we're going to focus on that more and more. And again, it's a collaborative effort with the various partners in the community. Bottom line, this event puts heads in beds and enhances the guest experience while they're here. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I thank you for your continued support.
Thank you, Rob. Please.
Kind of a general question, and I know it's kind of silly and you're not a fireworks expert, but maybe you know.
Yes.
Have y'all ever considered doing laser instead of fireworks?
I believe, and maybe John can jump in, there was a laser show done maybe 25, 30 years ago. And
I'm just thinking if you're thinking of trying to do something different.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it was done in place of the fireworks. Again, this is a long time ago. It was not well received. Fireworks are pretty traditional in the fireworks. We're considering drone show. We're looking at all kinds of options. I don't want to rule anything out. Lasers could definitely be a part of that. There's going to be a cost-benefit factor that we'll have to evaluate.
I mean, I know nothing about that. I just thought of it. So thank you.
You're welcome. Good question.
That's a great idea, though, because the laser show that they did in Celebration Park, I forget which event it was a few months ago, was just amazing. I don't remember what event it was in Celebration Park, but it was a few months ago. It was pretty amazing.
Lasers now will reach the sky, John. I think you guys have done a really good job with looking at other revenue sources and building this over time, not just on tax dollars, which we appreciate. I was very interested to hear your commentary about what the tax dollars are raised within Harbor Town. I didn't have those numbers before. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that's with our resort partner, the Sea Pines Resort. So that is
understood.
Yeah,
but
it's significant.
It is significant dollars, and that's all part of what we're trying to accomplish here. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again for your. I know it's a long day, a long 2 days, and I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we will take a bit of a break now. Back at 3:10, if everyone's okay with that. Thank you. We're a little past 3:10, so we would like to resume. The Community Foundation of the Low Country. Welcome.
Hi, guys. Thank you. My name is Stephanie Caller, and I founded Jerseys and Dresses Charitable Fund with the Community Foundation of the Low Country last December, so less than a year ago. What's that? Go Birds. We're asking for $16,000 for our marketing for the event. We are brand new. We are little. You know, you don't know if you don't ask, and you can't learn if you don't try. So here I am. A lot of my presentation is kind of background on who I am, how I got here, how the organization started, and then our inaugural event was last year that we pulled off with not a lot of budget, with a great success. So I'm gonna jump in. So how do we get here? Gifting time. I'm gonna go through the whole thing. We're gonna jump into our marketing, our internship program, our benefactors, and then the event, which is in February. So some of you are probably from the cold Northeast. I was born in Connecticut, raised outside of Philadelphia, thus the love of the Philadelphia Eagles and football in general. You know, went to college, became a teacher, had kids, and then, you know, our careers kind of changed. My husband was selling medical equipment. I was a guest host on QVC selling gifts and novelty items, you know, everything from fuzzy bunny slippers to handmade gift cards. So we were literally the definition of ships passing in the night. He was commuting before the kids got up, getting home after the kids were in bed. I was asleep, waking up at 2 a.m. to get to the studio to be on a 5 a.m. show. It's live television. And then that last winter we were there, we had 5 storms with 25 inches of snow. And we looked at each other and we were like, this is not what we signed up for. Unlike many people that relocate to Hilton Head, we had never set foot on this island before. We were looking all down the East Coast. We wanted to be a day's drive from Philadelphia. We had family here already. They reassured us, like, you guys will love it. My husband's cousin worked for the school system, so the teacher in me was relieved to have some push that the schooling would be great, and we literally sold everything, rented a house off of Craigslist, loaded a U-Haul, and rolled into Hilton Head Plantation with 2 babies. Our son started kindergarten the next week, and I was the secretary at TPAC. And here we are. I jumped right into this community and fell in love with it. I have been gifting my time to the town, TEDx. I mean, you can see I have just been a volunteer. It's in my blood. And I always wanted to have my own thing. I wanted to do something different, and I wanted to not just be the PTA secretary or the SIC chairperson. I really wanted to have something that was gonna make a big difference. And, you know, we're not even a year old yet, and I feel like we've done a lot for the community and with the community. So how we got started was through my work raising money with the Eagles Autism Foundation, which is through the Philadelphia Eagles organization, and they have granted $8.4 million nationwide for autism research that does kind of come back in that massive research scope. I was working with a friend of mine who makes cake pops, and she was a vendor and sponsor at some Eagles Autism Foundation events. When I say that I have never had more fun fundraising than I did in those 3 days working with the Eagles Autism Foundation, it made me want to come back here and try to figure out a way that we could help the community, be part of the community, raise a lot of money, but at the core of it is have a lot of fun. Fun brings vibe, fun brings energy. When people have that kind of energy going, they want to help. So this started because of the Eagles Autism Foundation. I got to work with Kylie on this project, which was cool. I woke up one morning and looked at my invite list for a Zoom meeting we had that day and saw that Kylie Kelsey was on this meeting. And I was like, wow, I was not expecting that level of involvement. At that time, she was one of their coordinators. I never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would be on a Zoom call with Kylie Kelsey. So we ended up just having a ball that day, and they really inspired me, along with a more local organization, and that is, I should have a video popping in here. It doesn't seem to want to, but we can adapt and adjust. Jesse Cole from the Savannah Bananas. As I came back from that weekend in Philadelphia with all these ideas spinning in my head, in the back of my head, I knew I should call the community foundation, that if I was gonna do something, I don't have the skills to do it by myself. I haven't spent my career in the nonprofit sector, and I was gonna need help. So I'm watching Facebook, and Jesse Cole comes on with a reel that says one of the attendees to his games showed up at the stadium. He didn't have any Savannah banana clothes. He duct taped a banana to a white t-shirt. And Jesse saw it, loved it, immediately went and produced screen printed shirts, limited edition, banana with a cross of duct tape on it. And the message from that was, just do it. If you're gonna do something, you can spin your thoughts for weeks, but unless you take action, nothing's gonna happen. And that was the day that I called, there he is. That was the day that I called the Community Foundation and set up with a meeting with them. So we get our fund rolling. One of our benefactors is an organization called Visitation Home, and they offered structured day programming to adults with disabilities. So they created these original artwork envelopes, and we mailed out invitations to our event to people all over the country, people who were close to Hilton Head, who loved Hilton Head, people that we had heard rumors that, Patrick Mahomes has been on Hilton Head. Well, if anybody had any inkling that they loved Hilton Head or had been here, we looked up the address of their PR company and we sent them this invitation in these handmade envelopes, and Jesse Cole was one of them. Now, again, Jesse sent me a video. That was a screenshot of a video that I woke up to in a text message one day from Jesse Cole that was saying, like, thanks, Steph, for inviting me. I can't make it because of the world tour, but keep doing cool stuff, think outside the box. And that really was invigorating for me. So we went ahead and we planned this event. It is a whole weekend on Hilton Head. Our goal is for it to be the not to be missed event on Hilton Head. Friday, we had a golf outing at Palmetto Hall. Friday evening, we had an oyster roast at Fish. And then Saturday night is our tailgate gala, which is the event of the weekend. It is the classiest tailgate on America's favorite island. I love to get dressed up. We love sparkles, we love glitter. My husband is a jeans and t-shirt guy. And that's kind of where the jerseys and dresses came in, the juxtaposition of the classy and the, maybe the not so classy. But guys wear jerseys, girls wear dresses. And we hosted this at Concourse of Hilton Head, so we were with all the cars, and we had a great event. Almost every team in the NFL was represented. You see the fully branded suit. We had, every team, baseball teams, hockey teams. It is a celebration, and it brings the community together really on like this subliminal message, because we are all different. We all support different causes, different teams, different philosophies. But for one night, you all come together, you support the community, and you have a really fun time. For our food, we had food stations from key NFL cities. We had cheesesteaks from Philadelphia, seafood chowder for the Patriots, buffalo bites for Buffalo, crab cakes for the Ravens. So that was unique. We did a lot of tailgate games. So picture your traditional tailgate games next to Ferraris and Shelbys, and it just really was a unique visual experience as well as, to be there and have fun. So we also support and involve the community in this event. We had a jazz quartet from Christian Academy that came out and kicked off the evening with the Star Spangled Banner. Then during what we called our halftime show, they came through in a parade format playing When the Saints Go Marching In, similar to what you would see with like a mummers band in Philadelphia. We had the Hilton Head High School dance team there performing for us. So it's for the community, with the community, involving the community. And again, it just was a really, really great night. We sold out our first year. When I first started planning, we have our advisory board. We started talking about what we were gonna do, how it was gonna be. Everybody I talked to, I said, we could have 40 people there or we could have 200. We have no idea, we've never done this before. And we sold this event out. And then it turned into my phone ringing, hey, can I get tickets? Can I get tickets? Can I get tickets? I was like, no, we are sold out, we're done. Wait till next year. So you can just kind of get a sense of what the event was like. So deep dive into our marketing. So we had a minimal budget. We had good sponsors, but we needed that money for the actual event. We ended up partnering with an organization up in Philadelphia that was doing a Ronald McDonald House charity with Brandon Graham from the Philadelphia Eagles. Philadelphia is the 9th largest radio market. They have 4.7 million listeners in that market. Last year, when I was planning this and doing all this stuff, I did not know that I would end up standing here in front of you. So moving forward, I will obviously have far more detailed data than I can provide you because we were really flying off the cuff to get this done. I ended up going up to New York and recording a podcast in the iHeart Studios. It was called Passage to Profits. They wanted a nonprofit on. That was syndicated to 38 radio stations. I was on Low Country Live out of Charleston, encompasses 180,000 households, and we had over 100,000 views on our social media platforms. In addition to that, the content we make for our sponsors, so when we approached our sponsors, we were created, we'll have this many curated social media posts. And it wasn't just thank you for your sponsorship. There's one, and I had included this for Graco because we did this video in there because we were making these tables for the event and we got all the supplies at Graco, and it was just more of an authentic experience for somebody on social media. So for Coligny, we made a video where I was catching a sub outside of Stu's Subs, like a football, and we were joking on the hoagie versus sub conversation. So really diving in and curating content for our sponsors that's authentic and is going to get more views than just a thank you, Coligny Plaza, for your sponsorship. Mr. Rose, we were gifted an ad from CH2 magazine, a full-page ad before the event, and Mr. Rose saw it. Mr. Rose is an island resident. He's a 50-year, not a 50-year veteran. He's an Army veteran, and for all the years he was stationed around the country, he collected jerseys. He'd go thrifting, garage sales, and now he's at that stage in life where he's trying to get things out of his house. So Mr. Rose saw our ad in the magazine, called me, and he donated his entire 50-year collection of jerseys to Jerseys and Dresses. We take that to other community events and have a pop-up shop, and we sell the jerseys, and then we donate the money back to really whatever organization is hosting us. So just last week, we were at the Island Rec Center's Pumpkin Patch, and we had our jersey shop there. Everybody, it's a hit. Everybody comes to the jersey shop because it's unique, it's different, and we talk to every single person there. We tell them about our event. They're from all over the place. We had one little boy who came to the event dressed as a football player, and he could not get himself out of our tent. Like, his dad kept coming back, like, are you sure he's okay? We're like, he's fine. He's fine. He negotiated. He was a tough negotiator with me. He got himself a Falcons jersey. He was from Georgia. And at the end, he comes up to me. Now I'm in my Eagles jersey. He's in his Falcons jersey. He's like, Miss Steph, birds of a feather flock together. And then he runs away. So we're back out in the community, and the money we raised that night, it was an Island Rec Center event, is going back to their All Abilities summer camp that they do. So lots of different ways outside of your regular channels that we market this event. We also have an internship program. I said in the very beginning that my career out of college was as a teacher. I'm not a classroom teacher now, lots of reasons, but I still feel like a teacher. So when I have these interns, I really, really work with them, you know, in an educator role. And the internship program this past summer, we had 7 students. One was from USCB, one was from USC, and then we had other students from around the country. But they were calling on minor league baseball stadiums to set up jerseys and dresses fundraising nights at the stadiums. Now, due to a lot of things, one of them being budget to travel, none of the girls really saw it through to us being feet on the ground in a stadium. They started the relationships, they started the conversations. We have applied for a different grant that is gonna try to cover the expense of that internship program, because that would put us in Atlanta, Charlotte, Columbia, in with those residents, talking about Hilton Head, talking about our event, talking about jerseys and dresses and how we give back to the community. So, oh, let me go back. Sorry, guys. What did I do? That's where we were. When I first went to the Community Foundation, one of my biggest things was hunger and childhood hunger. And the Community Foundation coached me, guided me, and let me know that there are a number of organizations on this island and in the Low Country that do feeding the hungry very well. And to start something that was gonna focus solely on that would be really hard as a one-woman show to really do that. So they suggested that we do these fundraisers and find a partner already in existence on the island to help with that. And so we've been partners with Sandalwood Food Pantry, and that was, you know, a fluke. I ran into a guy from home down in Coligny who is on the board of Sandalwood. And it was kind of like, okay, well, there's my food pantry. Visitation Home, I talked about earlier, they decorated our envelopes. They're on Hilton Head Island. They provide structured day programming for adults with disabilities. The All-American Football Camp is through the Island Rec Center. They bring in professional and collegiate football players to coach these little boys for a 2-day camp in the spring. We've also helped the theater program, Hilton Head High School baseball, cheer, soccer. The dance team isn't listed there. The All Abilities Camp, girls basketball. We conducted a book drive for the Defusky Island Independent School and ferried bins of books over to them. And then we always like to help the Eagles Autism Foundation a little bit, because we wouldn't be here on this island without them. So save the date. It's February 20th and 21st. Next February, golf, oyster roast, and our big tailgate event. Any questions? And thank you.
I just said I was one of the people that couldn't get tickets. So. And I knew a lot of people that went, and so you met my friend Buck. So
yeah.
I heard it was a wonderful event. I guess probably the question going through committee members' heads is, do you have any data to tell us where people came from?
I have data because we had not a ton of tourists, but they did come from Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Tennessee.
So to that point, it does look like a lot of fun, but can you give me a little idea about the scope? How many people attended?
We had 200 attendees last year, and this year we're hoping to go to 250 and grow every year. Hopefully we can make it big.
So to Dave's question, even though you don't have the data, is it minority tourism, mostly residents?
Last year, it was majority residents and coming in from Bluffton and Beaufort.
And do you have any idea if how you're going to try and get more from outside?
We're gonna start marketing it earlier. So we didn't even form our fund until December, and the event was in February. So we've been working up until now, grassroots, friends in Ohio bringing their, that kind of way. But we're gonna just do it earlier and more.
You have capacity for more than 200?
Yes.
Going forward?
We're in the works right now with finalizing our venue, but all three of our options can accommodate more than that. It will not be at Concourse this year. It's a tailgate, but it's a fancy tailgate. And the men, you got your suit?
Ladies will wear dresses and the gentlemen will wear jerseys.
Yes.
Entry fee.
Yes.
You feed them a football-themed food.
Yes.
Net proceeds go to a charity.
The net proceeds went to Visitation Home, Sandalwood Food Pantry, and the All-American Football Club, or camp.
There's three benefactors.
Yes.
All through the Community Foundation.
Yes.
Congratulations on creating a really fun event. You've done a wonderful job with this. I think, as a couple of members have said, it's difficult to allocate ATAX dollars without tourism information and draw. So I would encourage you to help us with better data as we go forward.
And I am on top of that.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I believe you can grow this thing to get more of an audience coming in for a 3-day event. You're just going to need a little time and support. So I definitely believe you can.
Well, thank you.
And then obviously increasing the venue side is going to be but I think you could definitely pull off getting people to come to town 3 or 4 days for an annual event. And I like the time of year it is as well, because that's a slow time on the island.
I want it to be the not to be missed winter event.
Fill some rooms and things. Good
You
opportunity
gotta start
for growth.
somewhere.
Last year you started in December and had it in February.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've been working on it.
Golf course block.
Yes, Palmetto Hall.
Just one suggestion, don't forget about the rental companies. Don't forget about the people that actually operate the rentals here, because we are always looking for something like this. And typically February is full of snowbirds and they all love football and they would attend an event like that. So don't forget about marketing to the people here
yes.
as well.
I will add that specific to my list too.
One more thing, I'm obviously a big fan of Sandalwood, but you may want to partner with some other tourism-related.
I am open to suggestions.
Some of the people that come here and present that really drive tourism, that might help you too as well.
Okay.
So.
Kylie Kelsey is.
Anything else?
Good.
Well,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and all of you being there today. Thank you.
Next, we have the Hilton Head Choral Society. Thank you for sitting through so many of these presentations.
I am never late for anything, let me tell you. And I run my meetings the same way. So good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Christine Sibley Hart, and I'm honored to be the president of the Choral Society. You may have been expecting our grant writer, David Coyle. He was called away by a family emergency. So Hilton Head Choral Society is proud to be the first performing arts organization on Hilton Head Island to reach a 50-year milestone. Founded in 1975 to sing Handel's Messiah, we've grown into a vibrant intergenerational community of musicians and supporters who believe in the power of choral music to connect, inspire, and uplift. This season, we're celebrating our legacy with a series of concerts that reflect not only our history, but our deep commitment to the island's cultural future. Our opening concert on September 26th, and I hope some of you were there, featured the premiere of Courage Sings, a commissioned work by renowned composer Z. Rendell Stroop. Inspired by the spirit of Kumbaya and the call and response tradition central to Gala music, the piece incorporates poetry by South Carolina's first poet laureate, Archibald Hamilton Rutledge, and was created to reflect the soul and story of Hilton Head Island. We invited members of the Gullah community to join us for the premiere, and the following Saturday, Mr. Stroop led a Choral Society-sponsored workshop for area teachers, choir directors, and student choral leaders. Attendees came from both north and south of the Broad River, as well as Savannah, and 2 of the students, who are now 18 years of age, have since joined the Choral Society as full members. And this is what we mean when we say we're building bridges across generations. We also honor those who have served our country by participating in Hilton Head Island's Veteran Day and Memorial Day celebrations, and you will see us on November the 11th in Shelter Cove Park. In addition, the Choral Society was invited to provide music for the ceremony commemorating the 50th anniversary of Hilton Head Hospital, an event that celebrated the island's healthcare legacy and community resilience. These civic engagements allow us to connect with the broader community through music that reflects remembrance, gratitude, and unity, values deeply embedded in our mission. Looking ahead, our December 5th holiday concert, Celebrate the Holidays, will honor our roots by performing the Christmas portion of Messiah and an arrangement of Silent Night by our second artistic director, John Carter. Our founding director, Martha Gregory, has been invited to attend, and we will use this moment to reflect on how far we've come and where we're going. In March, our spring concert, Celebrate Renewal, will welcome back former members, especially those who began in our youth choir and have gone on to careers in music. Our retired director of 20 years, Tim Reynolds, will return to conduct part of that program. And in May, America Sings will feature music that reflects on wars throughout our history, in addition to the traditional Memorial Day repertoire in celebration of the nation's 250th birthday. Through our affiliation with Chorus America, we've also been invited to participate in Sing Democracy 250, a national initiative commemorating the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Choirs across the country will join together to perform 2 newly commissioned works in their local communities. And while this programming was not included in our original grant application due to the timing of the invitation, we are actively collaborating with the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra, the Symphony Chorus, First Presbyterian Church, local African American church choirs to bring this celebration to life. We're also hoping to work with the Heritage Library to deepen the historical context of the program, and the tentative date for that will be in July, in closest we can to July 4th. Our programming for the September and holiday concerts in 2026 is obviously still under development. As we enter our 51st year, we remain committed to honoring our past while embracing the future. Building on the momentum of our 50th anniversary, we will continue to deepen our collaboration with fellow arts organizations, both longstanding partners and new voices in the community. These partnerships not only enrich our artistic offerings, but also strengthen the cultural fabric of Hilton Head Island. We are intentional about creating inclusive musical experiences that reflect the diverse heritage of Hilton Head Island. Choral music at its heart is about unity, many voices coming together to create something greater than anyone alone. In a time when community matters and connections matter more than ever, we believe singing has the power to bridge generations, celebrate our shared heritage, and inspire hope for what lies ahead. Hilton Head Choral Society is supported through a diverse mix of funding sources, including member dues, ticket sales, individual donations, advertising and sponsorships from local businesses, and grant support. We take pride in the way Hilton Head's business community has stepped up to sponsor us during our 50th anniversary season. We had a very significant increase in sponsorships. It's a testament to the value they see in our mission. Throughout the year, we actively collaborate and cross-market with organizations like the Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra, the Jazz Corner, and Lean Ensemble to enrich the patron experience and strengthen the island's performing arts ecosystem. In fact, that's an increase and a change where we started out last year just with the Jazz Corner and have now branched out to cross-market with these other organizations. Many of our musicians also perform with the Symphony Orchestra, and we work closely with the town's Director of Cultural Affairs, Natalie Harvey, to ensure our programming aligns with broader community goals. We are intentional with every dollar that we receive, and we are committed to maximizing its impact for Hilton Head Island. Our ATEX grant request is focused solely on marketing events held on Hilton Head Island. And while we're presenting the Vienna Boys Choir in Bluffton in February, due to the lack of a suitable venue of size on the island, none of the requested funds will be used to promote those concerts. However, we anticipate drawing up to 2,000 attendees, many of whom will stay, dine, and shop on Hilton Head Island, generating economic benefit for the community. For those that were around in 2014, you will know we had the Vienna Boys Choir on Hilton Head Island at that time, and it was a very successful event. In a time of national arts funding uncertainty and economic challenges, local support is more vital than ever. The town's investment in the Choral Society will not only sustain our ability to bring world-class choral music to Hilton Head Island, it will empower us to engage new generations, deepen cultural partnerships, and celebrate the rich heritage of our community. With your continued support, Hilton Head Choral Society will remain a cultural beacon for Hilton Head Island, uniting voices, generations, and communities through the transformative power of music. I want to thank you for your time, your consideration, and your steadfast commitment to the arts, and we look forward to singing for you and with you for many years to come. Questions?
Congratulations on 50 years. I think that's outstanding. Great to hear you also continue to expand your efforts to collaborate with other organizations. I know that as a choral society, it can be difficult to attract tourists to a single performance, but to work with others like the symphony, I think that speaks very well of what you're getting done.
And I also think our season, which runs primarily, our concert season obviously starts in September and runs through May. So again, to the comments that were made earlier about the slower time of the year, we are there. And for those of you who have been to the Christmas concert, you know that is one that typically comes close to or sells out. It's a large draw. And we, again, are very happy to be able to, even though they will be in Bluffton and not under this program, to bring the Vienna Boys Choir to the Low Country and to enable people to bring their children and families to an event that otherwise might be out of their reach. So.
Give me the details on that again.
Yes, the Vienna Boys Choir will be doing 2 performances at Low Community Church in Bluffton, sponsored by us on February 23rd and 24th, the 2 performances. Low Country Community Church very graciously has provided the venue, and we are just paying the costs of, the operating costs for security, et cetera. So we're very happy to partner with them for that, and we have kept the ticket prices low because this is our give back to the community. We wanted to bring the Vienna Boys Choir here. Not many people, I was fortunate enough to see them sing in Vienna. Not everybody gets that opportunity, so.
How many folks do you expect to attend?
We have a capacity of 1,000 for each of the 2 nights, and we're hoping to come close to that. It would be my greatest desire to see us sell out, so we will keep our fingers crossed. We've already sold for each of the shows just under 400 tickets for each of the shows, and it's early, so.
And I would think that that would create some visibility for the Hilton Head Choral Society and the island of Hilton Head, so I think that's a positive. I think it would be very helpful to see those tourism numbers grow. Sort of a comment we make to everyone, but...
Sure, and we've actually had our tourists, it is difficult to track those numbers because people buy, such as myself, like you buy tickets for your family or friends from out of town, and they don't necessarily get recorded in the same way in our data. So it's certainly a challenge to track that data accurately, but with the data that we can rely on, we've seen an increase from 9% to 12% just over the last year. And I think the 50th anniversary season has been a big draw because we have had things like the commission work and again, bringing some solos, bringing back some talent that grew up here, which everybody will be happy to see. So we're very excited about it. And again, tradition of Messiah being how we got started for 5 seasons. The Choral Society only performed the Messiah at Christmas time. So we're going to bring back that Christmas portion of the Messiah along with some other works, and we're just very excited to be able to do it. Lower than 2022. In 2022, we're asking for 20,000 for this year. We had 20,000 last year, and I think it was 15 and 10 before that. And I don't have the 2022 numbers at my fingertips.
Typo. Well, I think there was, in the past, there was a greater ATAX funding for her organization, and it was cut by the ATAX group, I think, back then.
Yeah. I apologize for not having that at my fingertips. I'm actually just been with the Choral Society since 2019. I was one of those people who joined, I moved to the island permanently and took residence here on the 1st of January, 2019, joined the Choral Society in the July, because wherever I am, I sing, usually with 2 or 3 groups, and COVID hit. So it was a short season, and then ended up, once we're back, and I'm now your president, so I'm in my 2nd term.
But if I have this right, you're increasing revenue $75,000, $80,000 year over year now, based on the sponsorships that you've
Yes,
reached out for.
sponsorships, and especially this year, sponsorships have been very helpful, but we are very concerned about what's going on generally across the country with possible defunding of the arts at a national level and the trickle-down effect that will have. And also, I don't think anyone in this room would be surprised to think that we're concerned about job losses that may come as a result of some of the changes going on again at the national level and the trickle-down effect that could have. So that's why we watch every dollar. We need to be very careful, and we try to keep our ticket prices at a reasonable level so that we can encourage the attendance. That's important to us.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next group is the Gullah Museum. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is, well, I need to make sure I know how to move this. I'm sorry. If you point to, I'll make sure I've got it right. Which one of these?
You can just press the space bar.
And it'll move it forward?
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you. I ought to be able to handle that. Hello, my name is Melton Hollis. I am a 9th generation South Carolinian. I have the honor of serving on the board of the Gullah Museum of Hilton Head. I will go through some information that we put together on PowerPoints, and if there are questions at the end of that, I'd be glad to take them. When John Barnwell received his grant of land on Hilton Head Island in 1717, he began farming. By 1720, he had brought Africans to this island to help do the hard work. That means that the people we call Gullah, the Africans who were brought here, have been on this island for more than 300 years. And so what the Gullah Museum is about is trying to preserve the cultural heritage that they have brought to this island. During the Civil War, the island became a haven for runaways. The Union soldiers left the island in 1868, around 1870. That left the people called Gullah on this island to themselves. In the 90 years between the Union's departure and the building of a bridge from the mainland, a unique form of communication developed, retaining African words mixed with English and other European words. So I want to talk about what the Gullah Museum is doing to try to preserve that historical relationship to the island. That's the little blue house we're looking at now. That little blue, the mission of the museum is to preserve and educate the broader community about the Gullah history, culture, language, music, and traditions. This is Dr. Louise Miller Cohen. She's not here, and she's not here for an interesting reason. This afternoon, the Discovery Museum is putting on a panel about the history of this island before 1985. The title of the presentation today is Legends and luminaries. And of course, if they're going to do something about legends and luminaries in the Gullah community, Louise Cohen is one of the people who are on that panel. So I apologize for her not being here, but she is doing something that the museum does on a regular basis, where there are other activities related to the Gullah community, Gullah history and culture. On this island, the museum moves from its site to wherever those contributions are being made, and we are part of those presentations. This is the Little Blue House. That is her uncle's house. That house was built around 1930. It is the only genuine Gullah structure left on this island, and so it is at our site. You can see the inside of what a Gullah house looked like before 1930. That house was built before electricity and before public water came onto the island, and that's what the inside of it looks like. It's one of the better artifacts that we have at our location. Just last year, we really couldn't let people go through that house before because the floors had rotted out, and it was just last year that we were able to renovate the flooring so that now we're much more comfortable about people visiting. When I appeared before you last year, I told you we had some specific objectives. One of them was to place a temporary office at our museum site. Interestingly enough, we thought that one of the things that we really needed for us to be more successful was to put public toilet facilities. As a matter of fact, the town will tell you that they heard a lot from me about a toilet. We absolutely needed public toilets, and we wanted to stop using porta potties at our facility. We have a Great Dane trailer, which I'll talk about for a minute. We needed to cover it. It's built in 1948, is one of only two of that kind left in the country. And when it developed leaks in the top of the trailer, you really couldn't find a parts to replace it because it's one of only two trailers of its sort left in the country. We wanted to strengthen our program offerings, and we wanted to pay a little bit more attention to our marketing strategies. This is the Great Dane trailer I just talked about. This was the home, Louise Cohen's aunt's home burned down, and when it burned down, they pulled the trailer across the bridge and built a home inside the trailer. If you take a look inside the door, you can see that the inside of that trailer was converted to a three-room house. We needed to deal with the fact that the trailer had developed a leak in the top and we couldn't find the appropriate parts, so we wanted to put some sort of shelter over that trailer so it could be preserved. And if you'll note in the middle picture, we have been able to put that, we've been able to cover the trailer. These are the migrant houses. The picture on my right and your left shows what the migrant houses look like when we began to renovate them. And the picture on the left will show you where we are with the migrant houses at this point. We have put artifacts in the migrant houses, so that visitors can look inside to see what the migrant houses look like now. The old-fashioned outhouses, we are really very happy to say that we finally have toilet facilities. You see the blue outhouses. These outhouses are different than traditional outhouses because they have running water and toilet paper. I am old enough to have gone to the original outhouses, and I will tell you these comforts are something that you just didn't have in the old outhouses, and these are climate control. But we were able to put this together with assistance from the Princeton class of 1966. We've cut the ribbon, and they are available and operating at this point. We have the bateau. Interestingly enough, I was lucky enough to spend some of my younger years living in France. And so the fact that they call this a bateau and the Gullah lingo is fascinating to me because bateau is the word in French for boat. So I have no idea how it became part of the language of the Gullah, but the bateau, as they call it. As you can see, these are flat-bottom boats that would use for fishing. In this area, we have two of them. Our problem at this point is coating them so that they become waterproof and then displaying them in a way with signage so people will understand the role it played in the culture on this island. The third picture is a praise house. I don't know if you are familiar with the Praise House, but during the time that the Gullah lived on this island, there was a Praise House on every large plantation or in every community after the Civil War. On every Wednesday, the women in the village or that area would go to the Praise House and you could hear them singing all over the island. We have the front of a Praise House. What we want to do is complete the back of the Praise House. These Praise Houses were 18 feet by 20 feet. What we want to do is complete the back of this, and when we're finished with this project, when you open the door, you will hear the songs coming out of the Praise House as they used to on this island. Now, the picture on the left is the Gullah office, what has been the Gullah office for about 20 years. If you'd asked people about doing business at our site, they would have told you that you had to meet Louise Cohen under a tree that sits in the middle of our site. And so one of the biggest projects for us this year was to get Louise from under that tree and to get her into a place with a chair, and it was climate controlled. That white tent that you see is the fourth office that we built there because the other three blew away in high storms. And for the time being, I am so happy to tell you that if you looked at the picture on the right, there is an office. And that temporary office has been there now for 2 months. We're trying to get into it. Just to give you a sense of what it's like to work with the town of Hilton Head, we put that ramp up. There was a porch and a ramp put up, and the town of Hilton Head came out and said that that porch is a residential porch, but you are commercial, and so you got to take that porch down. Okay, so we took the porch down and we put up a commercial porch, and then that did not fit well with the ramp, so they wanted us to take the ramp down. Well, we didn't take it down, we just moved the dirt and pulled it up. And so finally, just last week, the town came out and looked at the new porch that we put up, and I am not making this up. I'm not making this up. Informed us that the top step was off by an inch, and that the variance allowed under the town code only allowed 5/8 of an inch. So we had to take the porch down, and I am happy to tell you that now that porch meets the town code, and as of this week, we got the approval on the porch and the ramp. We're very excited about the opportunity to move into that office, hopefully this week. That's been the project from hell, but we think we've finally gotten to the point where we've settled all of the issues with the town. I'll tell you just my issue. A museum is not commercial and it is not residential. And the town of Hilton Head only has 2 speeds, residential and commercial. And they work very hard trying to push a square into a round hole. Cultural and artistic and historical preservation is not an animal that you find in the regulations of this town. You're either commercial or you're residential, and it makes a problem for folks who fall in the middle, and we have to make some accommodations. If you had asked me last year what I thought was the most important thing what were the most important things for the museum to do, one of them would have been improve relationships with the town. I can read the regulations, and when they don't make sense, they just don't make sense, but that doesn't relieve people who have to enforce them from having to deal with them. We really have to work out a situation where cultural and historical preservation fits within the set of regulations, or get the town to change the regulations if they want to be supportive of the kind of activities we have. It's hard work, but I will tell you, one of the things that I want to report to you is that we have found over the last year, we have improved our relationships with the town. They have been more willing to work with us, but not quite where we'd like to be now. But I do want to say in front of you that at least 2 or 3 people at the town have understood the problem and have been much more supportive, even if we still had to move that top step 3/4 of an inch. We're still working. And today, trying to work that out, I think we made a lot of progress. So what are the public events that we undertake during the year? One of them is in March. We do the Old Gullah Oyster Roast, where we do the traditional cooking of the oysters, and to tell you while I am not a Kamya or I'm not a Kamya or a Benya. If those of you who've been here for a while know that the Kamya is somebody who's just come here, and a Benya is somebody who never left. I am what they call a Frumya, which is a third category, which means that I started out here, lived here, and left, and then came back. And so if people ask me if I'm a Kamya or a Benya, I say I'm neither one, I'm Frumya. And I give them the names of my relatives, and they say, oh, yeah, we know the Smalls, yeah, we know the Simmons. Okay, so you're from here. So this is a from here talking to you. I'm not a big one on oysters. I spent most of my time after I left here, some 50 years away from here, on the coast up around Maryland. So I'm much more of a crab person than an oyster person. And I will tell you that what you call a crab cake here is not really a crab cake. We do the Gullah Heritage Festival in July. We do it in the week of July 4th every year. We think it has been very successful. And during the summer, to make sure the children on this island understand the heritage and the significance of the Gullah culture, we take some children in this town and we put them through a summer camp. We introduce them to the elderly. And you will see they do things like learning to fish. We show them this sorts of plants that were grown here. They learn about weaving, basket weaving, and the other things because we want them to understand something about the culture of this island. The Gullah Food Festival, we just finished our Gullah Food Festival in October. We just finished that this past Saturday, and we think it was very successful, more successful than we expected. And finally, we do an old-fashioned Gullah Christmas celebration. In order to get an invitation to that celebration, you have to be 80 years old and to have lived on this island for a good deal of time. What we do is we try to take testimony from at least one or two of our invitees, and we're trying to make that part of our oral history project. If you are not well enough to attend, we will send a bus. Well, if you can't drive, we send a bus to pick you up. If you can't come, we send a gift and a hot meal anyway. It is our way of recognizing the contributions that the elderly have made on this island. And for me, of the things that we do, this is the one I like most. As I passed 80 myself, and I think we deserve some special attention anyway. Looking at visitor demographics, we've tried to bear down on our visitors and how to market. 78%, basically 80% of the attendees come from outside of that 50-mile-an-hour radius. The majority at this time come from South Carolina. But I will tell you, because I stand at the gate to our festivals and I talk to people, I will talk to at least 30 or 40 of the visitors in each one of our events. I ask them why they came, where they're from, and what they think of us. I've found a lot more folks, I won't say a lot more, I've just found the growing number of people who are attending are coming from North Carolina, and they're coming from Charleston and Atlanta. I'm surprised, but that's what I'm hearing. And then we're getting a number of people from places like Wisconsin and Ohio who happen to be on the island and who are curious and who say, they never taught me about this stuff in school. And I say, I understand. They didn't teach me either, and I'm from here. So we are doing what we can do. Predominantly female attendees, and they are mostly over 45. While this doesn't show it, about 50%, 60% of the population comes from households of over 100,000. Let's see, did I miss something? I think I may have missed something. Let me go back. Yes, I did miss something. Let's see if I can get this to go back. Oops, I'm gonna need some help. To see if I can get back to where I should have been.
There?
We'll go back one more. Okay.
There?
There we are. Thank you. Visitor demographics. Okay. I'm going to see if I've got this right. No? Well, that's what you get for putting me in charge of this thing. We collaborate. I want you to see the organizations that we collaborate with. As I said today, our executive director is at an event being put on by the Coastal Discovery Museum. Alan Jordan is here. Here's an event that will be next Tuesday. You'll see that the Gullah Museum is one of the presenters, so that we're working with Discovery. We're working with the Hilton Head Symphony. We certainly work with Mitchellville. What happens largely is other organizations are trying to reach out to the Gullah community or want a Gullah element in what they're doing. They reach out to us sort of for authentication and to use the resources that we have. So I encourage you to think about the Gullah Museum not as just a site, but the fact that we move around this island and we participate with the other organizations on this island that are interested in highlighting the Gullah Museum. As I stand here in front of you, I have an invitation to come to Augusta College in Augusta, Georgia, and bring some of our stuff with us and make a presentation. And I expect very soon to be able to announce a grant from the National Park Service when the federal government regroups. I worked for the federal government for about 20 years. I went through a couple of these. This one's not working out the way they normally work out, but at some point we'll be able to talk to the Park Service again. We work very hard to build financial support structure, not just with you. We really owe you a good deal of thanks for what you do, but we do have to work with other folks just in case. We never know. The town of Hilton Head is our primary supporter financially at this point. The Princeton class of 1966 helped us put those outhouses in place. You can see that the 100 Women of Hilton Head Who Care and the Breathe Learn Foundation support us with our summer activity. Carmine Foundation, of course, you'd be aware of. But as you look at this list, I will tell you that one of the grants comes from Chicago, one of the grants comes from Pennsylvania, and one of the grants comes from California, which tells me that our effort that we put in place to sort of market outside of this area is beginning to show fruit, not just by recognition, but we're beginning to pull support and funds from places other than this area. And then there's significant in-kind contributions by the Great Dane Truck Company, Barnwell Family Associates, and John Ivins in particular. I'm to tell you what we would be doing with the support if we get the kind of support we're asking for. Can you imagine, after 20 years, we're gonna be able to open a door and walk inside of an office. We will have climate control and toilets, and we'll be able to operate like normal operations. After 20 years, this is gonna be a big year for us. We have a grant now to open and renovate the Blue House so that it can now be open to the public. When people come to our site, that's one of the main things they want to do, to walk through it. We haven't been able to let them do that because the floor was bad. And we really had some problems with climate control. And Mrs. Cohen tells me there are all sorts of things living in the Blue House that to make her uncomfortable. They crawl around the walls and so forth. So we're gonna be able to exterminate, clean up the Blue House. We're really excited about being able to do that. We wanna complete the construction of the Praise House. One of the things that site needs is signage, so that it's a much more educational experience as you move around the museum. The museum is designed to be a walking museum where you go from building to building, but we've got to accompany that with the appropriate signage so people have an educational experience, and so we will do that. We have ramps on all of our buildings except the Blue House. But one of the issues that we have to address is what I call handicap accessibility. You have to be able to get to the ramps, and we are sitting in soft dirt. And so one of the things that we will be given immediate attention is how we control the ability to get to the ramps. I mean, it's one thing to put the ramps together so you can get to the doors, but if you have to get through a bunch of sand to get to the ramps, that's a problem. We will be trying to address that right up front. And we will strengthen our program offerings. One of the things I can tell you, because I've been going to our festivals, is on Saturday, everyone was still in the seat when we got to the last part of our presentations, entertainment. And that was true in the festival before that. I can tell you that while we have relied on local talent earlier, we now have people coming to our stage who have performed in London and who have performed in DC and who performed in Paris. And you can tell the difference. You can tell the difference by the reception that people are getting in the chairs. And then we will bear down a little bit on our marketing strategies. We have to look at social media. One of the things I'll say is you gotta be careful about inviting a whole bunch of people before you're ready. You really need to have the infrastructure in place. One of the things that I learned in one of my other jobs is if you do a bad job and disappoint people, they'll talk about it for 5 years. If you do a good job, they'll talk about it with enthusiasm for a couple of weeks. So we want to make sure that the infrastructure in place and that people have a good experience when they come to visit us. We think the word is getting out. I think there's some evidence of that. I would like to talk about the fact that a marketing report looked at the fact that the potential leisure spending for the Gullah Geechee corridor, that's from North Carolina down to Florida, is $34 billion. And I will tell you that the competition is growing. I was born in Charleston, and when as a young man, I could buy the woven baskets for $5 from the lady sitting outside the market doing the weaving. Ladies and gentlemen, I walked past the market recently, and the women who are doing the weaving are not African American. Okay, they're doing the baskets. You can imagine how that strikes somebody who grew up in the culture, in the Gullah culture, to find women outside who are weaving and selling the baskets, and they're not of Gullah descent. That is obvious. So the competition is growing. Now, there's the things I'd like to tell you. If you go to the African American Museum in Charleston, the first display is on the Gullah culture. And there's a line on the wall that says, "Who tells the story?" It's important to know who's telling the story. And we believe that. We have had discussions with the Charleston Tour Company because I lead from time to time African American history tours to Charleston, but I'm now talking to people in Charleston about bringing tours here. I will tell you that one of the issues is when I take people to Charleston, after we go to the museum and after we go to some of the places that we want to visit, there's a restaurant we can go to, and there are other kinds of support, social supports. I'll tell you, an issue here is when my friends call me and they want to come for one of our festivals, we arrange it. They say, okay, where's a good restaurant or where's a good music? They are talking about the Gullah culture. They expect it because we have a Gullah museum in Mitchellville. There's some place that will go consistent with what this cultural tour is supposed to be about, where they can get Gullah food or they can see Gullah entertainment. I will tell you on that side, to this point, I really don't have any place to send them. And that's, even though I am working on that, really. I mean, I've talked to a couple of people who are foodies and who are retiring, have a bucket of money, I think, who are thinking about coming to this area. And I'm telling them this is a place that's ripe to add that to the pool of what we have here. In Bluffton, they have decided to put up what they call a Gullah Center, and that is complete with a restaurant, a bakery, a dedicated area for vendors, and they're building a museum reception section. So you're gonna have to drive through Bluffton to get here, and you've got a Gullah Center before you get here. Who else? St. Helena's Island is ramping up its Gullah tour operation. They're talking about keeping it all on St. Helena's Island in Beaufort. We'd like to have some of that come here. In particular, I want the people from Charleston to come here and spend some of their money here. The people from Morehouse College in Georgia send the faculty here every summer, and they spend at least a week here spending their money. But I can tell you that what reason they come is because of the Gullah Museum relationship they have with us. They spend a whole day with us. And then I've talked about the University of Augusta. The one thing that these other places cannot match is the authenticity that you have on this island. This stuff is authentic. We have the artifacts that were built and used on this island for the 90 years between the Civil War and the time that the bridge was built in 1956. And we still have people here who live that experience, and we are trying to take advantage of the information that they can bring us. I sit on have sat, if that's appropriate, on a number of nonprofit organizations outside of South Carolina. And some of them you may know, like the Friends of the National Zoo in Washington, D.C., and other places. But I'm sitting on the board of the Gullah Museum because I think it's a gem. I think that what we are trying to do on Hilton Head is special. And we've evidently been able to convince some other people of that, or we wouldn't be getting investments from Pennsylvania and California and other places. And I would like for the Gullah Museum of Hilton Head to stand out and for the town of Hilton Head to be proud of it and to join us in helping build that out. So that's my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Questions? Okay. You said something a little while ago that really sort of summarized this for me in my head, and I'm so happy you said it. You said that the museum is not really just the museum. The museum is really where Ms. Cohen goes.
Right.
You know, she's in the community, and so the museum is not really just the physical space. It's everywhere else that she goes. I mean, I've really looked at this to try to figure it out. First, I have several questions.
Sure.
I really don't understand the significance of the trailer of the Great Dane. What is the significance of that?
The Gullah people lived on this island for 90 years after the Civil War. They had to make do with what they had. The house that her aunt lived in burned down. So what did they do? They found a trailer, pulled it across the bridge, and turned the inside of the trailer to a house. Now, that was showing Gullah innovation. And if we go back to that picture, you see it's a 3-room house, okay? And there are only 2 trailers left like that in the entire country. So it's here, okay? And so when people come, we take them to the door and say, you look inside this trailer, this is a house. They find that fascinating. They say, oh my, who would have thought you'd pull a trailer across? Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out, you know, what actually takes place there. And I think now that I've seen the interior, I've never been there, I will admit, which is terrible. I don't live very far from there.
We'll give you an appointment.
I know, I bought tickets for this event last weekend and I didn't get to go. But I just want to, I've looked at the website, I've looked at your marketing. You know, that's what I do. I generally will look at everybody's websites.
Okay.
I'm not a numbers person. I'm looking at what y'all do. And I mean, I think that there is growth potential there. I think that the website definitely needs some attention. Maybe you could devote some of these funds to that because it's not really clear when the events are or when the hours aren't on there. I mean, I know that it says it's all under construction.
Oh, no, I'm anxious to respond to this, okay? Because I agree with you, okay? I have to look around. That website is really bad.
Well,
okay.
I mean, not really.
I think it's bad. I've worked on websites before, but I will tell you that you will see an investment in that website early in the new year. We've already got somebody contracted to come in. The reason I know that the website needs help is because I worked on organizations that had very good websites, okay? And the other thing is I have people call during the year to say, Mr. Hollis, I'm a website designer. I looked at your website. Do you know that can be made much more efficient? One of the things that I notice is you can't contribute any money at that website. And why have a website if people can't go to it and
Well, but
donate?
you can't also tell when you're open.
Right.
You know, and you also don't know what your events are.
You and I have the same complaint, and I assure you, early in the new year, that will be resolved.
And I know you said you don't want to invite people to something that's not complete, but that's where it starts.
We needed to clean up the experience so that when people came, they would enjoy the experience and they would talk about it in a positive way. So that, how do you run a museum without an office at the location? How do you invite people to a festival if there are no toilet facilities? You really have to put in the basic sort of planks, and then you invite people and they'll have a good experience. Now, we could have gone to the website first, but our preference was to get us an office and get a toilet at that space and get our old buildings renovated to the point where people could walk in and have a good experience. I think that's where we are.
I watched, there was a YouTube video on there. I don't remember the guy who did it, but I learned more from the YouTube video than I did from the website. And so I just would encourage y'all to just pay attention to that, because that's important.
I agree with you. I mean, yeah, I have some concerns about the website too. We will address those. Yes, ma'am. Any questions?
You know, in the last couple of years, some members of the committee have asked questions about the tourism data that you have. It's very difficult to demonstrate that there's good data behind that tourism information. I think that the Gullah culture and community is critical to this island and to all of us, and we want to support you, but I think that you need to also take a hard look at how you collect tourism data and be able to give us more authentication of that data that let us, as Mr. Farrell often says, let us help you. So help us help you is what I would ask. To echo some of Seal's comments, when I first looked at the site, I thought the Gullah Museum was the Blue House, not the experience. And I don't know if there's a way to better brand that or describe that for people, that it's the whole experience of the Gullah community. It's not a single structure.
We have been putting together oral testimonies from the Gullah community, the older Gullah community. They talk about the lifestyle and the history of this place. And so we're putting together an oral history bank. But other than that, we think we're ready to go with a new website that will do a lot more things better than it's being done now. And I do want to assure you that that is a very high concern that will be addressed very early in the new year. We have a lot of good stuff from people who lived on this island. We have a lot of good stories and descriptions of what life has been on this island from the time I was born, 1945, coming forward. And we've got that stuff in the can. We just need to now take it out and put it together.
I remember Ms. Cohen talking about in the past the oral history and the importance of not losing that. So hopefully that's out soon. Thank you.
Is there a plan for her? Is there bench strength? I mean, all organizations, we all look at that kind of thing about Ms. Cohen. She's at a engagement right now.
Right, she is.
Her absence, is there someone that can stand in to tell the story and to the same way that she does?
She is a storyteller. That's what she does.
She's very talented.
We do have stories, and I'm saying we have stories because we're doing the oral histories at this point. But there are two things. I have to be careful about how I say this, but when you pass age 80, you have to start thinking about succession, and you have to put a succession plan in place. I would tell you that we have a strategic plan that we are now beginning to move on step by step, and very high in the issues that have to be addressed is how we get docents, other people who are trained and who know the story and who can tell it in her absence. She recently had a bad accident, And the fact that she was not available for several months had a big impact on the organization. She knows, I know, and the other people in the museum know that we have to be talking about succession and filling out a second level of people who can do what she does. Now, they will not be able to tell the stories the way she will. They will not, as I said, she's on a panel for luminaries and legends. I don't know how you become a legend or a luminary in a short period of time. But we do have to start working on how we can build a base and so that when she falls off a porch again, we won't have to worry about it for a month. So we do understand that's an issue.
She does have a gift.
Yes, she does. What else? They got her on a panel called Luminaries and Legends. What can I say? What can I say?
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Hilton Land Trust. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm John Sainert. I'm a board member on the Land Trust, and thank you for your time this afternoon. Just as a quick overview of who the Land Trust is, we're founded in 1987. We are built for the purpose of preserving and protecting the natural and significant parcels of land on Hilton Head. 501(c) nonprofit. We have a 12-member board, volunteers, and we have around 300 members and donors as part of our organization, contribute time and their talents to help keep these properties alive and keep them going. We're stewards of 5 tracts of land on Hilton Head with over 300 acres of critical habitat and properties of historic significance. But our primary mission is to preserve and protect. But we also look at the idea that how do you promote the visitor experience for properties under land trust management? Of course, a significant piece of our properties is Fort Howell, which is strategically located in the north end of the island. It was built, of course, in 1862 as the protector of Mitchellville, and it was entrusted to the Land Trust in somewhere early 1990s. We have taken it from there and have preserved it and are continuing to enhance the property, but it's in partnership with the town council because it does take effort and money to keep this thing going. But it's a structure of historic significance. It's on the National Register of Historic Places, part of the National Park Service Underground Railroad Network to Freedom. It's also listed in the American Battlefield Trust Civil War Discovery Trail. But for many people, a visit to the island means a visit to the fort in Mitchellville as a must-see part of the tourist experience. The opportunity we see ahead, and thanks to Hilton has ATAC's support over many years, is to help this, the fort. We've seen a great growth in the improvement from at Mitchellfield with more walk-through traffic than we've ever seen at the fort. It was a tremendous addition in February when the Mitchellville opened up the new experience there with the new buildings. And with that, we see the tremendous idea of growing this visitor experience at the fort. With the ATAC's grant funds in the past, we've created a master plan, which is currently in the permitting stage at the town of Hilton Head. It will be completed in multiple phases. The request helps kickstart the implementation of the master plan to enhance the entire visitor experience. As partners with Hilton Head, we must continue to tell this story as a significant part of this island's history. How do we measure tourists to the fort? We do have an optical counter that it measures walk-through traffic. We also maintain a logbook that records zip codes and comments. What we've seen over this past year in particular was a vast increase in the number of tourists, visitors to the fort. We estimate between 7,900 and certainly more than that because not everybody records on the optical counter. But based on the logbook entries, we think we've got about 95 to 97% are tourists that are visiting. We see tremendous comments on there. Fantastic history, great great that you're preserving it, and it really is a vital part, we think, of the entire tourist experience on the island. Past years, what have ATAX funded? We have, in 2020, we had some perimeter pathway improvements where we needed a necessary walk around the island, or walk around the fort. That was completed. 2021, there were some absolutely critical parking lot improvements that were added, paved over, and 2022, we completed the perimeter pathway. In addition, added some other access controls. 2024, we had some small projects, particularly in the area of tree control and just maintaining the fort, which were absolutely vital. Last year, we did a continuing of this design and permitting of this planned implementation of the strategic reconstruction of the fort to bring it up to a current level where we can sustain it every year. These were the grant amounts over the past couple of years. 2020, $15,000, which we did spend the entire amount. 21, $30,000, we did spend 27. 2022, we completed the pathway. Some other activities were a little short on what we spent based on the grant. But last year, in 2024, we had a new sign, continuing ongoing brush control, and we spent close to the grant amount. 2025, this current active year, we are seeing ongoing signage improvements, promotion, and just continuing bridge and tree maintenance that keep the fort sustained and keep it active. We appreciate and very much value the support of $150,000 over the last 5 years. What we're looking for in 2026 is these 5 items that we think are critical to keep this fort in continual safe and condition. We're looking at $12,500 for tree work. It is an ongoing challenge to keep the trees and the shrubs in this earthenware fort from taking over, and we have to maintain that annually. We have a volunteer group that comes in once every 6 months, and we try and keep this thing clean, but it is an ongoing challenge. So we do have to have professionals come in and do some tree control. One of the things we're seeing was a step up in the value of Mitchellville in the way of their graphics and their historic interpretation of what Mitchellville is. It is really a great story, and we think that the enhanced value of putting some new signage in and better graphics in the fort will help enhance it. It'll be a 1 and 1 = 3 situation where when people come to Mitchellville, they'll see the natural link, the connection to the fort. So we're looking at a expenditure of around $20,000 to really bring a professional in to help bring the entire graphic standards up. There's a need to enhance the bench seating around the pavilion. Some of it's worn out, it's weathered, and it is really sort of an education center where we do have school groups. We have people come in, tour buses, and we want to have them be able to sit down and be comfortable for a bit. There's some trash removal, landscaping, and lawn services to maintain the fort. And we also want to enhance the publicity and the marketing to increase the value of tourists that are coming to the fort and understand the history and how it blends in with the entire island. A little bit about the tree and shrub control. It's both a safety and an enhancement measure. As you know, hanging limbs, dead trees, and that kind of thing also bring a little bit of a concern. You can't have people come to a place where you're going to have trees that are falling down, so we're real careful about that. Pathways, we need to maintain them to prevent tripping. But broader is we want to understand, we want to look at the interior of the fort, which is now currently overgrown, and we want to bring that up to a standard where we can see, when people walk in, they can see the entire fort in one vision. The future of the fort. Years ago, we saw the need to say this is an ongoing project to keep it just at sustained level, but we saw the opportunity to take it to a next level, which is to really blend it in and create a solid historic look at this fort. And we've retained a consulting organization that has put together a comprehensive plan, and we're looking at funding, or we'll be on a funding push to pay for this. But we want to say thank you to the Hilton Head, Town of Hilton Head for the continuing ATAX support that you brought us to this point. So from a standpoint of publicity and marketing, we want to bring a objective to a must-see destination for tourists. We think that it's without all the other things going on the island, people come to the fort to see it, and they want to see how it blends in with Mitchellville, and that's one of the things we want to enhance. We're going to do that through ongoing press releases, newsletters, enhance local paper and magazine coverage, and we've even had the potential of putting interviews out with the WHI radio station and some Savannah stations. We've got strategically placed brochures in heavily trafficked areas that bring people to the fort. So, but broader is the importance of this grant. It is to sustain and protect this critical infrastructure of the earthenware fort. It's one of 2 in the country that are earthenware. They were never meant to be permanent, but we have been able to sustain it for these past 30 years to keep it at least at a level where it is not falling apart. And we want to continue to improve and promote the fort's visibility and accessibility to the public. We also want to enhance the history and the educational aspects of the fort. It's an important story to tell about the history of Hilton Head and the history in the Civil War and the Gullah African-American experience on this island. And it does enrich the visitor experience because it is the one part of history in this island that takes it back to the Civil War. So in summary, this is the grant request. We've got $12,500 that we're asking for tree and shrub ground cover maintenance. This $20,000 request is for this, improve the graphics, improve the storytelling of the fort. $4,000 for the rebuild of the benches in the education area, ongoing landscaping, property appearance, and so forth. And then lastly, the ongoing publicity and marketing to enhance the fort's profile. But in conclusion, we want to thank you. It's a partnership with the town of Hilton Head that it brings people, it creates lasting memories when people come to the fort. And that's what people come back to the island again and again to remember. So thank you for your time. Questions, comments, ideas, even.
You didn't mention anything about the Raptor Cam.
Well, the Raptor Cam we treat in a separate way. We do maintain a separate project, which is an Eagle Cam that has proven to be very popular. We had, I think the count was 750,000 views on this over the past year. It is a project that we look at as somewhat of a change from our normal project management of land and property, but it also blends in this idea that we preserve and we protect. And, but we treat that in a different project. This is all about Fort Howell, so.
Any property on the National Historic Registry relating to the Civil War is critically important for people to understand our history. It appears that the ATAX dollars are really a meaningful portion of your revenue stream. When I look back in history, it seems that your membership revenue was much higher in the past, $23,000 a year. And in the budget, I thought I saw it drop to $6,000 or $7,000. Is that right?
Right. I mean, we work hard. We have an annual dinner each spring where we try and attract people. We have a speaker. We bring people in there. It's a challenge. We do it right after the Heritage, and I think we had some 125 last year. We're working again already on this annual dinner to help enhance this donor idea, to bring in a second source of revenue. But grants clearly are our primary source of revenue, and it's really a important partnership that we view as the town to help support this important piece of real estate that is the one historic link in this on the island.
Do you have any paid folks?
Paid staff?
Yes.
No, we're entirely volunteer. So.
I mean, that's something that a couple of the other organizations pointed out, that they are entirely volunteer organizations so that the dollars are used very efficiently. So,
correct, yes.
You.
Every penny we bring in, we put back into the projects, into our properties. We maintain a couple of other properties in partnership with HHP, Plantation, which is Whooping Crane Conservatory, and our Cypress Conservatory, which are boardwalks over a beautiful area of the low country. And it's a very peaceful and serene area, and it's just one more of our properties. We've got a couple of other ones that we're looking to enhance, which is a Northridge property across from the library. And that's going to be a future project, but short-term, Fort Howell is where we want to spend our time and effort in 2026, so.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you again.
Rex is back.
I am. I had to introduce the legends and luminaries and attend their presentation, so.
Afternoon.
Thank you so much for having me today. You've saved the best for last, I hope. This is our cultural and ecotourism request. It's the only request Coastal Discovery Museum has for ATAX this year. We're requesting $400,000, which is level from our request last year. We recognized, especially after the mandatory training, that this is a tight year, and so we are not asking for any increase. The museum was founded in 1985. This is our 40th year anniversary. We became a Smithsonian affiliate in 2015, so it's the 10th anniversary of that. Our mission is to inspire people to care for the Low Country, and we operate on historic Honeyhorn, which is a town-owned 70-acre historic property that is leased to the museum for 95 years. We keep this property free and open to the public 7 days a week. We have a lot of programs and exhibitions spanning nature, history, culture, and art. Over 1,300 programs last year, and many of those are sold out. Legends and Luminaries, which we did this fall, sold out. It's an 8-lecture series over the course of 8 different weeks, and it sold out before the first lecture happened. We've had 1.8 million patrons since 2007. This last fiscal year, so July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, we had 132,165 patrons. That's the most we've ever had in a year. Over 122,000 of those were tourists. That's calculated based on collection of zip codes at our front desk and for everyone who signs up for a program. We also serve a lot of these regional visitors. Most of those are from Bluffton, and over 5,000 Hilton Head Island residents, which is a quarter of Hilton Head Island's permanent population. Our digital reach last year was 128,000 website visitors. We have 13,000 Facebook followers and 6,500 Instagram followers. We're consistently ranked in the top 5 of Hilton Head Island's attractions. Tourists choose us, I think, a lot of times for our programs, which are immersive, hands-on. We do ecology and culture. One of our most popular components are our live animal programs. We do critter meet and greet. We have this butterfly habitat, and we work with outside vendors to do things like dolphin tours on a weekly basis. We have a lot of history and Gullah-related cultural experiences. Michael and Dino Badger, who are often on our, Michael Smalls and Dino Badger, who are often on our property making sweetgrass baskets and teach classes for us. We do numerous art exhibitions, workshops, and we're a location for festivals. We also have our own signature events, the farmers market, the art market, and our cocktails and camellias event, which is held in the beginning of the year. This year it is on February 6th. We do nature walks, beach walks, kayak tours. Blue crab discovery is one of my favorites because we teach people about the fragile coastal environment we live in, the salt marshes, and the life cycle of blue crabs. And they get to pull up the blue crab traps, harvest the male blue crabs, cook them and learn how to pick and eat blue crabs while they're learning the anatomy of the animal. And so it's a very interactive and hands-on program. This coming year, we have a number of new exhibits, an art exhibit called Botanica, which is all botanical-related art. The art quilters exhibit every couple of years at the museum, and we're doing a major traveling exhibit on the Rosenwald schools. I want to talk to you about something, I don't think it's controversial, but I think it's outside of what a lot of the ATAX applications discussed. I don't particularly like artificial intelligence, and I have been a slow adopter of it for a number of reasons, but I've been paying attention to it. And when I presented last year in October, 11% of travelers were using AI to plan out their trips. July of this year, 24% were. And so it's rapidly changing how people make travel plans and choose destinations. And we're tasked with helping drive tourism to this island, and I take that very seriously. So there's high adoption worldwide, rapidly increasing adoption in the United States. And it's not just this young generation, millennials and Gen Z, which we're 62% are using AI now. The older travelers, like in my age class and above now, are also increasing their use of AI. And so one of the things that I do as I'm researching like our programs and how we attract tourists is I'll go into ChatGPT and plan a 5-day vacation on Hilton Head Island for a family of 5. And it spits out results of like which hotels I should stay at and what programs I should do. And I want to make sure that the Coastal Discovery Museum appears in all of these. That's why I do it. And the Coastal Discovery Museum does. And so like there's a day, a morning, an afternoon, any of these questions. And so I look at different categories of potential travelers. And so there's the family traveler. I can also ask it about a high net worth couple who is traveling without children. And they'll pick out specific programs that the Coastal Discovery Museum does, like our private naturalist-led walk, or a photography class that you can take as a private event at the museum. And so we want to make sure that we're serving all of the potential travelers coming to Hilton Head Island with our programs. And these also choose different hotels depending on what you ask them and what criteria you give in your question. And so I'm only here for 3 days. What can I do for fun? Coastal Discovery Museum comes up as one of the 6 must-do experiences on the island. And I recognize that the beach and golf are major drivers for tourists. And so what can we do other than beach and golf? We come up on like every category. And so it'll have nature and wildlife adventures, Coastal Discovery Museum, explore the butterfly garden, etc. And then arts, culture, and history, we come up again. And ChatGPT says yes again, because we do programs in all of those areas. I think it's also worth pointing out, although we don't have really good data on hotel rooms that are driven by these events, that's something I will try and provide next year because I've recognized it's probably important in the decision-making process. We do between 25 and 30 weddings a year at Honeyhorn on our property. It's an iconic wedding location. And more than half of these are destination weddings that people are selecting to be married on Hilton Head Island because of this wedding venue. We even had a young bride choose our site because she had come with her family year after year on summer vacation to Hilton Head Island. And she said, this is the place I want to get married, at Coastal Discovery Museum's Honeyhorn property. And so I think it's an important driver for hotel nights on the island. And I think that's an important consideration because I want to drive ATAX revenue to the town so that I also get a share of it. And so I've done calculations on our tourism impact and overnight stays. And so there's several museum studies that suggest 5 to 15% of tourists make vacation decisions because of museums. That's not necessarily just to visit the museum, but the museum's involved in the vacation decision. I think that's high for Hilton Head Island. I mean, I look at Hilton Head Island and 75% of visitor profiles are choosing it because of the beach. And so I reduced that number to between 2 and 10%. On the conservative side, 2% of visitors having us influence their decision, like, oh yeah, we're gonna come to Hilton Head, that's $800,000 in revenue per 3-day hotel visit. And if you move it up to 5, which is the low national end and in the mid of my range, it's $2 million. And so that's a significant amount of hotel revenue that's supporting ATAX. And then I also look at itineraries, what tourists do when they're staying here. And so in this second graph, there's some calculations that this overnight share, if it's a 3-day visit and they come to the museum once, we're 12% of what they're doing while they're on the island in terms of their time. And so if you take that overnight share of 12% and multiply it by the average daily rate, there's almost $10,000 in revenue by us being an activity that lengthens someone's stay on Hilton Head Island. And so I think that those are pretty significant numbers in regards to ATAX. You can also ask artificial intelligence what events and organizations drive tourism to Hilton Head Island. And so I have done this, and it provides an interesting list of both for-profits and nonprofits. Of course, as you'd expect, RBC Heritage, Heritage Classic Foundation is very high, the Concours is high, the airport is on there, and Coastal Discovery Museum is on there. As a flagship culture and nature attraction that drives family and cultural tourism and partners with lodging and eco-tour operators. And so we're a strong, not just an enhancer of tourism to the island, but we're a strong driver of tourism to the island. Also under enhancers, like I did the same query and got a list of organizations that enhance the tourist experience. And we appear both through some of our programs and particularly because of our farmers market. Coastal Discovery Museum Market is a local event producer. And I started the farmers market 8 years ago because Tuesdays were our slowest day at the museum. And Tuesdays are now our busiest day at the museum. We get 500, 600 people coming to the farmers market to buy local produce and other arts and crafts and handmade items. And so we get a lot of tourists. They're looking for, it's the 3rd most popular landing page on our website is the farmers market page. People are looking for things related to food and arts and crafts. And so we're providing that on the island. And then I have an overall impact on the tourism economy of Coastal Discovery Museum based on these calculations, or standard economic contribution calculations of about $29 million to the local economy. I think that's important because we ask the ATAX committee for a lot of money. That the money that we get, that $400,000, it's 20% of our budget. We can earn about 50% through our operations, and the other 30% is raised either from membership, donations, or grants from other organizations. We try and serve a lot of tourists so that costs low, $3.12 per tourist. And we think it's a really efficient, high-impact use of ATAX funds. We have hired this year, he's been at the museum for a month, a visitor services manager, and we're coupling that with creating a formal visitor evaluation program at the museum. We're recognized by local readers as the best museum in the Lowcountry. These are local readers in Beaufort County, not all of the Lowcountry. A Smithsonian affiliate. We're on the American Camellia Trail, and we have a GuideStar Platinum level of transparency for our nonprofit for our use of funds. And there are 7 organizations on the island that have earned that level of GuideStar recognition. You might have heard from other organizations that we do a lot of collaboration with other nonprofits on the island. We think this is really important. And these organizations also like really collaborate with us. Louise Cohen had committed to being a speaker on our Legends and Luminaries tonight. And she did that even though her ATAX presentation was scheduled at the same time. And so I apologize for doing that. We did not recognize that we would both be presenting right at the same time. We were also doing Legends and Luminaries. But everyone from the Boys and Girls Club through the Outside Foundation, Italian Heritage Festival, Gullah Celebration, Seafood Festival, we're one of the important locations on the island for cultural events, and we do a lot of collaborations with these organizations, both nonprofits and for-profits like Gullah Heritage Trail Tours, which I think are really important contributors to our tourism economy. So our funding request for $400,000, that's divided between marketing, programs, and operations. And so this operations category is very large for the Coastal Discovery Museum, and it is what allows us to remain open to the public free of charge, both our museum, our exhibits, and our grounds. Those contributions from ATAX allow us to be one of the few free things that tourists coming to the island can do. And I think this is really important when you look at families of 5 or 6, when they have to pay to do a cultural, historical, or other excursion on the island, that can be price prohibitive to people. And so we like to apply that ATAX revenue to offering them something free to do on the island, not just because it's free, but because it's an experience that can really connect them to what is important about this place, the environment, the people, and the culture of this island. We are at a point now where I feel like the museum is poised for some dramatic growth. This is not in the application. I have now been here for 11 years. When I started, we had 6 employees, 6 full-time employees. We now have 12 full-time employees. We had a budget of $900,000. We now have a budget of $2.1 million. And so in combination with a Botanical Garden Committee composed of Hilton Head Island citizens and my board, I sent out an RFP for master planning of our property to create at least 20 acres of intensively planted botanical gardens, and to make a 15-year plan for the museum to both improve all of its 70 acres of grounds, trails, signage, routes that people take through our property, and assess our programs and look at our need for new buildings and where those buildings would be located. This master planning project has proposals that range from $425,000 to $550,000, and the museum is raising that without asking for ATAX funds. We have private donors. I've applied to the Community Foundation. I presented to their grants committee yesterday. We have some potential support from the town in their CIP budget. But I feel like this is something that we can take on now. We're staffed up for it, and it'll be a huge enhancement for Hilton Head Island. We want the museum to be a destination botanical garden and museum where there's nothing like that now in this region of the Low Country, and we think it'll drive a lot of traffic to Hilton Head Island. It takes advantage of our greatest asset, which is that 70-acre property, and our amazing and dedicated staff. This year we hired a full-time horticulturalist to start working on plantings around the museum and work towards this botanical garden vision. Why do I think you should invest in Coastal Discovery Museum? And I really think this is an investment from ATAX and the town. We are the premier nonprofit cultural and ecotourism attraction on Hilton Head Island. We expand the length of stay of visitors, we create repeat visitation, and have a significant economic impact. The museum and our mission and vision aligns with the town's vision. Sustainability, cultural identity, and heritage tourism are all key to our mission. And this $400,000 ATAX request is significant and has a measurable return for tourism on Hilton Head Island. And you don't just have to believe what I say. You can go on Google and read our reviews. People love the Coastal Discovery Museum. It's a beautiful place. It's loved by the community, and it's an important attraction for tourists who come to the island. That is my presentation. I am open to your questions.
Thank you, Rex. Question?
Today's my day to ask questions. One thing you brought up, you did mention that you're the only free museum. I mean, I wrote this down last year and I had a question about it again this year. Why don't you charge a small fee? You know, I think I don't know museums all around the country. I don't know what the usual procedures are, but, you know, just a nominal fee.
Well, you know, we do charge for a lot of our programs. And so a lot of these hands-on programs, they have fees associated with them. So the director's tour, the Blue Crab Discovery, our beach and nature walks, we try and keep those fees reasonable. And I think that's one of the reasons we saw this increase in attendance is because a lot of the programs you can do at the Coastal Discovery Museum, they cost $10. So if you have a family of 5 and you do this program, it's $50. If you look at other programs that are $30, $40, or $50 and you have a family of 5, it's $250. And people, that can hurt someone's pocketbook on a trip, particularly we see with like summer tourists. And so the real reason is for maintaining our property free of charge and our museum exhibits is that I don't want a barrier to access for anyone that lives on this island or comes to this island. If we're doing an exhibit about the significance of Hilton Head Island's ecology and environment, I want everyone to see that. I don't want someone to say like, oh, I don't want to spend $50 to go see this like exhibit. I want them to take their kids there. And so there's some additional advantages to being free. One of the things that I've seen over the 10 years here is when we get tourists in the summer, if it rains, like there's not a lot to do. They will come to the museum and it like fills in that time niche. A lot of those families with kids have never been to a museum before. Like we see kids and families, kids and adults, they've never been in a museum and they don't exactly know how to behave in a museum. And so we have deliberately selected over the past like 4 or 5 years, exhibits in the summertime that can take additional wear and tear. They're not these precious artifacts that if someone touches it with their finger, they're gonna do $10,000 worth of damage. And the reason we do that is because we don't wanna be in that gallery yelling at people not to do this and not to do that. We want their first museum experience to be a good experience where they learn something and love that experience so they become museum goers in the future. And so we're pretty careful about how we select exhibits in different seasons to attract different audiences, but also to really encourage people who wouldn't normally come to a museum to come to our museum and fall in love with it. So one of the exhibits that we do is a Beaufort County High School Regional, and we engage all of the public high schools and a lot of the private high schools in Beaufort County, both north and south of the Broad. And we jury their art in, and their art is amazing. And we do this, the first year we did this show, we had 10,000 visitors come in a month to see this amazing art show with kids' art in it. They brought their parents, they brought their grandparents, they brought lots of people who had never come to Coastal Discovery Museum. And because we bring them in for that art, they also learn about the ecology and the environment. They also learn about the Gullah history. And so we feel like it's a way that we can help shape people's understanding of this island in our past and impact how people view it and act in the future. That's why we're free.
I get it.
Do you have a sense of those who visit, what percentage of them participate in one of the paid programs?
Yeah, I do have a percentage, or I think I have an actual number, and I don't have the actual number at hand, but it's over 20,000 people do paid programs, and our program revenue, I think, is like $260,000. We also have a donation box at the front of the museum with a $5 suggested donation. And we'll get between $50,000 and $60,000 a year out of that donation box because of the volume of people that come through the museum. And a lot of people don't drop any money in it, and then some people drop like $20 or $40 in it. Last month, someone who was visiting from Atlanta wrote a check for $1,000 and dropped it in our donation box. So obviously, there was a positive experience for him at the museum.
Write him back.
Yeah. I got his name off the check and I wrote him a note.
Thank you for helping with the parking for the heritage too.
Oh, yes, that is, we recognize how important the heritage is, but there is some impact for having that on our operations because it's unfortunately the same week as school vacation and we have to close down for 2 days. But it's been made clear to me by lots of other people that this is one of the services that the museum can provide for the town to help make the town and other organizations successful. And we're happy to do that.
Great.
Thank
you
you
very much.
My audience is all gone. I hope they're watching online. I thought I had good answers.
He gives us that part, everybody there.
So with that, with no one else in the audience, I assume we have no public comments.
Oh, I have public comments.
Well, wait, aren't we getting paid till 5:10?
I think so. Well, we can. I'll await.
To adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? All in favor?
Wait a minute.
Adrian motion
I
and
move to
Tom
adjourn, yes.
seconded. I assume all but John will be voting. All in favor? Any opposed? We're adjourned.